3. Trainer Wesley Ward, best known for his work with his precocious 2-year-olds. He has 2 big chances in today's featured Bolton Landing. Love Reigns will be the favorite. She dominated a group of fillies in her debut, winning by more than 9 lengths in a 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Her stablemate is the backup plan, who's fairly talented as well. No K Never, easily best in the field in her debut at Horseshoe Indy. Now comes her first test against winners. And we'll look back at the most dominant performance of the meet to this point, 3-year-old filly Nest, who likely sealed a championship with her performance here on Saturday. All that and more coming up on this Sunday edition of Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, gorgeous weather on this Sunday afternoon here in upstate New York as we get set for the opener, just 3 minutes away from this first on our Sunday card at Saratoga Racecourse. Greg Wolf alongside champion jockey Richard Migliori. Jonathan Kinchin here as well. First time I think this trio has worked together the entire meet. Bolton Landing's our feature later today, and yes, Wesley Ward, a very strong hand with a filly he took across the pond to Royal Ascot.
Yeah, Love Reigns, so impressive on debut at Keeneland. Then she ran straight away in the Queen Mary Stakes, a grade 2, straight away 5 furlongs, only beaten 3 lengths there. And she was heavily bet that day. She certainly is extremely talented, Jonathan.
Yeah, and look, when these Wesley Ward Keeneland kind of runners pop on debut, we're all get a little excited about Ascot. And then this is kind of the afterthought of like, okay, if we can't get to Ascot, we can't win there. Now let's kind of redirect. Let's try to pick up some more stake wins, this being one of them. I think she's extremely talented, and she showed that on debut, but she doesn't have to win.
2-1 morning line. Maybe even her stablemate could get the better of her, who was impressive first time out. We will find out later. That's on the Mellon Turf Course later today. Race 9, part of the late Pick 5, Fast and Firm. Here's we take a look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. We have, in addition to all the tremendous racing here at Saratoga, the oldest continuously run race in North America. First leg of that Canadian Triple Crown, the Queen's Plate from Woodbine. Part of our coverage later this afternoon as well. Let's get into the card here, though. We open up on the inner turf at 1 16th in this maiden special weight. 2-year-old fillies and Haystack with our Ortiz Jr. aboard. Chad Brown, Peter Brandt right now is favored. For more in the field, let's go to Acacia Clement.
And Greg, we'll start with the number 3, Haystack, as she is the one taking that early attention. She's a very big filly by a Claiborne Stallion Warfront, and typically Warfront's offspring tend to carry a lot more condition. She is a lighter frame type, and there is a lot of leg to her. But what I've noticed is that the younger Warfronts that tend to be on the bigger side are typically the ones that are just a little bit more advanced, and she will fill into that frame. I'd like to see that. She's very long in her body. She definitely looks like long on turf. I do wish that she would strengthen up a little bit across that top line and maybe kind of put on a little bit more muscle mass to balance out that very long frame that she does have. But she's been very professional throughout. She does come in after training at Monmouth, which, as we've talked about before, certainly not something to look at as a negative. This is a Peter Brandt and Joe Allen homebred, as Peter does own this one. The dam was Group 3 placed over in Europe and did win on the on the North American turf as well, the full sister to stakes winner Fort Washington. The number 2 Positive Message is another first-time starter. She was 10-1 on the line and 7-2 now. She's a filly by Kingman who was purchased at the Tattersall's October yearling sale for the U.S. equivalent of about $59,000. And the dam was a Group 3 winner. She's the sister to Bob LeBeau, who actually became a multiple Grade 1 winner here at Saratoga over the jumps. She looks like a turf distance filly. She's incredibly fit. Now, she was doing a little bit too much back in the paddock. She was a little bit nervous, sidestepping quite a bit. John Velasquez has done well in getting her to settle, because I really did like what I saw from her in the preliminaries, just not wanting to see her expend too much energy, as she does ship in from Fair Hill, a very quiet training center that's very different from the crowded packed house that we have at Saratoga Racecourse. The number 8 Corningstone and a couple of others come out of that no contest race on the 24th, and I wasn't in the paddock for her race, but I just feel like now as she makes start number 4, and typically the Cantharos progeny are a little bit more solid, she looks like she's taken her racing a little bit hard. She's very, very tucked up in here today. She got a little bit hot back in the paddock. I just wish that she was carrying a little bit more condition as she comes back out of that race, where she did run on pretty well. Out of that race, too, comes the 7 Olagata, who was one that was pulled up when the Outriders did make a call. So you can't put much stock into that race from her. As far as her workouts go, she's been training in company with 3-year-old Kinchin. They're both turf fillies, and that was on the dirt. And sorry, JK, but this one was actually going a little bit better than Kinchin in the mornings. She's intriguing, as I'm treating her as a first-time starter, Greg.
Care to counter that?
Yeah, Acacia. I'm just kidding. No, they were working on the dirt. That's my excuse.
You can play all the action, including this pick 5 that kicks off our Sunday card here, by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Toga 200, code to use to get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com. All right, so analyst selections. 2s for Acacia and Richie. JK's going to go to the 8 in here. Corningstone, several coming out of that no contest race, including Corningstone, including the 7 Olagata, including the 6 Treasure Gem.
Yeah, look, in the replay when I watched Corningstone the 8 and that no contest race, you know, obviously there was a lot of confusion going on. To me, my opinion, it didn't seem like Julian was unsure what was happening, what he was supposed to be doing. Am I supposed to pull this horse up? But he sees other people riding. He looked very unsure. I didn't feel like he was riding her in the stretch, and that's why I wanted to give her another shot here.
2-1 favorite, Haystack meets leading rider Arad Ortiz Jr. on the first-time starter, the daughter of Warfront. Next door, the 2 Positive Message for Graham Motion as well, taking a lot of attention. 10-1 morning line at 5-2. That makes you take notice.
Well, you get Johnny Velasquez 2 away from 1,000 career victories in Saratoga by Kingman. Kingman has been very impressive with his offspring here in North America.
The other sneaky thing about the Motion is taking all that money, not training here at Saratoga, so there's no buzz. This horse has been training down at Fairhill.
Pick 5 starts here as we kick off our Sunday card. Let's go to Johnny Brielle.
Set for the start of the opener. And they're off. And it is Positive Message away well and going out for the lead. From the far outside, it is Corningstone, and now ranging up, and Treasure Gem not far behind in 3rd. And then on the inside, Pleasant Passage races in 4th. Alongside is Olagata in 5th. Then we come back to Cookie Crumbs in 6th, 2 lengths, to Haystack in 7th. And the early trailer is Letter of Gold in 8th as the 2-year-old maiden fillies go around the clubhouse turn. Up front, Positive Message shows the way by 1.5 lengths. Corningstone runs in 2nd, and Treasure Gem is next in 3rd. And the opening quarter mile went in 23 and 2/5 seconds as they race up the backstretch. It is Positive Message leading here by 2. Corningstone 2nd by 3 lengths now. Treasure Gem is in 3rd, followed on the outside by Olagata in 4th. And then comes Pleasant Passage next in 5th. Farther back, Cookie Crumbs, Haystack, and a Letter of Gold continues to trail. They head for the far turn now. The half went in 48-1, and it is Positive Message, the leader here. Corningstone now picking it up on the outside and getting closer. It is Positive Message by a half length. Corningstone is on the outside in 2nd as Olagata moves right alongside of Treasured Gem. And down on the inside is a Pleasant Passage who's looking for a way through there. It is Positive Message who has the lead. But here comes Pleasant Passage down at the rail. And here comes Letter of Gold, who was last, making a big late run here through the stretch. It's going to be tight as they come for the finish. Letter of Gold and Pleasant Passage, and the 2 of them are right together. Pleasant Passage, Letter of Gold, 2 first-time starters right together in the opener.
Thriller in the opener looked like Pleasant Passage may have just got that head down at the right time. First-timer for Shug McGahee. Letter of Gold, big run as well. First time out for George Weaver.
And a big move from Letter of Gold. Kind of knifed her way through the field on Jose Ortiz. I was thinking Pizza Bianca all over again, the way he negotiated traffic there. But he got to Pleasant Passage, and how many times this meet we've seen these Shug McGahee first-time starters be very well meant and ready to crack first time out.
I tell you what, it's not very often, Richie, when you see a race like this where literally every horse in the field is basically in the same picture at the end of the race. Some old handicappers I know call it a salad bowl, and they actually kind of consider it a negative thing for how good the race might actually be. When they're all there together at the end, there's no standout, there's no one running away from them. You know, she was brave down on the inside, but it didn't really feel like anyone else showed up.
And it is the 4 put up as your unofficial winner here. 4-1-7-6, 15-1 on this first-time starter.
And this is what you're talking about, Jonathan. The whole field is right there at the 8th pole. There's about a length and a half, 2 lengths separating everybody. And nice trip from the winner and the runner-up, but the winner was very game, Pleasant Passage.
Yeah, and I want to give Acacia some credit for pointing out the 8 Corningstone looking like maybe she was, you know, was a little bit light, taking her racing a little bit harder. She had no excuse. She had an absolutely perfect trip, sitting off of very reasonable fractions, and she just got mowed over late.
From down on the inside, tough spot here. Pleasant Passage outfights Letter of Gold. If you had this exacta, that makes your whole meet 15-1 over 21-1.
How about Tyler Gaffleone? Taking the red eye from Del Mar. You got to come through Chicago. You get to Albany about 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning. Hustle up here. Yeah, let's just win the first race after winning the Del Mar Oaks yesterday.
They say that's the worst commute.
Very tough one.
No, from Saratoga,
long one.
yeah, to Del Mar.
There's Shug McGahee, Hall of Famer, first-time starter. Daughter more than ready with a win. And, yeah, Tyler Gaffleone, well worth that travel to take the opener here on this Sunday card.
I was coming back from Del Mar one year after the Del Mar Derby, and I fell asleep in Chicago with my head on my tack bed, because you get in there about 4 in the morning, and the plane doesn't leave till about 7:30, 8 o'clock. I fell asleep. They had closed the door, and they were starting to push back from the gate. I was going to miss the flight. I almost slept through it, and they actually stopped it, put the gate back, and let me get back on.
They don't do that anymore.
That's the good old days. Yeah, they would have told you tough.
4-1-7-6, Shug McGahee at 15-1 here, first time out. Big start to this Sunday card. Hopefully you had some coverage here if you're playing these multi-race wagers coming up later today. Part of the late pick 5 sequence, and the pick 6 for that matter, that Bolton Landing that we touched upon at the top of the show, where Wesley Ward has really 2 tough fillies, but one will be favored, and that's Love Reigns with that dominant debut. You win by 9 3/4 lengths sprinting on grass at 5.5 furlongs. That is an incredible margin.
No, it is. It is very impressive, but I think it's also important to kind of put this into perspective, where the reason that Wesley's horses excel in this is because they're kind of trained to do this. They're trained to pop away from there. They're trained to do this in April and May when others aren't quite there yet. So although this is unbelievably impressive, I wouldn't get carried away that you're going to see this exact performance here today. I think some of the others might have caught up a little bit.
Right. What you're saying is that they're cranked to do this first time, and other horses have an opportunity to catch up. They might just have been ahead of the curve. The best kid, best athlete starting high school, not always the best athlete coming out of high school.
She ran, though, pretty good at Real Ascot as well, even though she didn't win that race. Huge field. And she had the lead, or was right there close to it late in that race against, you know, Group 2 company and some of the best over in Europe.
I would say, though, that there should be at least a little bit of a concern is why it's taken her so long to get back. You know, I think that there's other opportunities for her to kind of get started, and it makes me feel like they felt like she needed a break.
And a lot of the others in this field, you know, you so lightly race as a 2-year-old, you can take big steps forward in those second, third starts, maybe even her stablemate.
Well, absolutely. And then it comes down to, too, is there other speed? Is she going to be able to get loose? Is it going to set up for maybe somebody trying to come from off the pace? I know it might have been a little bit slow, light on fractions. I was really impressed with the 6 Aztec Knights debut for Wayne Catalano. I thought she was so professional that I thought she could take a step forward.
That's our feature, Bolton Landing. 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the lawn. One of our favorites as handicappers. Gives us headaches and nightmares. How about 15-1 to kick off the card on this Sunday afternoon here at Saratoga. Pleasant Passage. Shug McGahee, owned by Emery Hamilton. Tyler Gaffleone aboard for the win. $33.20, $1 exacta over $200.
Man, that's a good exacta. 2 first-time starters, and from 2 very capable trainers with first-time starters.
Absolutely. If you grew up on 147 Mayberry Street and you played your address, you're having a good day.
50-cent trifecta, 662. A run-happy photo finish. Right off the bat in the opener, it was close. It was tight down on the inside. And in the end, a true head victory for the 4 filly. Pleasant Passage. Let's go to Acacia.
And hot off the plane, right to the winner's circle, Tyler Gaffalione aboard Pleasant Passage. Tyler, this is a first-time starting filly. For her to be as game as she was down inside, just talk about what you felt underneath you, because it's a lot to ask first time out, too.
It was. You know, she was very professional going around there. She set a nice trip. She didn't pull too much. She wasn't very green. Just kind of did whatever I asked of her, and spot opened up at the top of the lane. She surged right through there.
How exciting is it for a jockey to be aboard a young 2-year-old here at Saratoga and see them do things and overcoming adversity first time out, feeling like they learned a lot from that race?
Absolutely. You love to see it. You know, this is where everybody aims to run. You know you're running against the best, so when you can pull off a race like that, it gives you a good feeling.
And you've had a good weekend coast to coast, coming back from winning the Del Mar Oaks yesterday. Can you tell us a little bit about flying back here and getting ready to ride on Sunday? It's not easy.
You know, it's just part of the game. Left last night, California, their time, 10 o'clock. Got in around 10 o'clock this morning, so it was a long trip overnight, but we're here.
Not too tired?
No, we're good.
Not in the winner's circle, right? Congratulations, Tyler.
Thanks so much.
Tyler Gaffalione, right back to it and right back riding winners, Greg.
Good for him. And yeah, that win, that was the Del Mar Oaks Spenderella. Well worth that trip back to collect a grade 1.
Yeah, and he gave the horse a terrific ride. And listen, he's a terrific rider. Him struggling here early in the meet, and things have certainly picked up. It just speaks to just how deep a colony this is. And there's only so many good horses to go around. If there's 10 horses in a race, maybe there's 4 or 5 legitimate contenders, and there's a lot of competition to get those good mounts.
Something tells me that flight's a little bit easier when you picked up a grade 1 in the process.
And it's also a little bit easier because riders are smaller. Easier to sleep on planes when you're a smaller guy.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll set the stage for the pick 4 when we come back here on this Sunday card at Saratoga. We'll also look back at maybe the most dominant performance we've seen this entire meet. She is, without question, the leader of this 3-year-old filly division. She might be the best 3-year-old in the country, period. Nest, brilliant in the Alabama.
Warfront. On the racetrack, his accomplishments included this victory in the Vanderbilt at Saratoga.
It will be Warfront to win it by 2.5 lengths.
Now this son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With over 100 stakes winners, Warfront's progeny includes some of the world's most talented runners, both at home and abroad. Ranked number 1 by percentage of lifetime stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and grade 1 winners. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS2. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. One of the big races of the meet, certainly one of the biggest in the 3-year-old filly division, was run yesterday here at this racetrack, the Alabama. And round 3 was really just a coronation in here. Ness did again to Secret Oath what she did to her in the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Almost was waiting on him, Jonathan. Irad Ortiz aboard Ness, and Secret Oath comes to her with some momentum. Irad, which is his want to do, carries her, wide, turning for home. But when he asks her, she just instantaneous response and cuts away from Secret Oath.
Yeah, look, I think on the first Friday in May, Secret Oath was better than Nest. She is no longer better than Nest.
Yeah.
Nest is the best 3-year-old filly in the country, and she needs to. The run against the boys talk is silly to me. Just let her go on to the distaff. She should worry about the distaff first. I don't think she'd be favored in the distaff today, to be fair, if she were to run there. So she's brilliant, super exciting. Like you said, the most impressive performances we've seen, I think, at this meet, at least on the dirt, have been from her in back-to-back starts.
Just looking at her demeanor's gotten so much more serious. You could just see the way she pins her ears and bears down when she's asked to run. She is the dominant 3-year-old filly at this stage.
There was a no doubt about it win again. So back-to-back grade 1s at this meet, and this is a win that I would think pretty much wrapped up a championship in her division.
Yeah, I think most championships are still up in the air except for this one. This one's a wrap. I don't see what else another filly. If Secret Oath were to go on to win the distaff, it'd be close, but Ness would still get her.
Yeah, because she still owns 2 wins over her and dominant wins. It weren't, there was no doubt about who was best on those days.
She wins the distaff, I think things change, but I don't see that happening.
No, I don't either. But I think, for the sake of the argument, if Secret Oath were to win it, I still think Ness would be the champion.
Pletcher, his 4th Alabama victory. And she might have a date with last year's winner in this race, her stablemate, towards the end of the year. Impressive performance. Let's hear Acacia's thoughts. And it was something to behold, Acacia. It was fun to watch yesterday.
It really was, Greg. It was a ultra impressive performance from Nest, and one thing that I've really enjoyed watching with her now as a 3-year-old is how she's grown and developed. She seems to be a horse that just flourishes off training and off racing. As mentioned yesterday, they hadn't initially been pointing to the Coaching Club American Oaks. The ultimate goal was Belmont Stakes onto the Alabama, but Todd Pletcher had said she was just training so well, let's give it a shot. And with that CCA Oaks dominant win coming into the Alabama, she delivered yet again, and she just kept pulling away. After the race, Mike Rapoli kind of joked with me that while we enter on Wednesday, we'll run her right back next week on the Travers. Obviously not going to be the plan, but given how impressive that she's been, of course, I know Connections were keen to potentially try the boys yet again. One thing that I will agree with Jonathan is that she's shown she can stack up, finishing 2nd in the Belmont against the 3-year-old males. With some of the older handicap division dirt colts out there, it's a very, very salty group this year. That being said, as far as 3-year-olds are concerned, Nest has just been absolutely sensational and thrilling to watch, and she's one that just continues to improve mentally, physically, and in the way she finishes up her races, Greg.
That was an incredible performance. She's given us 2 just sensational efforts. It's been a treat at this meeting to watch her in action. Hottie taking that Lake Placid, and Caravel. Much better trip this time around than that grade 3 Caress, and was put into a perfect spot early by Luis Saez.
She was. The outside draw helped her quite a bit. She was inside last time. Just watching Caravel, I think it's Connections probably just, when she draws from now on, they're going to want her to be outside because it just gives her more options. Now, in a slowly run race, she'll make the front end from an inside post and she'll carry him around there. But I think in a competitive field, I think she wants to be drawn towards the outside so she doesn't have to get stopped or mess with any of that nonsense.
She just doesn't break quite as sharp as she once did, so it kind of puts her a little bit behind the 8 ball the first 1/8 of a mile. If there are other fast horses that can fold over, take her ground, which is what happened to her last time, but this was a perfect trip. And this is a horse I know you liked a great deal yesterday, Caravel.
I just thought that getting back outside was going to be helpful for her, and I think she's probably the best in her group with the fillies and the mares.
A little crazy. You got even 7-2 on her. She was favored against that grade 3 group the race before with that trouble trip, and everyone sort of jumped off the bandwagon. Pick 4 coming up next. Spurning on the lawn at 5.5. We'll be back.
1-2, no to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Malafat.
Malafat gets up to win it in the Central Bank Ashland.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Here comes Malafat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Clariere and Malafat on the outside. It's a showdown in the Chauvet. That's going to go to Clariere.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York-bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading third crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2022 and over $4 million in progeny earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Back on Saratoga Live, Pick 4 coming up, the early Pick 4 on our Sunday program. Go to nybreds.com if you want more on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund. We have a New York Bred race coming up in race 2, and next Friday, got a big day for New York Breds with all these New York Bred stakes on the card. Albany last year, that was that coming out party for American Revolution, who would go on to win the Grade 1 Cigar Mile at the end of the year.
You know what's kind of cool about that? I've won every one of those races or rode the horse that was named after.
Pretty awesome.
You have incredible recall for just about every single win of the 4,400 plus of your career.
I can recall the ones I got beat noses, heads, necks more than the ones I can remember I winning.
I bet every one of those races.
Race 2 here, 5.5 on the turf. New York Bred allowance optional claiming field. And it is Phantom Smoke, Christophe Clement, Arad Ortiz Jr., the 6-5 favorite. There's the 7. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And we'll start there as Phantom Smoke does make the 3rd start of his current form cycle, and he's finally looking like he's a little bit more tucked up. He is a horse that just carries quite a bit of condition, and just from a fitness standpoint in his last couple of races, always just felt like he could continue to move forward. And now that he is coming off of 2 big efforts, he has improved quite a bit. 2 starts back, he was right on top of that searing hot pace, and then last time out buried down on the inside. But Phantom Smoke today is striding out nicely. He always has a good intensity about him in the paddock, and he's very forward, and not to mention, I think, the most fit that I've seen him coming back here in 2022. The number 2 deep cover talking about that hot pace was part of it last time out when they went 20-4, 43-2, and he just wasn't able to sustain that. 2 starts back, he did wire the field, and he comes back in here for his first start of Saratoga's. Phantom Smoke did have a race in between those that last race in June. He's sharp in here today as he'll be reunited with Eric Cancel. And I've always seen this horse be a high energy type. But now that they got the tack on and got him on the walking ring, it's like he knows it's game time, and he has run on his mind, that's for sure. I expect him to use that early speed in here today and try to take them every step of the way. The number 1, Bust and Shout, gets a drop in class and back to New York bred company. And the last time he was in this race, condition at least, he won. What will we get from Bust and Shout in here today? I will say that now as a 6-year-old, he is another one making the 3rd start of his form cycle. He looks the most fit, definitely much more tucked up than he was last time when it was a disappointing performance, albeit against some really tough competition. He's forward in here though. Once they tacked him up, he got a little bit sharper. He's sharper than I saw him last time out as well. To me, Bust and Shout is kind of the wild card of this race because he also has the ability to be more forwardly placed than he was in his last start. And given his demeanor in the paddock today, I would expect Kendrick Carmouche, Greg, to try and have him be a little bit more forwardly placed.
All right, thank you, Acacia. There's a look at Arad Ortiz Jr. He's on Phantom Smoke. Those Silks, West Point Thoroughbreds, one away from a historic number of their own, getting 1,000 victories for that syndicate group.
Phew. Big number. 1,000's like the key number, right? Johnny Velasquez closing 1,000, Saratoga, West Point closing 1,000 victories.
You know what else is cool about that, though, with syndicates is like if you think they're on their 1,000th win, think about how many partners they have on each horse. Think about how many winning experiences that is for a micro share or a share, smaller share owner. It's pretty cool.
Spreading the love of the game, yeah, to many people. Tom Amos with 1,000 wins 4 times over.
4,000 wins. 15th guy in the history of the entire sport to do that. Huge number for a trainer.
Call to post for the start of this pick 4. And we'll get to our post parade here in just a moment. And we'll start with Bust and Shout. So here's Kendrick Carmouche for Bruce Levine.
Yeah, owned and bred by Roddy Valenti, by his stallion Bustin' Stones, the undefeated Bustin'. This horse likes to be involved. He needs to be forward.
Great movie, by the way, Deep Cover. Eric Cancel aboard here.
If this horse can find the race from 2 back, winner circle.
Dr. Duke at 10-1, Javier Castellano.
It should be well placed right off the speed. This horse getting back with New York breds after spending time at Gulfstream Park.
Ladies Golden Guy, blinkers come off, speed on dirt. What will we get on the grass debut?
You know, there's not a lot of, hints about turf for this horse, but speed, turf sprinting, always dangerous.
Junior Alvarado on Brew Pub, big price.
Yeah, big price. Horse that's 0 for 7 on the turf with just 1 second to show for it.
Christophe Clement. Yarrow, Manny Franco filling in for Joel Rosario.
Yeah, looking for 3 wins in a row, but needs to be looking to get a little bit faster to beat the top 2.
Even money on Phantom Smoke here, Clement and Arad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, horse that should set up to get a really nice trip from just off the pace. He's fast enough to get position, but he'll be able to kind of see what's going on inside of him.
5 minutes away, race 2. Start of this pick 4 coming up. You can download free Equibase past performances, get all the stats on the horses, jockeys, trainers by going to NYRA.com/TV schedule. Download your free PPs on the races on today's show right there. So short price on this 4-year-old son of Ghost Apper, Clement, West Point, and the meet's leading rider. Let's take a look back to July 24th. The start lunged a little bit in here, wound up 3rd as a beaten favorite.
It's one of those situations with Phantom Smoke where I didn't like Phantom Smoke last time and ran well. And often, as a horse player, you have to believe in your opinion. If I was wrong then I have to then give this horse credit for running through my bad opinion. I thought he ran pretty honorably in here. I just don't like how short of a price he is. I think he's the most likely winner. I just don't think he deserves to be even money.
Yeah, taking a ton of money in this spot, and we'll see. He had that poor beginning. He's got the right man aboard here. Got the stablemate next door, who comes in having won 2 in a row. So Yarrow the 6 at 3-1. One is the favorite last time out. Horse right behind him came back to win again. The separation in terms of price, JK, with a 6 and 7. Is that we're about? I mean, I know the 7's getting a little overbet. What should the 6 be?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is probably fair for the 6, maybe a little bit higher. I just from a speed figure standpoint, it's just not fast enough. I see the back-to-back wins. I get that. We kind of got a setup last time. It just kind of worked out good trips the last couple of times, and I just think others are a little bit more interesting. I'd much prefer at similar prices the 2 deep cover at 4-1.
I think that horse makes a lot of sense. I mean, look at the fractions this horse was chasing last time at Belmont, going 6 furlongs, 20-4, 43-2. That's not down the hill at Santa Anita. That's on the flat. That's rolling. And this horse's previous 2 races I thought were tremendous. He had trouble 3 back when he dead heated for second, and then they just let him run freely. I don't think he needs a lead, but just stay out of his way. He should be forwardly placed.
I don't care how firm the turf course was there. That is flying.
It's rolling. And one of the things we were talking about, the race 2 back, I said during the post parade, the race 2 back absolutely wins this race. 100% wins this race. Now, the last race wasn't very good from a final figure standpoint, but the internal fractions were very, very fast. So if you take the 6 furlongs, you cut back to the 5.5, it's a recipe for this horse to get loose on the front end. And the other thing I'll say, Richie, is drawn down toward the inside. There's no questions for Eric. No, should I rate? Should I? Just go.
Put your hands down and let the horse use his natural speed to your advantage. You don't have to send him. Just don't get in his way.
2 minutes of post coming up. Let's head back to Acacia.
Wanted to talk about the wild card of the race, the first-time turfer, Ladies Golden Guy, is by Golden Ticket, a progeny that we don't see very much of here on the Naira circuit, but of course one that dead heated with Alpha in the Travers, as this one is out of a mare that was 0 for 8 on the grass, but she finished in the money on the turf 6 times. So there's a little bit of turf pedigree if you're stretching there. Looking at this horse's races too, he does have a lot of speed. The question is, of course, does that dirt sprint speed transfer over to the turf? One thing I think about is interesting about him is that he has a turf hoof. He has that flatter kind of pancake-like hoof on him, and he struck me as the type that was sharp in here. He wasn't doing too much. He stacked up very favorably against his competition. He has some good size to him. I thought he was a little intriguing, especially from a pace standpoint with the presence of Deep Cover, who I think is just naturally faster, and of course is that tried and true turf horse, whereas this one is trying the grass for the first time. He's the wild card of the race, but he did have some physical attributes that would make me say, maybe he could handle the turf, as he is a fresh face, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Yeah, it's not always. You got turf speed, you're going to be quick on dirt or turf. You have dirt speed, you're not necessarily going to be as quick on turf. So we'll see if this horse and that speed is as dangerous as it's been on the main track.
I think it's a very useful horse to use if you in any way. If you want to use him on top, sure, do your thing. But I think it's a very useful horse to use underneath because he's going to show some speed. And at some point, he's either going to like the grass or he's not. And I think once he realizes he does like the grass, he'll already be in a position to get 3rd or 4th because he's forward and he's fast.
16-1 right now.
One thing that puts him at a bit of a disadvantage, Ladies Golden Guy, we're talking about the 4, races at Finger Lakes, trains at Finger Lakes. They don't have a turf course. He's never had an opportunity to even have like a test spin on it. And that's one of the things that's such a big advantage when we're looking especially baby races up here, 2-year-old races, them having had the ability to get on the turf course over on the Oklahoma side.
Post time coming up as we take a look at the 1 Bust and Shout for Bruce Levine. A little bit of trouble in that last effort. That was in an open entry-level allowance on this turf course at Saratoga.
The way I look at turf sprints is if you're going to win from the inside, going 5.5 here, I think you have to be the best horse or get the best trip. I don't think that you can overcome that adversity if you're not going to get a perfect trip or you're not the best horse. I just don't think average, in a field of 7 horses, the kind of middle of the pack horse doesn't win from down there unless they get a great trip.
Yeah, because they project to have to overcome some adversity. And listen, Bust and Shout has speed, but he doesn't have the kind of speed like the 2 Deep Cover possesses.
9-1, Bust and Shout. Meanwhile, Deep Cover, that big figure, was on a yielding turf at Belmont for what that's worth, but ran pretty close to it at Aqueduct on a firm going, not as big. but did that off the bench as well. 3-1, nice price on deep cover. So we'll see what Eric Cancel does with him. Send away. Can he get to the front here?
Wolfie, whenever you see a big number and you start to question it, the best way I think to double check that number is to see how horses have run out of that race. And if there's winners out of it, you can trust that maybe it was a fast race. If there's not, then you can start to question it. The other thing is to look to see how others out of that race, if their figures went up or down in their next start.
Meanwhile, even money, Phantom Smoke. Arad Ortiz Jr., one of a couple for Clement in here. In those West Point Thoroughbred silks, the last to load. Gold with that black star about to step in. It would be number 1,000 again for that group. As we go upstairs for the call to John Imbrial.
There in the gate. Couple of horses, number 6 Yarrow, number 7 Phantom Smoke, both broke through the starting gate, so we'll have a slight delay here.
So 6 and 7 breaking through the gate, and luckily not getting too far away. Obviously, both will get checked out, and hopefully both remain in the race.
The 7 Phantom Smoke reacted. He's the one who hit the doors, popped them open, and then that kind of drew his stablemate Yarrow out with him. Yarrow said, "Oh, it's time to go. Phantom Smoke's going. I got to go after my stablemate."
Richie, and the challenges that come with being a jockey, where does that rank when you're just when you pop away from the gate and your horse is trained to run, but you're trying to convince them not to?
Well, you got to be strong, and these guys are strong. You saw how difficult it was for Irad Ortiz to get Phantom Smoke, and then the outriders there to help come assist. But both Manny Franco and Irad did tremendous jobs here. Very hard to stop a horse when they got run on their mind, especially even the gate like that. See, now that there's no space in it, so they open up the railing there. They'll walk them back. The examining veterinarian will take a look at it, make sure that everything's okay before they'll be reloaded or ultimately scratched. Usually in these cases, the horses check out fine, but we'll wait and see.
All right, so reloaded. And they both will stand. Let's go back upstairs to John Imbrial.
Phantom Smoke is in, and we are once again set for race 2. And they're off. And Phantom Smoke from that outside post position is out for the early lead as Deep Cover now moves up. So it is Phantom Smoke the leader here. Deep Cover runs in second, and Dr. Duke is next in third, followed on the inside by Bust and Shout. Passed there by Brewpub and Yarrow, and the trailer is Ladies Golden Guy in 7th. It's the favorite, Phantom Smoke, who has the lead here by a length through a quarter in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Dr. Duke on the outside has taken second. Deep Cover is down at the rail in third, and then Brewpub and Yarrow. Farther back is a Ladies Golden Guy, and Bust and Shout is now the trailer. The field is at the top of the stretch with a Phantom Smoke challenged here on the outside by Dr. Duke, and down at the rail it is a Deep Cover. Deep Cover now looks to get off the inside, and gaining ground here on the outside is a Yarrow along with Brewpub. Phantom Smoke trying to hold off a Deep Cover. It is Phantom Smoke in front, Deep Cover in second. And this is a milestone victory for owners West Point Thoroughbreds as Phantom Smoke takes race 2 here at Saratoga.
1,000th victory for West Point Thoroughbreds. Congratulations, Phantom Smoke. Christophe Clement, Arad Ortiz Jr.
No worse for the wear, breaking through the gate and going about an eighth of a mile before pulling them up. I'm not surprised Phantom Smoke won. I am surprised that he was able to make the lead, take the lead away from the 2 Deep Cover, who basically had a magical mystery tour after that.
It's funny, a lot of old school handicappers are yelling at their TV because they canceled when the 7 broke through the gate. An old myth that when you break through the gate, they can't win. Phantom Smoke broke through the gate and then went and won. And not only did he win, he won his 1,000th race for West Point.
At 7:05, meets leading rider aboard. There it is. What a moment for this group. Terry Finley getting so many people into this game. 138 stakes wins, 60 of them graded stakes, and of course, part of a Kentucky Derby winner. And they got the great Flight Line right now, who is being talked about as an otherworldly type horse, the Met Mile winner.
Pretty impressive numbers there, all the number of stakes wins. But you know what comes to mind, you're saying about people that own percentages of horses. Even if you own 2.5% of a horse, I've never heard anybody say, hey, 2.5% of a horse, I'm in on runs today. They say, my horse runs today.
It's the same thing. If you own 1%, 2%, when they turn for home, you get the same feeling. And I would say the same thing for a $2 bettor versus a guy who bet $1,000 to win on a horse. When they turn for home, that feeling you get in your stomach is exactly the same.
Well put, 7-2-6. And looks like we might have a fairly crowded winner's circle for this one. There's all part of that group, you would think, with Phantom Smoke, who wins for the 3rd time in his career. And to win, obviously, at Saratoga, always a little extra special, as the favorite takes race 2.
Really looked like deep cover, had plenty of room inside of Phantom Smoke, and then kind of steadied and came outside. I'd be curious to see how much room he actually had down in there. Big effort from this horse, though, after breaking through the gate.
Really was, yeah. That's exerting that energy. Not like the horse was galloping, but the horse did move quite a ways away from the gate.
Well, for me, it's always like the air coming out of a balloon. Horse is all puffed up, ready to go, ready to go. All that energy is built up. Boom, the break comes, and they drop a bunch of them red blood cells, and usually they don't kind of pump back up. Well, he didn't have any trouble with it whatsoever. Broke running, too.
7-2-6-5. Arad Ortiz Jr. meets leading rider a win. Number 1,000 for West Point Thoroughbreds, and trainer Christophe Clement gets the W as well. We're going to meet the top 3 from the Travers Derby winner Rich Strike, Jim Dandy winner Epicenter, and Zandon going to take another shot at these runners again as well on next Saturday's Travers. We'll have a preview next.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Domestic spending to take the lead and win Ocean Road. It will be State of Rest pulling off the upset in this $1 million Grade 1 Saratoga Derby.
back on Saratoga Live, program brought to you where you can play all the action all summer long and beyond with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, download the app, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Historic win for West Point Thoroughbreds. Just went to their website. They have not yet updated things, still at $9.99, but we're going to do that quickly here with number 1,000.
Terry Finley's on the phone.
Get it done!
Yeah, update the website.
$4.80, broke through the gate pre-race, went about 50 yards away from the gate, did not matter, broke really sharp.
Did break sharp, and Phantom Smoke at 7 to 540. How about that exact favorite over the second choice, 940 for a buck? That seems generous.
It's amazing, you know, as I'm looking at the website here, at $9.99, it's a lot of wins. It looks great on a website. 1,000 looks so much better, doesn't it? It's only one win.
It does. Makes a big difference.
We're going to hear from some of West Point in just a moment here. Phantom Smoke delivers for Christophe Clement here as a favorite. Takes his second leg of the sequence. And horse that we thought would have been a little more forward was not to be with the 2 deep cover.
No, you know, it looked like he broke clean. Eric used him a little bit and then made a decision to allow Phantom Smoke to take the lead position on him, if you will. And then he sat in the pocket. He had to wait. Looked like there was room inside of Phantom Smoke, and I'm going to be curious to see what the decision or thought process was, kind of steadying and coming out around him when he had already established the inside path.
Gold with that black star, getting their picture taken 1,000 times in this sport. It's pretty special. Let's go to Acacia.
It's crazy to think about those iconic silks, how many times they visited at the winner's circle. I'm so pleased to be joined by Terry Finley and Tom Bauhaus. Terry, reaching 1,000 victories for West Point. I know it's an emotional day for the whole team, but just talk a little bit about your brainchild and what it's become.
Well, I talked to Steve Aspinall the other day. He said 1,000 is the pie, but the real important one was on 999. So I was glad to get there, but you know, we've tried a couple times. We tried in St. Louis last night. We were third in the St. Louis Derby. But anyway, just want to thank the partners and the team. You know, we all are in the business. We love the business, and it's a special time for all the partners, especially. So we can't be more grateful and thankful. It's an emotional time, but you know, all those horses that won, I'd just like to give credit to them. You know, all of us are in a business that we love because of these horses. So thank you to everyone that carried the black and the gold.
So many incredible racehorses that have done just that. And Tom, seeing the excitement from all the partners in here, the amount of experiences that West Point has provided from all the people that have had the opportunity to own a piece of one of those true racehorses.
You know, it's very hard to put into words right now. I think you saw the joy of everybody at the big screen, and it's like that most days when we have a little success. But for today, the milestone to show the longevity and that our partnerships have endured, and the way we treat people and the way we treat our horses, it says a lot, and I'm unbelievably proud to be standing here next to this guy.
And in true horse racing fashion, it wasn't without giving you a little heart attack first with Phantom Smoke breaking through the gate.
I think that was planned. They all talked about that in the paddock, but you know, I said that the other day. You know, it's been a long time since I've seen a horse actually break through the gate and then get to the winner's circle. So I just looked up. I said, come on, man, give me a break. And he did. Irad rode the hair off this horse. And congrats to the Clement team. And I just can't thank all the people involved across the country. I thought about that today. All the people that are associated with a racehorse and trying to get them here into the winner's circle. It's an amazing circle, and the circle is a lot bigger than people think. So I think all those people, they know, and I just want to say thank you on behalf of a great team that I'm a small part of.
Here's to 1,000 more, guys. Congratulations, as the West Point Thoroughbreds team hitting a very special milestone with Phantom Smoke, Greg.
Thank you.
Congratulations to everyone involved with that operation. Terry Finley does such a great job. Cott Campbell and Dogwood Stable really sort of instituted this whole process of putting multiple people together in an ownership group to let you buy pieces of a racehorse, and it's grown from there.
Absolutely, and they've taken it to a whole nother level. Their customer service, how they treat their partners, the communication involved in a communication age where now you can really, reach out to people. And Terry Finley goes so far back with me. I was under contract to Steed Moore, and Terry Finley spent the summer hot walking for us before he went to West Point, hence the name West Point Thoroughbreds.
It's been a nice ride, and they got a lot more to come. Of course, Flightline, big things expected for him the rest of the year. Might be your favorite come Breeders' Cup Classic time. We'll wait and see.
If he wins the Pacific Classic, he will absolutely be the favorite.
Showdown with Life is Good coming.
And you know what? The way he won the Met Mile and he overcame adversity, I think we learned more about the horse then than just being brilliant and dominating his opponents. The fact that he could not only throw a punch, he can take a punch. And he's got the physicality of a horse that'll stay 1.25 miles. He's, as fast as he is, he's not built like a sprinter.
Well, we had 3-year-old fillies in the Alabama yesterday. I guess we really had a 3-year-old filly who stole the show in Nest. Boys turn Saturday, Run Happy Travers, and in the Jim Dandy, Epicenter said, I am king of this division, reclaiming leadership with this performance.
Yeah, look, Epicenter was outstanding in this race. He did not get a good trip. I mean, I know he was clean, but he didn't have the right amount of pace to close into. He was chasing fast horses, good horses. I thought he was outstanding in here. I guess if you want to make a case for anyone in this race to take a step forward, maybe Zandon, who was kind of taken out of his comfort zone and having to ride a little bit closer to the pace. Maybe he's better off taking back and making one run. But, man, they're going to have to all take a step forward to beat Epicenter.
It's a perfect prep race. Didn't get to the bottom of him and still winning a race to build on. And watching him train, I mean, he continues to just train with so much enthusiasm, so much energy. He's a horse that just seems to me like he's getting better at the right time. He's been good all year, a bit unlucky through the Triple Crown. But and this is a typical Asmussen work. Just kind of in hand, let them cruise along.
Courtesy XB TV, this was Monday over the Oklahoma training track. 5 furlongs in 1 minute and 1/5. He was training exceptionally sharp coming to the Jim Dandy, lived up to it, and he's going to be the one to beat come Saturday. Zandon, 3rd in the Kentucky Derby, just worked 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 3/5 yesterday here.
And he's a horse that goes alone. You know, he's so aggressive, and it's interesting for us. It's a closer that he'd be as aggressive as in the morning. You can see the posture of the rider. He's always kind of got his legs out in front of him, keeping a big hold of him, and he's just allowing him to cruise through the wire. But he's trained well all year long.
What makes you think, though, this horse now, he's had several chances against Epicenter, can turn the tables on him?
I don't think he can. I think he's training very well now, but he always trains well. He's an enthusiastic workhorse, and he looks fantastic, and he's a very nice horse. I just think Epicenter's a little better horse.
Yeah, look, I think that the circumstance of the race has to kind of fall into Zandon's lap for him to win the race. If it was just him and Epicenter around there, I wouldn't really see any reason why he would turn the tables on him. He had a worse trip. Epicenter had a worse trip than Zandon in the last race. Zandon had dead aim at Epicenter in the Derby and didn't go past him. I just don't really see why he's supposed to beat him. I'd say he can't win the race, but I don't think he's going to be better than Epicenter.
Meanwhile, Rich Strike, can he reproduce that memorable moment when he was 80-1, second biggest upset in the history of the Kentucky Derby? With more, let's go to Acacia.
And Rich Strike has arrived here in Saratoga preparing for the Run Happy Travers. It had been the game plan all along to give him time between the Belmont Stakes and that Travers bid. And I do appreciate how candid trainer Eric Reed has been with this horse and how he's been a little frustrating because the work recently was sensational. He worked 59-4, and one thing I noticed even before the work actually technically began, he was really kind of pulling on his rider. He was keen to do more, and he always really was going well in stride, covering the ground nicely. One little ask to switch leads, he did so pretty fluidly, and he kicked on with a strong gallop out as well to go that 5 furlongs. And Eric Reed even saying he worked so well in the morning that he could be on the lead if he wanted to, but he tends to drop so far back. We did hear from his jockey Sonny Leon after the Belmont that he thought he just wasn't handling the surface well at the Belmont Stakes, that he just wasn't grabbing the track underneath of him. He was also all over the place in the post parade, mentally having a really tough time. So I love the fact that he's been stable here in Saratoga training in preparation for the Midsummer Derby. Is he a one-hit wonder? Can he repeat it? We have a very strong group of 3-year-olds this year pointing to that Travers Greg. And this horse, Rich Strike, just adds another interesting layer because I think there's a lot of people, myself included, just don't really know what to do with him. It looks like he's training well for his first race since that disappointing effort in the Belmont.
And Mig, you like the way what you've been seeing from him too in the mornings, right?
His energy level has just been so high. He came off the van when he shipped in looking to tear the barn down. His work was aggressive. He looks like he's getting over the surface really well. Wonder if he can find that race again.
Well, he's going to need some help to find that race. Maybe the FBI or something. No, look, I was underwhelmed by that performance. He had everything go his way in the Derby. And he's a good horse. He won the Kentucky Derby. He's supposed to look good in the mornings, but he's got to deal with some real horses in the Travers.
Incredible schedule coming up on Run Happy Travers Saturday, and that race you will see on Big Fox next Saturday, 4:30 Eastern start time. You do not want to miss it. One of the most prestigious races there is in this sport for 3-year-olds, the Midsummer Derby. The Run Happy Travers and those colors of the winning connections will be painted on that canoe immediately following that victory. We're going to take a timeout. What a moment for the Davis family. Jackie, Robbie teaming up, father-daughter, and a monster win here at Saratoga last week. We'll be back.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front, late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run.
Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner.
It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's improbable to win the Whitney.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Have you ever wondered where racehorse names come from?
Inside information.
Seattle Slew. Secretariat.
Zen Yada.
How exactly do owners go about naming their horses? The Jockey Club Registry governs the daunting task of naming a racehorse. Andrew Chesser oversees the process of naming horses for the Jockey Club Registry.
So I'm always quite keen to see names that are a good tip to the sire and or the dam. I'm remembering the Kentucky Derby winner, Authentic, is out of a mare named Flawless. Stakes winner, Stolen Base, is out of a mare named Running Wild.
Stolen Base to win.
You've got some that are good tips to the sire. Constitution has some good stakes horses named We the People, Independence Hall. Quality Road has Bleecker Street, which I find, as a native New Yorker, quite interesting. Or even ones that combine the sire and the dam. I know the nice stakes mare Rushing Fall by More Than Ready out of Otondo. Combine the sire and the dam. I know that quite interesting too.
Like anything else, there are rules. You are limited to 18 letters. Punctuation and spaces count towards a limit. A name can also be rejected for being too close phonetically to another name.
A different spelling doesn't change the fact that it sounds exactly the same. And again, we're trying to avoid confusion.
How long is the name protected? Well, that depends on the horse's success on the track.
Names that are currently in use, whether they're active racing stock, active breeding stock, or if they've reached a sense of famousness because they've won certain stakes races. Those names can be protected for longer, or they can be permanently protected. You know, for example, if a horse is in the Racing Hall of Fame, has won an Eclipse Award, won a Triple Crown race, you know, those names become protected forever. So there's a general rule of thumb that if a horse is over the age of 10, and in the past 5 years has neither raced nor been bred, and its name is not protected for another reason, that name can be re-released.
You can still submit your name by mail or fax, but today, owners use the Jockey Club website or the naming app.
You really see an owner's creativity when they go about naming their horses or things that are really special to them. So I would just want to make sure that anyone who's involved with that horse, you know, have the opportunity for a say, and that it's a name that everybody can be agreeable to, that's impactful, has a bit of prominence to it as well.
This is a very nice racehorse.
All the history of this sport, all these names, and then you have one that you think might be nice. There's a lot of pressure, I'm sure, that goes into naming that, and you had the experience of going through that, JK.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. My friends at E5 Racing, Bob and Chris Edwards, when my father passed away, asked me if I wanted to name one in my father's name, and I picked the Lope de Vega filly. And she ran well on debut here, had a tough trip. She came back and hit the board in a stake. She's had some time off, and she's, from what I understand, ready to run. Just got to get the condition book to line up. I think there might be something closing weekend that kind of fits where she wants to be. So it'd be a lot of fun to see her there. And it's a tremendous honor that you can give someone when you own a horse, is to name that horse after them or after something that has to do with them. And my dad would have been unbelievably proud just to have a horse named after him.
Such a cool thing. Really nice.
I'm sure you've had plenty of experiences in the name game.
Yeah, and a couple named after me that weren't very good, but the horse name that I just absolutely love, and it gets me every time, is Mosienko. He's by hat trick, and Bill Mosienko scored the fastest recorded hat trick in NHL history, 21 seconds, playing for the Chicago Blackhawks. Of course, he had to do it against the New York Rangers, and going back to 1954 or 1952, excuse me, when it happened. But as clever a name as there is, and actually Michelle Yu, one of our colleagues, named the horse. It's a pretty cool name.
Who I believe is going to be on our program with us here in New York next week.
Yeah. Love clever names.
Well, someone who's part of this team has come up with some very clever names as well. Acacia with more.
I did have the opportunity last year to name a 2-year-old for Mr. Dean Reeves, and it was a 2-year-old by Candy Ride out of a mare named Sweet Aloha, and they couldn't think of a name. So I looked at Hawaiian candy shops and came across senbei, which is the type of Japanese tea cookie, and I thought it was kind of fun giving the pedigree. Dean loved it, and the most exciting thing is that senbei won first time out at Saratoga, went on to win 3 New York bred stakes, kicked off his 3-year-old season winning the Gold Fever in open company, and just last week was crowned New York bred champion 2-year-old of 2021. So far I'm undefeated naming stakes winners and New York bred champions. So I'm a little nervous to potentially even ever pick out another name, but really thankful to the Reeves for giving me the opportunity, and it was special. My husband Miguel bought the horse as a weanling. I got to name him. My father-in-law Christoph trained him, and he took us all on an incredible ride, Craig.
Acacia with the magic touch. I'd want her to name my horse. Race 3, here we go, the post-parade 7/8 main track, $12,000 claiming race, and here's Veradia, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, it's been in good form. Comes off a good second, turns back an 1/8 of a mile. She was second at Belmont, won at Finger Lakes previous to that.
Other half of the entry going to break from post 4. That is key.
Yeah, more of a closing type. She's been running around 2 turns, but drops down to the level that they claimed her back about 4 or 5 starts ago.
The rail and the favorite right now, my girl Lexi, who was 5-1 morning line.
Chased an extremely fast pace last time. Would like to see this one try to make the lead in here.
40 smooth, 5-2. Is this race on synthetic and I didn't hear about it?
Well, first time this horse is trying dirt. It's been working steadily on the dirt. And this is the first time this horse is getting in against New York breds.
Lenny Kate at 3-1 Orlando Noda.
Had some okay dirt races in the past, but why did the Nodas run turf? Feels like a give up.
Nurse Ratchet 9-1.
We'll talk about.
And go ahead.
Talk about clever names. Out of Ready for Therapy, Nurse Ratchet, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Don't want that one looking after you. 15-1, Miss Papina, Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, this one just feels too slow for this group.
And Red Pepper Grill outside, Rudy Rodriguez, Manny Franco.
Yeah, horse ran well for 10, the last seen on dirt. Tried turf at Colonial, gets back to probably the preferred surface. And I misspoke, guys. A lot of New York breds in this race, but this is not a race restricted to New York breds. It is a 12-5 claimer.
So there's the favorite. That's my girl Lexi, and she will have the rail. Jackie Davis will be aboard. And we're going to take a look back to earlier in the meet. This was July 21st, muddy track, and wound up second, beat a length at 14-1.
She was chasing a fast pace that day. Like, I know she wasn't right on the pace, but man, if they're flying up front, you're 3 or 4 off of it. You're going faster than you want to go too, and I feel like that's probably why she ran like she did.
Prior to that, wanted a mile at Belmont. Today, getting all the attention from the inside. Jackie Davis, she's already on the inside. She delivered a brilliant rail ride in this historic win. First career victory at Saratoga, and it came for Dad, Robbie Davis, at a huge price last Saturday.
Yeah, a little bit pumped up there, huh, Jackie Davis? And it was really funny right after the race, Jonathan. Robbie said, I told her I wanted her to be outside. She went right to the rail. You want your kids to do something? Just tell them to do the opposite, and they'll do the opposite.
What a moment for the family to celebrate. And, you know, this was a state-bred first allowance condition race, and by the celebration, you would have thought it was a grade 1.
Well, I would think that your first win at Saratoga is equal to a grade 1 win
for your dad.
Exactly. I would imagine Richie remembers a wild amount of details about his first win here at Saratoga.
Oh, absolutely. I went 0 for 9 all day. I won the last race on a muddy track. Rode every race, got shut out until the last race. Gray horse named Hillerus for Walter Kelly.
Told you.
Did you have fun that night?
I was so tired. I rode 9 in the mud. I went home, went to bed.
Jackie Davis. See if she can collect another one here on my girl Lexi, who is the favorite. Was nowhere near favoritism in that win we just showed you in that celebration. What, 24-1, I believe?
Yes, big price.
Let's go back to Acacia for more.
And starting with my girl Lexi, as this horse did run well last time out with Jackie Davis aboard, so we'll look to turn that into a win today. Had a pretty quiet warm-up. In fact, looked like she was taking a little bit of time to warm up, but Jackie just kept her moving, and I'm a big fan of Jackie Davis. It was so fun seeing her get that win, as she just always puts so much effort into each and every one of her rides. This filly makes quite a lot of sense. The number 3, 40 Smooth, off of a layoff, turning back in distance, first time in dirt. I like what I see from her, but it is a lot of questions. Unfortunately, I was not there the day that she ran at Gulfstream, so this is my first time seeing her. She's incredibly fit, not having run since January, and she is very sharp. One thing I will say is that physically, and I noticed this in watching her replays, she looked like the type of physical that handled the Tapeta throughout the winter meet at Gulfstream, and Mike DiPaolo, who was based in Woodbine, obviously took note of that in bringing her down from Canada to run on that synthetic track. The number 7, Red Pepper Grill. I know that it's been a tough meet for Rudy Rodriguez, but she just won me over physically. She had a pretty spirited warm-up. She's dappled out from head to toe. She's back at the right level in here today, breaking from the outside, Greg.
6-1. Thank you, Acacia. Turf to dirt move, Red Pepper Grill. Manny Franco will be on board from the outside post. Let's go upstairs. Here's John Embrial.
And Red Pepper Grill. And they're all in. And they're off. And it is Miss Pepina going out for the lead along with 40 Smooth. 40 Smooth now takes over the lead as the field races up the backstretch. It is 40 Smooth in front by 2. As Veradia now moves into second. And on the outside is Lenny Kate next in third. My Girl Lexi down at the rail runs in fourth. Miss Pepina is now back in fifth. And alongside is That Is Key along with Nurse Ratchet. And way back in the field is Red Pepper Grill. The quarter went in 23 seconds. 40 Smooth leads here by a length. Veradia on the chase in second with Lenny Kate next in third and My Girl Lexi down at the rail running in fourth. And now they're midway around the far turn. And it is 40 Smooth who has the lead here with Veradia on the outside in second. And now the front two have opened up 4.5 lengths. My Girl Lexi at the rail. Lenny Kate is on the outside. And then comes Miss Pepina. They head for home after a half in 46 and 1. It is 40 Smooth, still the leader here. It is 40 Smooth in front with Veradia all out in second. My Girl Lexi next in third as they move for the 16th pole. And it is 40 Smooth with a 3-length lead. Veradia giving chase in second. It is 40 Smooth, a front-running winner here under Luis Saez. Veradia was second, close for third between My Girl Lexi and That Is Key.
First time on dirt in 40 Smooth. Responds with a victory here. Bruce Levine off the claim. Luis Saez aboard.
Yeah, coming off an extended layoff, too. Good job by Bruce Levine for Roddy Valenti, a longtime client of his. And this 40 Smooth showed speed right from the start. And a good steady works on the dirt here in Saratoga kind of tipped the hand that, you know, dirt might not be a bad thing for this daughter of upstart. Veradia on the hard chase throughout, hung on gamely for second.
You know, I heard your comment, Wolfie, in the post parade, and I didn't like 40 Smooth either. You look at the workout report, C+, C+ on the dirt, and that's what you're looking for. This horse had shown form on synthetic, so when they get on the dirt, you want to see how they're moving over it. The workout report, back-to-back work, suggested it wasn't very good. Goes out here and wins it 5-2. These are the types of losses I have no problem taking. It's the other ones that are sometimes hard to swallow. This one, they could run around there again, and I'd have a hard time betting on this horse to win.
3-1-2. Saez again teaming up with Bruce Levine, as Big mentioned. Roddy Valenti, winning owner. And second choice on the board, gets the victory here and does it pretty easily against this group. Third in the books. Well, the price is for you when we come back on Saratoga Live. We'll have the story of young Norm Casse doing a tremendous job in this sport. Made a big splash with a Schuylerville win last summer. We'll have the story of what made his decision to get into this game as a trainer and follow in his father's footsteps when we come back.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
This August, Monmouth Park has the perfect cure for a case of the Mondays. With live racing every Monday starting at 2 p.m., extend your summer weekends and wager on action-packed racing from the Jersey Shore. Plus, play the new 50-cent Monday Mid-Atlantic Pick 4, pairing 2 races from Monmouth and Colonial into Monday's featured bet. It's Monday racing all August long at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Back on Saratoga Live on this Sunday afternoon in upstate New York. Program brought to you in part by the champion sprinter Run Happy, never lost in his career while sprinting. Now standing at legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. Louis Saez, a lot to smile about at this meet. Collects another win here on 40 Smooth. First time on dirt. Impressive against this lower level claiming group. Let's go to Acacia.
So pleased to be joined by owner Roddy Valenti coming here to the winner's circle. Roddy, as you mentioned, you claimed this filly back in January with the intention of trying the dirt. Got to run for the waiver today. She brings you right to the winner's circle.
It was a free pass. We claimed her with that in mind because she's never been on it. She was training up in Woodbine, and I claimed her from a friend of mine, but not knowing. We became friends after I claimed her, and I said, I'm just dying to try this filly. And Bruce, I came up for like her last 3 workouts in Acacia. She really trained well. And I gave her all my friends, and I have degenerate friends, and to get 740 is a little bit of a bonus here.
I like that. I like that you were able to give out some tips, too. But, Roddy, she's also a New York bred. How much of a plus is that for you, who is active here in New York racing horses?
You know, Acacia, she's got the starter in front of her. I think she wants to run longer. She has, you know, won at 1 mile and 1/8, but it was on the turf, so it's a different surface. But our plans are to stretch her out a little bit every time and see where she lands, but whatever.
Now, the first thing you said to me when you came in the winner's circle, well, it is a 12-5, but winning at Saratoga, there's nothing like it.
I have, how do you want to say it? I'm just happy to win a race here. Listen, when I was growing up, just to be able to come to the track and ever think that I was going to be an owner, yes, it's a 12-5, but a win is a win, and anybody will tell you that up here, so hopefully better things are to come. But
well, I hope you enjoy the win. Huge congratulations.
We got all the grandkids, so how could you not?
I love it, Roddy. Thank you so much. A good claim, and they had to wait, but she brought them right to the winner's circle at the spot, Greg.
Coveted spot to be in that winner's circle. How many times were you there, Mick? At Saratoga?
365 times.
But who's counting?
Not counting the ones I got disqualified from.
I snuck into the winner's circle with shorts on one time.
Did you get a picture?
No. Can't document that. We'll all get in trouble.
3-1-2 finish. 40 Smooth. Dirt debut, a winning one. We move on to race 4, 6 furlongs, main track, 16 claiming race. So they're all for sale. Horses that have just a maiden win to their credit. So non-winners at 2 lifetime. Norm Casse sends out the 3 El Segundo in here, right at that 6-1 morning line. One might think, with a recently inducted Hall of Fame father, following in his footsteps after growing up in the sport would be a natural career path. But for Norm Casse, that was not the case at all. Horse racing wasn't even on his radar until much later in life. Norm talks about the horse that changed it all for him and the difficult decision to tell his dad what he now wanted to do.
I grew up resenting horse racing a little bit. My dad and my mother divorced when my brother and I were very young, and I didn't get to see Dad a lot. And when I did go to see Dad during the summers, we'd have to go to the races in the barn all day. And then being a little kid, there was a lot of resentment there. I didn't really have a direction early on in my life. I loved sports. I loved baseball. I actually played a year of college baseball. But I mean, at some point you realize, you know, you're 5'6", you're 5'7", you're slow as hell, you have terrible arm. You're not going to be a Major League Baseball player. Growing up in Louisville, I fell in love with horse racing on my own.
The unbeaten colt, Smarty Jones, is drawing away to win the Derby.
In the year that Smarty Jones won, I caught the bug really, really bad and decided that's what I wanted to do. I remember the conversation really well because it took a long time to have it. Probably a couple years to tell Dad I knew I wanted to be a trainer. I knew I wanted to follow in his footsteps, but I wasn't brave enough to tell him that yet. I was embarrassed to admit it for whatever reason, and it was an emotional thing to tell him, and I don't know why, because as soon as I did tell him, he's like, well, then let's do it. Let's make you the best that you can possibly be, and we hit the ground running.
But Tepin has a 5-length margin and deep stretch. It is Tepin.
Tepin in front. Tepin, Collado wins the effort near the line. Tepin comes down wins for America and the quicker.
Tepin in front. They have a furlong to run, and she has turned them away. And she is going to make this her own personal playground. Tepin
I just give credit to Tepin for a lot of things. Tepin is definitely the reason I went on my own, because she gave me that confidence. You know, when I left to go on my own, there was no handouts. I got my own clients. At the time, I was a little upset about that, but in hindsight, that was the right thing to do, because now everything has been that much more rewarding.
Hard Legacy still going strong. Hard Legacy goes coast to coast.
To win my first graded stake at Churchill Downs, we did it for Mary Lou Whitney while Mary Lou was still with us. And to win a race named after a horse that Mary Lou bred, the Whitney's bred regret. You know, it's kind of fairy tale, and it was a good moment.
It is Pretty Birdie, jockey Louis Saez, wearing the colors of the Mary Lou Whitney stables. Pretty Birdie takes the Schuylerville.
Being associated with Mary Lou Whitney and her husband John, who have been so great for the sport and so great for the town of Saratoga, I knew there was a lot of pressure riding on Pretty Birdie and me, and she delivered. I've been a part of a lot of big races, won a lot of big races when I've worked for my father, but that was the biggest moment of my life in racing so far. There's two simple goals. I would like to be the guy in Kentucky, you know, at that very top tier at Churchill and Kingland. That would be one of my main goals, but the only goal is to win the Kentucky Derby.
No one does a slow walk better than Norm Casse. He's done a tremendous job early on in his career. There's his horse El Segundo coming up in this race, and you know, you saw those Mary Lou Whitney Silks, some big wins for him. John Hendrickson, the late Mary Lou Whitney, they said they like to give new up-and-coming trainers a shot, and they gave him a shot, and it's worked out for him.
Worked out really well for him. And what's interesting to me is Norman got to work with so many good horses working for his father, Mark. But he's just as proficient with lower level or claiming horses as he is with good horses. And sometimes that's a skill set that if you've grown up in a barn that's filled with stake horses that you kind of don't, you know, it gets experience, you're not good at it. He's a very well-rounded horseman. He's as good with a lower level horse as he is with a good horse.
Yeah, that's a great point. You know, he cut his teeth with horses like Tepin. And then to have a horse, you know, running for 12.5 or 16, and you got to, you know, they got issues. You got to try to figure out what the issue is and try to help them get back to be healthy and to run. It is an interesting dynamic that one might not expect.
Well, as for El Segundo in here, what do you think about the 3 horse he's going to send out?
I thought there was a 2-horse race between the 4 and the 7. It just doesn't feel fast enough. The doesn't have a dirt race that really makes me feel like she can win this race. Excuse me.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. The favorite is the 7, Icon. Robertino Diodoro just ran at this level. That was at a mile. Not going to cut back in distance, but Norm's El Segundo, there's the 3. Turf to dirt move. Maybe that'll wake this horse up a little bit. We'll have the post-parade when we come back.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, The best races, horses, and destination venues. Cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Racing for Home is the brainchild of Acacia when she was a teenager. We decided we wanted to get a thoroughbred, and we thought we'd go to the racetrack.
Racing for Home is a 501c3 nonprofit that's dedicated to retraining, rehabilitating, rehoming Thoroughbred X racehorses. We've been in existence since 2010, and we're accredited by the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, meaning that we meet a very high level of standards as far as aftercare organizations are concerned. It's run by me and my mom, Sherry, and it really is a family affair, and it's a labor of love at the end of the day.
We have a different business model than many of the other aftercare organizations, and I feel we all fill a niche. Some of them do adoptions where they come in and go out quickly. We don't do that. I often take horses that other organizations can't or won't take because the injury is a long-term rehab situation.
I had some horses be in some pretty bad situations, and it's amazing to see the transformation. There's no fear in them. There's no anger in them. They become like giant lap dogs, really, that just want to love on you and get their treats, and that's because my mom is this amazing individual that loves them and makes them feel safe.
I think we've had, 40 horses go through the program now, and I couldn't be more committed to what I'm doing.
Right now, Sweet Flattery, who was a Christophe Clement trainee, he only raced once, and he came back to Racing for Home. My mom retrained him, worked with him, and he's now up in Saratoga at the Oklahoma training track as my husband Miguel's pony, getting all of the 2-year-olds ready for the meet.
More needs to be done for these horses that do everything for us, give us thrills, happiness, make people fortunes, to make sure that they all have the life that they deserve, because horses can live well into their 30s, and typically they're done racing 6, maybe 7 years old.
This is a nonprofit organization, and we truly do not profit. It's a labor of love, and like I said, it's something that we've taken on willingly because horses have given us everything.
Well, Acacia, no one better to tell us about this program than the lady who created it. A brave undertaking for you at such a young age.
Thank you, Greg. I felt a little crazy at the time, not really knowing what I was getting into. But truly, when we first started the organization, it was because aftercare wasn't something that was really spoken much about. And I'm really proud as how far we've come in this industry in the past 10, 15 years with bringing aftercare to the forefront, because it's my opinion that it is what we should be focusing on and highlighting those stories, continuing to promote. And there's so many wonderful industry stakeholders that continue to make aftercare a priority. And I'm just so proud of my mom, Sherry, my whole family, the work that she does, how much she cares, and the difference that she's made in the lives of each of the horses. And we are definitely on the smaller scale Racing for Home, but she always reminds me of the starfish story, and that it's an old wives' tale with a man on the beach throwing one by one starfish back into the sea. And somebody says, "Why are you doing that? You can't possibly save them all and make a difference." And he says, "It makes a difference to this one." And that's what Racing for Home is really all about, and really giving these horses a second opportunity after their racing days are over. And it's been so rewarding to see how much we've grown, and I hope we can continue to flourish and fill that niche within the sport of thoroughbred horse racing that has given me so much. So thank you to all of the team behind the scenes too for making that piece possible and giving us an opportunity to talk about something that we are so very passionate about, Greg.
RacingForHomeInc.com, where you can go to make a donation. So many great organizations out there. It's such an important part of this sport. We have to take care of the athletes that entertain us. Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation we talk about a lot. Another great one out there. I had the chance to visit the farm with my family, show my son some of those horses. We saw Professor Chaos, who's looking for a home right now, who's out there. But there's so many great organizations all around the country.
Well, they really are, and it's incumbent upon everybody within the industry and anybody who enjoys an afternoon of watching these horses to help give back to them, to make sure that they have an outlet, a place to go when their racing career's over. You know, Rick Schosberg says it so well. They'll race till they're 3, 4, 5 years old. They could live to 25, 30 years old. I mean, I have one at home that's 32 right now. They have a long life to live, and it's up to us to make sure that they land in a good spot.
Yeah, and a lot of owners and breeders and racetracks, they all do their job. But as patrons and as fans and as bettors, I always try to encourage the bettors out there, too, to, if you ever have a big score, I'm not asking you to give half your score. Just pop a little bit back to retirement just to show your appreciation for the horses that helped you. Because usually, the stakes horses don't need a lot of help afterwards, right? They've got places they're going to go. Sure. It's the claimers that helped you hit that pick 5 that you can kind of give back a little bit to.
And just like Acacia was saying, helping one horse at a time, that makes a difference. Any little bit you donate to can make a difference. Don't think it's too small. I mean, if it's too big, that's great. But any little bit helps. As we move on back to live action here, this 4th race, 6 furlong sprint. It's for horses who have not won 2 lifetime, and there's the favorite. Icon, Robertino Diodoro, Ricardo Santana Jr. is going to cut back in distance today.
Looks very sharp in the paddock, too. Looks like he'll appreciate the turn back, Jonathan.
Yeah, it's the type of horse that, when you look at cutbacks, for me at least, when I'm cutting back in distance from, 8 furlongs to 6, I'm looking for a horse that was, I don't want a clunk up horse. I want a horse that was kind of involved, that was running a good clip at about the 6 furlong point of the previous race. I want a horse like that, and that's what it feels like with the 7 drawn outside. You get Ricardo Santana, who's a rider who will get his position moving forward, and Robertino Diodoro wins it too high of a percentage to go over for this meet.
Coming on the track in a moment here, we'll get to our post-parade. We talked about Norm Cassie's El Segundo still holding on the board at 6-1. You had said, what, you thought the 4, JK, and the 7 were the 2 to beat in here? Yeah, the 4 is another one. We talk about those cutbacks. This was going 7, not as far. But second, this is the 3rd race off a layoff, and was going 7 and made the lead in that race, going 7. Now cuts back and gets a little bit of a shorter run. I also think one of the things that I've kind of picked up, and I love the Wesley Ward second-time starter 3 races from now. I guess that would be race 6. It's because I think early in this meet, we've talked about this deep, tiring racetrack. I think earlier in this meet, what happened is bettors, connections, they had their horses thinking they were fit enough to run over this racetrack, and they weren't. They didn't. They have that talent, but now they've got the run over the track. They got a couple more works under their belt. I think these races are going to start running a little bit more true to form based on what we thought was going to happen previously in the meet. Yeah, with Arthurian, the 4, speed going longer, now cutting back, but getting out of the gate has been a problem. All 3 starts for Arthurian. We'll see if he can solve that today. At 6-1 on the board. We're going to kick things off here as we get the call to post for this 4th race. With Scotto is going to make an equipment change. Blinkers come off. Mike Luzzy will ride.
And drops in class, was claimed for 25-3 back, but recent form leaves much to be desired.
Vincent, maiden breaker at Belmont on a good track 2 starts ago.
Has a couple of speed figures that make you think this one could be competitive, and that's possible. I'm going to look towards the 4 and the 7 as more likely winners than the 2.
Here's the Norm Casse runner, El Segundo, turf to dirt.
Also taking that drop in class, showed speed last time it was seen on the dirt, going 7 furlongs at Keeneland.
Arthurian, can he solve those gate issues?
Well, he's got the right rider. We saw Kendrick solve a problem with Mirth and Merriment from getting out a couple days ago. Can he solve the problem helping this horse get out of the gate?
Maddie's Marauder, 4-1 on a horse who's 1 for 20.
Yeah, Jose Gomez is off his mounts again. He did contract COVID, according to his agent. Angel Cordero could be back as early as Wednesday. Jose Ortiz picks up this ride for Dave Donk.
9-1. This is Cajun Commander, New Gelding.
Cajun Commander has a couple of races in the spring that make competitive here, but the last 2 have not been very good.
Favorite, Icon, 2-1.
Yeah, very sharp on the racetrack, this gelded son of Tappet, and should be forwardly placed. I like the turn back for him.
And Nature Boy, outside post here with Luis Saez.
Seems to be going the wrong direction. Had an okay race in the mud June 2nd. Then shows up, runs slower, gets beaten 12, shows up again, runs slower, gets beaten 30, going the wrong direction.
But a horse who's probably could be the thorn in the side of the 4 from a pace standpoint.
Based on how his races, Nature Boy's races have been going, a thorn, but not for very long.
More of a gnat.
Yeah, yeah. When they hit the turn, if Nature Boy continues doing what Nature Boy's been doing, he'll be going backwards, doing the moonwalk, some might call it.
So 6 minutes to post in this 4th coming up. And here's another look at the 2. Vincent, off since early June. Be the first start here at Saratoga. And you mentioned there were a couple of figures. Certainly that maiden win, if he can improve off that, puts him in the mix here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think even the last figure would be one that could kind of get people leaning in that direction. Does come in off of a little bit of a break. Hasn't run since June 11th. And I think if this racetrack is what we think it is, where I know it's tightened up a little bit, but if it's a demanding racetrack. It's not easy to win here at Saratoga off of a break. That's my biggest concern with this horse. Drawn inside, going to get some pressure.
Love the way he looked, Meg, warming up.
Yeah, making a nice impression, framed up nicely there. People may remember that was Sonny Leone, the rider of Rich Strike's only mount Belmont Day on the dirt before he got to ride Rich Strike in the Belmont.
And a much tougher group.
Yeah, I mean, he was
what he's going to deal with here.
7 1/4 lengths to Quick Flash. Quick Flash would look awful good with this group, wouldn't he?
Yes, he would. So Vincent at 9-2. Let's go back to Acacia with more on the favorite.
And taking a look at that favorite Icon, he strikes me as a horse that's very tough to ride. So on top of Jonathan's point that I completely agree with, having a race over this surface from a fitness standpoint, I also like that Ricardo Santana Jr. is his regular rider and sticking with him once again, because I'd have to imagine that he's gotten to know this horse pretty well. They added blinkers. It's about a 3/4 cup blinker that went on last time out in his first start for Robertino Diodoro. He's also wearing a Houghton bit, a stronger type of cage bit with an extra bar under the chin, and a burr on his right cheek, which applies more pressure on that side of the mouth. All types of equipment. It's a lot of different types of equipment on him for horses that have the tendency to try to bear out. If you watch his last race, which was going a mile out of the Wilson chute here, he broke inward after that break. He kind of had his head cocked in the stretch. He was trying to get out. He was a little bit erratic late. He just strikes me as the type of horse that's kind of finicky and very tough to keep in the bridle and keep square. So I think this is the right spot for him, but I do have some reservations, particularly with all that equipment on his face. The number 3, El Segundo. My notes from him last time were that I was okay with him on the turf, but just thought that he was built so much more like a sprinter. He's stout, he's compact, he's not very big. He's much more fit today as he goes back to the dirt, but more significantly takes a big drop in class. I do wish he looked a little bit better in his coat and his coloring, but he's gotten a big warm-up from Tyler Gaffleone out on the track, and more than anything, I just think this is the right spot for him. The question is he quite quick enough as a sprinter, but given that warm-up, as Tyler got him nicely into the bridle, it's looking like he's preparing him very well to go this shorter distance. The 4, Arthurian, another one who seems to be a little bit tricky to ride, given the fact that he is tough out of the gate. He was up close pressing the pace setter last time, and one thing I noticed as he was fading is that he was really hanging on his left lead too. Hopefully now the 3rd start off the layoff, Kendrick Carmouche riding him again, has that fitness under his belt, and he looks incredibly fit in here today. We'll see if he can improve and hopefully show a little bit more of running straight and true in the stretch, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. So there's this 4, Mig. What do you do as a rider? What tricks of the trade are there to try and get a horse to get over breaking poorly?
Well, Kendrick is a guy that likes to warm his horses up well. To me, it was always important to get a good warm-up, get them very focused, having them stand square. It's a funny thing. People think, oh, you got to put them on their toes. Sometimes that's counterproductive because horses shift in their feet, and the 1,000-pound animal needs to kind of set before he can jump. You don't want a horse shuffling his feet. You want them square, paying attention, and very well loosened up.
9-2 on Arthurian. But, wow, even more solid favoritism now to Icon at 9-5.
And I will say this about Kendrick as well, and not like these other guys in the room don't have the same kind of clubs in their bag, but Kendrick, more than anyone, I feel like, just very resourceful, right? He spent a lot of time at parks, lower level. He learned in Louisiana and riding cheap horses, and I don't mean that to be degrading.
And
I'm just
Charlestown,
saying
riding at
horses
Charlestown.
that have issues. Yeah. He's ridden on a bull ring. I just feel like he's got a couple of tricks up his sleeve when it comes to fixing issues that horses might have. And we saw it the other day where it blew me out of the pick 6 with Mirth and Merriment. The horse that got out extremely bad a couple weeks ago, and Kendrick put the horse on the lead and found a way to keep that horse engaged and not getting out, and he won the race at a big price.
It's a great point. I mean, he's ridden. His experience is kind of far-reaching, more than a lot of other guys. A lot of guys don't get all that experience from the lower levels all the way to the major leagues.
It took Kendrick a while to get to the major leagues, right? Comparing him to someone like Irad or Jose, who basically started in the major leagues.
Right.
They didn't have to learn all of the lessons that Kendrick has had to learn.
Cigar Mile a few years ago, his first grade 1 of his career. Special moment for him.
What I loved about it, he was coming to Winter Circle, and he had to ask. That was a grade 1, wasn't it?
But no matter what happens, finishes first or last, you usually see a smile on his face. Got a great attitude.
You guys got to stop encouraging all this TV stuff. He's going to be coming for my job before
He's
too
a
long.
natural. There he is on the 4. Arthurian, watch his break. Can he get out clean? If he can, it could be very dangerous here. Let's go upstairs. Johnny Brielle, the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. Hesitant beginning for number 1, Scotto. And Scotto trails the field as they race up the backstretch. The leader here is Arthurian. On the outside is a Nature Boy. And now moving up, Arthurian, the leader, with Nature Boy giving chase in second. And down on the inside is a Vincent next in third. Right alongside is El Segundo in fourth. Cajun Commander runs in fifth. And they go around the far turn now. Up front, Arthurian and Nature Boy. And they are 1-2 through a quarter and 22 and 3. There goes the gray Icon, the favorite on the outside. Now makes a move to challenge for the lead. Arthurian and Icon right together. Nature Boy is next in third. And then moving up down towards the inside is El Segundo, followed next by Vincent. Then Maddie's Marauder. And on the outside is a Cajun Commander as Nature Boy is dropped out of it. In the meantime, it is Arthurian who has opened up on Icon. Arthurian has a 3-length lead. Icon in second with Maddie's Marauder next in third. And Arthurian is the winner here. Arthurian by 3.5 lengths. Icon finished second. Maddie's Marauder was third.
Work was done pretty early in this race. Kendrick Carmouche able to wrap up late on Arthurian. Dominant victory here.
Broke cleanly. Was able to establish that position and be forward. And once he broke cleanly, you knew he was going to be tough. Icon was trying to bear out so badly through the entirety of the race under Ricardo Santana. He did good to run second because he was just difficult to ride.
Yeah, he ran really well, to be fair. Well, his performance was good, but he was goofy. He made it hard on himself. I keep thinking about the Ghostbusters theme song when I think about Kendrick now. It's like, you got a goofy horse, who are you going to call? Kendrick will sort you out. Kendrick will sort you out.
9-2 on Arthurian. Second win of this 4-year-old son of Oxbow's career. Oxbow won a Preakness, of course, for Dwayne Lucas with Gary Stevens aboard. Going gate to wire, surprising everybody at a price in Baltimore. This time, better break, got to the front, kept on going. Icon, the favorite, winds up second, 4-7, 5-3 here in the fourth from Saratoga. So 9-2, beating an 8-5 favorite. Had a huge start to the card. If you're alive in this pick 5, we wish you the best. It looks like it may be a very good one. Still to come later today. First leg of the Canadian Triple Crown, the Queen's Plate, and it is a filly who is the morning line favorite. Moira, coming off of Woodbine Oaks' dominant score by more than 10 lengths.
Honor Code, a multiple Grade 1 winner from the final crop of the legendary AP Indy. Never off the board in 11 starts, he was crowned champion older horse before retiring. Now he is living up to the promise of his pedigree, with progeny like Grade 1 winners Honor AP, Max Player, and Maracuja. and multiple six-figure yearling sales, Honor Code stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Back on Saratoga Live. Good to have you with us on this Sunday edition here on FS2 at the summer place to be. Arthurian, much better out of the gate today. Goes gate to wire for the win. Arthurian ridden to victory by Kendrick Carmouche, owned by Four Pillars Holdings. And now wins for the second time in 4 career starts. Let's go to Acacia for more.
Always pleased to be joined by Kendrick Carmouche in the winner's circle as Arthurian. Kendrick, you were just saying that you thought the cutback really helped him as he finished so much stronger today than last time, too.
Yeah, I thought the last race was pretty tough, going 7 furlongs. I kind of like goosed him out of there to get him there, to get him a little close, see how he would come over the racetrack. I thought he got a little tired going 7/8. And first time running in Saratoga, you know, most horses do need a race. And the cutback today to 3/4. Not a lot of speed. I thought my horse could have break good, and only know the horse didn't press me, and you know he just done everything right from there.
A nice performance from him today, and he broke better too. What did you learn about given that you rode him last time out? Does that give you more confidence when, especially for a horse that's a little quirky, maybe tough out of the gate, you get to know them a little bit better?
Yeah, last time I jammed him pretty hard to stay on the lead, and the favorite pressman, I never could have get him in hand where I could have filled the horse underneath me. This time, they never had much speed, and then he broke really sharp today, and then I could have filled the horse underneath me the whole way, and you know, they had him ready for this race. I'm glad they cut him back a little bit to make us a winner.
Now, yesterday with a pickup mount, today on a horse that you've gotten a chance to get to know. I know the people love hearing the Kendrick interviews. And Richie's a little worried you may be coming for his job.
Oh, you can have it right now. I still got a lot of years ahead of me. You know, Richie, I love you. You know I love you, but, you know, Louisiana in the house, baby. We're making a run the last couple of weeks over here in Saratoga. I'm just having fun, enjoying my family, trying to get to the winner's circle, get them some pictures taken.
I love it. Great seeing the family here. Congratulations, Kendrick.
Thank you. Louisiana in the house, baby.
Kendrick Carmouche with the win, and Richie, you got a few more years at least.
Kendrick representing your job safe. You can take a breathe easy here.
No. You got to listen to the verbiage. He did say for right now, didn't he, JK?
I tell you right now, if Richie would trade. If he could, Richie would trade.
$11.20. Kendrick's got a lot more wins in his career coming before he eventually takes over Mick's job, which he will.
Well, maybe I'll be ready to do something else by then.
You two together on the set? That would be tremendous.
Actually, he suggested that when I brought it up to him this morning. I was out in the golf cart. He was out. I tell you what, watching how hard all the riders work this meet, it's fun to see. I mean, from Hall of Famers to apprentices like Jose Gomez, they are out working.
You got to, at this meet, just to get mounts, really, don't you?
Well, this is what I explain to people, Jonathan. It's like actors. You're auditioning for parts. You're going out and you're working a horse out because you're trying to show the director, the trainer as it may be, say that I fit this horse. And then they give you the part. Or they say, nah, I'm sorry, we got, Tom Cruise in mind for this one.
A.K.A. IRAD.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. We got Brad Pitt for this one, Joel. Yes.
Got a lot of the leading men in the sport, in this jockey colony. Going to look back again to yesterday, and that's Smart and Fancy, and a big performance by Caravel. Had that compromised trip last time out, went off favored in that race. Had no chance to win it because of the trip, and then went off at 7-2 in this race.
I was shocked that she was this big of a price. I mean, I thought she might be the second choice. I figured they would bet Miss J. McKay, the 6-horse here, because of the trip from the last time. And I got to be honest with you, I singled this horse in a lot of different situations. And a couple of steps before this, I thought I was in trouble. And then I felt like I had a shot that her class would kind of keep me there, and she did. She ran extremely well.
She really did. She just kept fighting for it. It looked like at one point, like you said, she could get swallowed up by any number of horses, but she just kept finding, and that outside post allowing her to get into a good rhythm. Good run from the one-horse, change of control from the Michelle Lovell barn. Really finished well and encountered some traffic, but ran extremely well from that inside post.
But what we talked about earlier, just to remind again, that inside post, you have to be best or you have to get a perfect trip, because that's the kind of adversity that you're going to have to overcome.
Which kinds of, and it's probably race by race, different setup scenarios, but what type of race did you find was the most difficult kind of race to ride? Was there one?
Honestly, if you had a horse underneath you, they're not that hard if a horse is carrying you. But turf sprints are definitely, tricky. Less margin for error. You got to break good. You got to get your position. You got to get your spot. Longer races, particularly at Belmont, you had more opportunity to get yourself out of a tough spot.
Richie, from a fitness standpoint, what's physically more difficult, 5.5 turf sprint or 1.5 miles on the grass? Or like, is it a sprint versus a marathon? Like, what is it?
Sprinting. It's such a funny thing. They start out young jockeys sprinting because they say, well, you got to get fit. You ride harder for most of the race than you do in a long race when you sit up there.
We're going to sign off on FS2, flip over to FS1. Our coverage of this Sunday card from Saratoga Racecourse continues over on FS1 right after a break.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
It will be McCulloch, and in Italian wins the Diana Ocean Road State of Rest to win it here by a length. Domestic Spending and Tribovan, and here is Domestic Spending to take the lead in deep stretch and win.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to the Sunday card from the premier meet in the country. Trainer Wesley Ward, best known for his work with precocious 2-year-olds, has 2 big chances in today's featured. Bolton Landing, Love Reigns will be the favorite. She dominated a group of fillies in her debut, winning by more than 9 lengths in a 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Ward has a backup plan as well with a talented No K Never. She easily bested a field in her debut at Horseshoe Indy. Now comes her first test against winners. And we'll look back at the most dominant performance of the meet so far, 3-year-old filly Nest, who likely sealed a championship with her performance Saturday in the Alabama. All that and more coming up on this Sunday edition of Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Terrific second half of the card on tap. Going to get into the pick 6 next at this historic race course. Always a great day when you're here at Saratoga in upstate New York. I'm Greg Wolf. With me, champion jockey Richard Migliori, outstanding handicapper, entrepreneur Jonathan Kinchin, and this Bolton Landing later today. 5.5 furlongs on the turf. Wesley Ward, 2 seemingly very big chances, but Love Reigns. She was incredible in her debut, but now chance for some others to try and catch up to her. If she can repeat that race, is everybody else running for second?
She was outstanding in her debut, but like we talked about previously today, you know, this is what Wesley Ward does. He shows up in April at Keeneland with these 2-year-olds that fire away from the gate, and they run all these other horses who are just kind of trying to figure themselves out off their feet. That's exactly what she did. She was very productive when she went over to Royal Ascot to run in big stakes races. I just worry the price that she's going to be might be a little shorter than the competition deserves as they start to catch up to her.
2-1 morning line. There's a scratch one coming out, and it's probably was going to be shorter than that anyway. Look at what Wesley Ward has done with his 2-year-olds over the last 5 years. 27 stakes victories, 19 on turf, 5 stakes wins here at Saratoga, and he has the best turf sprinter in the land, of course, with Golden Pow. This year's going to try and win a 3rd time on Breeders' Cup weekend.
Yeah, Golden Pow is outstanding, but if you've been watching Saratoga at all this summer, you might know about a horse named Big Invasion that might want to argue your point a little bit.
Man, Big Invasion, and he's just gotten better and better. A horse that always possesses speed, but now he's learned to turn it on later when Joel Rosario asks for it.
All right, settle down, everyone.
You don't think he didn't get your blood up last time?
Got to knock off the champ. No, he's been incredibly impressive. He's been fun to watch. But, yeah, Golden Pal, got to knock the champ off.
100%.
And if he could do it, that'd be impressive. 3 years in a row to win a Breeders' Cup turf sprint race. So we take a look at what's ahead. Presented by Claiborne Farm. Pick 6 next. Race 5 is going to kick it off. We're fast and firm. We're going to kick it off on the turf at 1 1/8, that Bolton Landing part of the sequence. And we'll have the first leg of the Canadian Triple Crown, that Queen's Plate, later on in our coverage. And it's a filly, again, who is the morning line favorite in that race against the boys. You can play all the action. Get signed up, started with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. That's the offer with that code right there, TOGA200. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back, set the stage for the first leg of this Pick 6. It's been quite a revival at this meet for a man who put together 4 consecutive years of being named outstanding jockey. Javier Castellano having a tremendous summer at Saratoga. He'll be on attentive coming up in the 5th.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Initially known as the Kenilworth Cup, the Man of War Cup is a solid gold trophy awarded to the winner of the Travers Stakes or Midsummer Derby. Commissioned by Abe Orpin, co-owner and manager of Kenilworth Park in Windsor, Ontario, the trophy was created by Tiffany & Company in 1920 for the match race between Man of War and Triple Crown winner Sir Barton. Man of War won the contest by 7 lengths and drank from the cup in the winner's circle. In 1936, Samuel's wife, Elizabeth, donated the cup to Saratoga Racehorse. That year, Granville became the first Travers winner to receive what is now known as the Man of War Cup. Each year, the original trophy is presented by a member of the Riddle family or the governor or lieutenant governor of New York to the winner of the track's signature event. A smaller, gold-plated replica of the Man of War Cup or Travers Trophy, inscribed with the winner's name, is prepared for the winning connections to commemorate one of the most prestigious victories in the sport.
That awaits the winner of next Saturday's showdown. And the Run Happy Travers. So much history in that race for the Midsummer Derby. Live coverage on Big Fox next weekend. You do not want to miss it. Epicenter, Zandon, Kentucky Derby winner Rich Strike. Can he reproduce that magic from the first Saturday in May? Up next right now, we got the Pick 6 beginning. 1 1/8 on the turf. $32,000 claiming race to kick off the sequence. There's the favorite, this 3-horse. Big drop in class for Devamani. With more, let's go to Acacia Clement.
And we'll start there, Greg, as Devamani is your favorite to kick off this Pick 6, and I think he's vulnerable in here. I know that he has a ton of back class with a significant drop in class, being a multiple graded stakes winner. But last time out, when we last saw him in May at Belmont, I didn't love his energy level. I didn't love how he was looking in the paddock, and I feel very much the same in here again today. He's an 8-year-old now, and Dubowis do carry a lot of weight, but I've seen him look way more fit in in the past. I've also seen his color look a little bit better. Maybe his class is just going to help him out overall, but he's one that I have concerns about, given it's such a steep drop in class and he is such a short price in here. Looking at a couple of others, the number 10 Monarchs Glenn takes a drop in class too, though it's been a very long time since he has seen the winner's circle. He's one of a couple in here for Mike Maker. And he is a big, solid type that I've always felt a little bit more ground is better. Now, he does tend to come from very far off of it. He's that deep closing type. I rat Ortiz will climb aboard. And he's a horse that I haven't seen since back last year, actually. And he's one that was always a little bit tricky to kind of get going and get into the race, into the bridle. He's very subdued in here yet again, so I'll be curious to see what type of warm-up Red Ortiz does give him to get into the game a little bit earlier. The number 6 Grand Journey, you don't have to worry about that with him, as he was able to clear from the outside and use a lot of early speed. He'll go second time out for Rudy Rodriguez. He was prancing around the paddock, very sharp in here, and he's one of the ones that's more convincing about getting the 9 furlongs on the turf. Given his size and his substance, he looks like longer is better. As you would notice, Greg, that the number 9 Battalion actually headed out first to break post parade, as is usual.
Yeah, and he looked extremely wound up. We'll get back to him in a moment. We start with Rue on the inside off the claim.
Horse that's fairly rank, stretching out, should be difficult to handle early.
Same barn with attentive.
Yeah, I thought this horse was interesting. Should be able to work out a nice trip from the inside to get Javier Castellano.
Big drop makes this horse very dangerous.
Devamont, he's just faced much better, and if he runs anywhere near to his best, he dominates this field.
Julian Leperoux picks up a mount on Healing for Saffie Joseph Jr. off the claim.
Yeah, making the first start for Saffie Joseph, horse that's got some decent races.
Here's Grand Journey at 5-1 Jose Ortiz.
I mean, how much better of a trip can this horse get than from last time? Got loose last time and still couldn't see it through. Has to deal with tougher horses.
The last zip, Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, claimed last time. Has to face tougher now because of the being claimed earlier in the meet.
Tiberius Mercurius just 1 for 20 on the lawn.
I know Tiberius ran 4th last time, going a mile and 16th, but I thought the 10 furlong race 2 back was actually better than that one.
Monarchs Glen 4-1, Rat Ortiz Jr. for Mike Maker.
Yeah, this is another one I thought was a little bit interesting. Kind of has a poor post position out there, but did run okay last time with a little bit of a setup. A little too short of a price for me.
And Mig, what we saw from that 9 when he first came onto the racetrack, throwing his head around, bucking. What do you think?
That's Battalion. He does that every single time. Very difficult to handle in the post spray. Trevor McCarthy earns his money just getting him to the starting gate.
JK Pick 6 pool, we see it's about to hit 200,000 here. How do we play this today? What are your keys?
Yeah, you know, I thought this was a tough sequence, but there's a couple horses that I think I like. There's a couple that I think are interesting. People will build around. In race 6, the 2 Grand Love, another gun runner. I think a lot of people were going to try to decide upon. I prefer the 5 Rarefied, but I think you had to keep an eye out on the 2 Grand Love. In race 7, Baltus. It's Chad Brown. It's the turf. A lot of people are going to lean on the 3 Baltus. I wanted to make sure that I also had the 7 in that race. And then race 8, Repealing, who I liked last time going into that race. But that theory that I've been talking about with these horses that were supposed to run well, ran into a deep racetrack, maybe they'll run better second time over this racetrack. Very challenging series of races. And I know that we talked about my 3 keys. I think there's probably a 4th one as well in the last. What are you going to do there? Single Chad or not? I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that easy.
Big dropper, but there's a few others that look very interesting in that last as well. Candlestick Maker, certainly one of them. This race, though, kicks it off, and Acacia's making a case against Devamont in here. Way the horse to beat. I mean, it's probably quite a few tickets singling here.
Now, here's the situation. If this horse was trained by anyone other than Chad Brown, then it would be a very suspicious drop. But one of the reasons I think Chad has the success that he does is because he's had so much success that he's got kind of, not control of his owners, but if he tells his owners, we got to drop this horse in for a tag, he doesn't get a lot of arguing, I don't think, out of them. They say, okay, Chad, let's do that. Drop this horse where he can win, let someone else claim the horse, and then they can try to go win some races with him.
And he's an 8-year-old gelding. You know, so horses are going to lose a step. They can't stay at the level they always did. And instead of messing around and making slow incremental drops, hey, let's just run him where he can win. If someone else thinks they can do well with them, good luck with them.
When you have as much success as he does, yeah, your owners tend to listen to you. 9-2 on this horse right here, Grand Journey. Rudy Rodriguez. And coming out of a race here, 40,000. So slight drop. Was on the lead, could not last at a mile and 16.
That's my issue. I understand a lot of people, I've talked to people about this race, other horse players, and they're like, you know, this horse could be the speed, but it's the speed last time. And he was facing lesser, in my opinion. So what's changed now that he's going to turn the tables?
The speed this time is the one horse. The other horse from the Cantomazzi barn. This horse is rank going shorter, now stretching to a mile and a furlong. I can't imagine he's not going to run off to the lead and maybe be almost like a false pacemaker, if you will.
9-2 right now. Jose Ortiz will be aboard. Tough beat for Jose earlier on in the card in a photo finish in that opener. And he's on a first-time starter for Chad Brown. For George Weaver, letter of gold.
If you had to pick a horse as an alternative to your favorite Devamani, to me it's the Too Attentive, but who would you like?
Exactly the same. It's Too Attentive. Drawn down towards the inside, ran well for 40 last time, switches to a sharp operation in the Cantomazzi's when it comes to these kind of claiming races. You get Javier, who's riding well. You're going to draw down on the inside, should get some pace to climb. There's everything that you kind of need is kind of the perfect storm for the two. You get a nice price. I'm singling Devamani in my pick 6. It's kind of my single A. I'm going to use some backup tickets with the 2 Attentive and the 2 Mike Maker runners, the 8 Tiberius Mercurius and the 10 Monarchs Glen. But I want to have a majority of my money going through Devamani. And we don't talk often about it on the show because it's kind of boring. It's a little bit rabbit hole-ish. But when you're playing multi-race bets, if you're playing one ticket, you're probably making a mistake. You should try to weigh your opinion. I would feel silly if I used Devamani and Attentive equally because I believe that Devamani is more likely to win. So I'm just going to make another ticket for a little bit less with some other sharper opinions, tighter opinions later in the sequence.
9-5 Devamani, 7-1 on the 2 Attentive. Let's go back to Acacia.
And I'm in agreement with you guys about Attentive. He is a horse that I actually liked what I saw from him last time out. And this is one horse that I think is interesting because he's been popular at the claim box. Mike Maker has actually had him 3 times. He's dipped in multiple times, a very sharp turf claiming outfit to pick up this horse yet again, clearly thinking that he's a useful runner. And he obviously just takes this racetrack with him. Joe Sharp had him. He's now with the Cantomazzi's. And he is a horse that has had some races where he doesn't need to be so far out of it. He's incredibly fit in here. His coat looks fantastic. And Javier Castellano gave him a big warm-up out on the track, which I liked. I liked how he was moving out there. Wanted to quickly mention the number 5, Healing, as he is first off the claim for Saffie Joseph Jr., stepping up in class. And Saffie and Mike Maker down in Florida at Gulfstream over the winter claim off of one another quite frequently. And Saffie Joseph is one of those guys that has actually had success claiming off Mike Maker and is well accustomed to doing it. So this is a horse that I don't necessarily love in this spot based off of his class and his previous races, but he's very big. He looks like a 9-furlong type of horse. And he was also one last time out who, after his warm-up, he was incredibly obstinate out on the racetrack. He just froze, planted his feet, and Tyler Gaffleon could not get him to move forward until the outrider pony came and picked him up. And Tyler was just kind of laughing about it because once a 1,000-pound animal decides they're not going forward, you can't fight with them. He's much more relaxed on track and out here today and had a pretty good warm-up as Julian Leperoux picks up the mount, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 8-5 favorite remains Devamani. Look at Julian getting the pickup mount on the 5, Healing there. And those Ken Ramsey silks, that red R in the back. Saffie Joseph Jr. off the claim. Saffie having a nice meet at Saratoga this summer.
He really is. And it always feels like when guys start to come to Saratoga, their first summer or two, they struggle a little bit, JK, because they're just not quite sure the kind of horses that'll fit here. And then they learn that you've got to bring basically the best of your best.
And if you're going to win, claiming races, you got to kind of be aggressive for where you spot them. You can't be scared to lose them. If you train at this meet scared to lose your horses, you won't win races.
Yeah.
Too many people are aggressively placing their horses, and those aggressively placed horses are going to be better than your conservatively placed horse. You have to take some chances.
It's a meet where you're going to find the toughest competition you ever expected in, lower level claiming races. They're going to come up awfully tougher. Everybody wants to win at this meet.
More owners are present. There's that force is here that they want to see their horses win. They want to get to the winning circle in Saratoga. And how about when you've got a 2-year-old that you really like? I remember working 2-year-olds that I didn't think could lose. One year I was 3rd behind 2 other fillies beating 5 lengths, and I said, how could I be that wrong? Well, Winning Colors won the race. She won the Kentucky Derby the next year. And Epitome was 2nd. She won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies that fall. So I wasn't wrong. Just ran into some monsters.
We'll see that in race 6. Like, I love the 5 in there. And I know Wesley Ward's high on the horse, but there's other monsters in there as well, possibly.
Pick 6 starts here. Let's go to John Imbrial.
In the gate for race 5. And they're off. And it is a Grand Journey who's out for the early lead. On the outside, Tiberius Mercurius. Rue is down at the rail. Devamani's in between horses. And then it is the last Zip who's racing in 5th. Followed by Battalion, Monarch's Glen on the extreme outside. And then we come back to Healing. And at the back of the pack is Attentive in 9th as the field goes around the clubhouse turn. And it is Grand Journey who leads here by a length. Tiberius Mercurius and Rue right together. 2nd and 3rd through 1/4 and 25 and 1/5 seconds. And they've reached the backstretch now. And it is Grand Journey who has the lead here. Grand Journey in front by 3 parts of a length. Tiberius Mercurius on the outside in 2nd. Rue is down at the rail racing in 3rd. And then Monarch's Glen next in 4th. To his outside is Battalion. Down at the rail is Devamani. And then farther back, it is the last Zip, Healing, and Attentive in 9th. Half mile, 50 and 1/5 seconds. Grand Journey takes the field now into the far turn. Grand Journey has led right from the start. Tiberius Mercurius on the outside. Now Monarch's Glen begins to pick it up, moving up right alongside of Rue. Devamani, the favorite, is in 5th, 4.5 lengths from the lead. And farther back, it's the last Zip. As they come for the top of the stretch, it's Grand Journey and Tiberius Mercurius. Tiberius Mercurius on the outside now takes the lead from Grand Journey. And then it is Rue, followed by Monarch's Glen, Devamani, and the last Zip. Grand Journey's coming back again on the inside of Tiberius Mercurius. It's Grand Journey, Tiberius Mercurius. The two of them fight it out to the finish. Late move from Attentive. It looked like Tiberius Mercurius got it. 3-way photo finish as we start the pick 6.
Looks like Tiberius Mercurius, Louis Saez, Mike Maker, 3 Diamonds Farm.
And pace makes the race. They were going extremely slow early. Tiberius Mercurius got position, was able to lap on the pacemaker. Grand Journey, I was surprised the 1-horse didn't go. Honestly, you watch this, the 2-horse was best, Attentive. He was just unlucky. He was last early with no pace. He had to be patiently handled by Javier Castellano because you can't swing wide chasing a pace like this, and he finished with the best energy.
The happiest person I would think in the racetrack right now is if someone dropped a claim on the 2 Attentive. They're extremely excited right now because they got the best horse in the race, but they didn't lose the condition. Now you can come right back and run in the same condition again. He was best. Tiberius Mercurius, grinded it out there at the end and saved us from being silly on the 6-horse who we thought couldn't win this race.
13-1 start to the pick 6 with a tough sequence in the pick 5 ahead.
That's very close for second, isn't it?
The battle down the stretch, yeah, it was. Saez, terrific meet continuing. These Silks, they win a lot all over the country. 8-6-2-7 now unofficially posted.
I made a bold prediction yesterday that Louis Saez is going to make this a real jockey race the last 2 weeks. And I still believe that. I mean, Irod's not going to stop winning, so he's going to be very tough to beat, but I don't think it's just going to be a layup.
It's an interesting thought. I'm thinking of some of the races that are coming up, just the stakes races in general, to think of who they're riding. You know, I think Jack Christopher's going to be tough in the Allen Jerkins next weekend. That's Jose. Epicenter, that's Joel. So I'm trying to think of some freebies for the guys, but I couldn't think of any for Louis. And
last summer he had so many days, and he's having a terrific meet. Don't get me wrong, but he's strung together so many multiple win days.
Yeah.
And this jockey, the problem is it's even a lot tougher than it was last year. It's just so stacked with talent.
Yeah, as deep a colony as I can remember. You know, it was good last year. It's even better this year. I mean, you add Flavien Prat into the mix, and how much does that tighten up the available good mounts?
Yeah, it's just tricky, you forget about, I think the thing I forget about often is forget about the kind of, not the throwaways, but like the races like the Phantom Smokes that Irad wins on. He has all those kind of horses where he's 6-5 and he just wins 2 of those sneaky ones a day. And I think that's probably the difference that could propel him forward.
And he's riding 7-8 mounts a day.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other impressive thing about this colony is these guys, I feel like they ride every single race. And it doesn't matter if it's 16 claimers or if it's a grade 1, you see Irad, Jose, Joel, Louis, they're all in there. Flavien.
And 2, when you're in the position he's in, these last couple of weeks, you're going to try and get every single mount you can get right to close out. They want this jockey title.
And he loves to ride.
Yeah. No question, it was a no-doubter in the Alabama. Ness, just brilliant. We'll look back at her performance on Saturday next.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farms Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end. Rachel's Valentina Ratner and takes the lead.
Anybody going 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
There are lots of ways to support our brave first responders. Drinking a rich and smooth proper Irish whiskey is one of them. For every bottle of proper number 12 we sell, a donation is made to first responders. Here's to the proper heroes. Shlonda.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back on Saratoga Live on our FS1 coverage. Program brought to you in part where you can play it all. Go to NyraBets.com, download the app, punch in the promo code TOGA200, and you'll get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. So many great things to do all around this racetrack. Not just the best racing in the country you'll see anywhere all year long. So much for the fans, for families. And of course, if you can be part of a syndicate and have just a little piece of a horse to get into the winner's circle, that'd be something special too. Tiberius Mercurius, 3 Diamonds Farm. They win a lot of races on this circuit. Mike Maker, Luis Saez kick off the pick 6 at 13-1. Let's go to Acacia.
I feel like I've been doing a lot of winner's circle interviews with Kirk Wyckoff of 3 Diamonds and Kirk Tiberius Mercurius. Another great ride from Luis Saez, who's kind of been your main man this summer.
Yeah, we keep taking Kieran McLaughlin out to dinner, make sure he rides for us. But Louis great. He really rides hard here. And that was a rider's race. They got in front, and it was a 2-horse race. It was fun.
You mentioned with a lot of horses dropping down in class, this became a really, really tough 32. And your horse, it was all about the trip, and he finished well.
He did. I told Louis in the paddock to warm him up. He likes to be on the lead, and he was pretty warm going in the gate, but he likes a distance of ground. And, you know, Louis decided that the owner wasn't right. He knew how to win the race, which was fine with me.
At least he won it, right? And this is a horse whose last couple of races came, or last couple of wins, I should say, came on the synthetic, actually. It was a little bit tricky kind of sifting through his form, but he's so versatile, too.
Well, it kind of looked like he was a synthetic winner horse. He's just done better since he's been in New York. Mike said he's put on weight. Now, the problem I have is my wife, he moves so good, she wants this one as a show hunter. So he's just a beautiful jogger and galloper. So he may have 2 futures with us.
We love that. We would love to follow him in his second career as well. But for now, he's winning races and doing it well. Congratulations, Kirk.
Thank you very much. Sure appreciate it.
Kirk Wyckoff of 3 Diamonds with another win with Tiberius Mercurius, Greg.
So $28.40. Thank you, Acacia. Knocking probably quite a few people out of the pick 6, but good news, the pick 5 is next.
It's the best news. That's the best thing about the pick 6 is the pick 5 is after it.
How about this early pick 5 too? 5,249, although he had a 15-1 start, 13-1 ending.
You know, I think, you know, if you're at home and you're trying to figure out why something pays the way it does and things like that, I think it's important to keep in mind when it's a maiden race that the price comes, a lot of times there's a lot of all buttons there because people don't know. So they just say, I hit the all button. And you have to kind of be aware of that because sometimes it can make you think you're sitting on a score. And then there's a horse like Phantom Smoke that wins at a short price and a second choice wins a little bit later. It sometimes can be a little misleading.
Late pick 5 is next. Going to begin at 6.5 furlongs in the maiden special weight. We'll set that up in a moment. First, going to look back to this sensational performance on Saturday in one of the most prestigious races in this sport for 3-year-old fillies. Grade 1, Alabama. Nest was brilliant in the Coaching Club American Oaks in a Grade 1 win. She backed it up again with another outstanding effort, and no question about it, she owns this division. She might be the best 3-year-old of the 3-year-olds we're going to see next Saturday in the Travers as well.
She's very, very good. You saw that Irad Ortiz take that kind of long, languishing look back right up the quarter pole. Saw Secret Oath, his main rival. He, kind of drove Nest out to meet the challenge, and then Nest just quickened away. This was an absolute tour de force.
Yeah, I mean, look, she didn't get as easy of a trip as she did in the Coaching Club American Oaks. But, and there's some race riding at the top. We talked about it earlier, Richie, where Irad kind of carried Secret Oath out. I didn't see any problem with that. If you're going to beat me, you better go around me. And when she kind of straightened up and just leveled down, she just kind of dropped her shoulder and just opened up and pulled away from him.
Oh, she finished. And listen, I have no problem with race riding, but when you're on the best horse, just let them run. Let the story be how well they ran and how she finished. And she finished with great ease and definitely has stamped herself as the leader of this division far and away.
Likely wrapped up a championship in the 3-year-old filly division with this one. 3 Grade 1s, second against the boys in the third and final leg of the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes with a poor beginning out of the gate. And some believe, obviously the more ground the better has been said with her, but a filly who still this second half of the year looks like she's improving and still might have some improvement to come.
Well, the comments after the Belmont Stakes from Todd Pletcher that she's actually flourished from the Belmont, running a hard 1.5 miles against boys, had a tough trip, would have been closer to Mo Donegal. I don't think she would have beat Mo Donegal on that day, but would have been closer. And the fact that she put on weight after that, that speaks to an incredible physical constitution, a horse that thrives on training, thrives on racing.
Also speaks to a Hall of Fame trainer in Todd Pletcher, and we talk about it in that package we have of Todd, where he talks about one of his things he's the most proud of is he did have that drought of not having horses run well in the Derby or win the Derby, but they all come back and they all kind of continue on and they all kind of find success later. So for me, they just get better when they get older for him.
Pretty good list of Alabama winners too for Todd Pletcher. That was his 4th win. The way she won her last 2 races, looks like she has the potential maybe to be the best of that bunch. Likely going to get a test against last year's winner, stablemate Malathot in the Breeders' Cup Distaff later in the year. Look at all the stakes winners from yesterday. Haughty in the Lake Placid. Caravel, much better trip. Placed perfectly in that race. Smart and Fancy by Luis Saez to rebound with a win. And then, of course, Nest in the Alabama.
Big day of racing and something for everybody from turf sprints to a mile and a quarter on the dirt.
Time for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, and it's going to be a race that kicks off, as we mentioned, this late pick 5. 2-year-old fillies going 6.5 furlongs. Spendthrift, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion General Sire, into mischief.
I just want to say, yes, Rosie's Alibi, 4 to 5 on the board right here, and we love our friends at My Racehorse, but she's the 4th choice in the doubles. This is just when you have a syndicate with a bunch of partners, they all want to have that win ticket on her, and I think that's probably what's happened now. She will not be the favorite when they break away from the game.
And we see this all the time happen with these ownership groups, runners getting bet down. Let's go to Acacia Clement for more.
Well, Rosie's Alibi is coming up, getting ready to make her debut, and I'm so pleased to be joined by Peter Cleary and his daughter Hannah Rose Cleary, owners with My Racehorse. And Peter, first we'll start with you as first racehorse ownership experience, and I know you had a fun way of announcing the ownership to your family.
It was. We last November I went to Thanksgiving dinner, and I told my family we just bought into a racehorse on myracehorse.com, and it was Rose's Alibi after my daughter Hannah Rose. And my entire family jumped on it and started buying shares of Rosie. And my mom bought shares, my sister-in-law bought shares, my brother bought shares. Everyone has a share. We had about 4 or 5 Rosies in the family, and now everyone is part of the Rosie's Alibi fan club.
I love that. And Hannah Rose, I know your dad calls you Rosie sometimes too. So how excited are you to have a little bit of excitement with a horse that has your name in it today?
I mean, it's very cool. I've always wanted a pet, so I get a horse, but I've been called Rosie since birth, and it's just very cool to have that.
Can you tell us a little bit about what the experience has been like so far, being here at Saratoga, getting to cheer on your first-time starter?
First-time starter, our first time here as well, so it's pretty cool. You come here as a fan, you get to kind of watch everything, but a little different twist as an owner. You start to get that, your feeling of, hey, this is my horse, this is my race, and this is it's a fun little, experience.
You've got the whole family watching too?
Yes, everyone from home is watching. We're on Rosie.
Wishing you both the best of luck. Enjoy the experience and just a little bit of a taste of what My Racehorse does in bringing new people into the game, getting to cheer on their horses at Saratoga, Greg.
Run, Rosie, run. There she is, getting set to make her debut. She's by Triple Crown champion Justify, and her first start coming up, getting a lot of money from that My Racehorse syndicate. We'll have the post parade when we come back on Saratoga Live.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front, late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
My Racehorse has had obviously tremendous success. Authentic being the first one to take us and winning the Derby in our first try, which doesn't get better than that.
Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
I will tell you that there's nothing like watching a horse that you own turn for home and come down the stretch with a shot to win.
The opportunity is here to get a part of this wonderful sport.
We're really big fans of My Racehorse.
You're watching Saratoga Live on FS1. Thanks for being with us on this Sunday afternoon here in Saratoga Springs in upstate New York. Late pick 5 is next with 12 minutes to post. Difficult sequence ahead. We're going to begin with this Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. 6.5 furlongs. And the 6-5 favorite right now, that My Racehorse filly. You just heard the story about Rosie's Alibi. Let's welcome in Maggie Wolfendale for the first time today.
Greg, thank you. Pleasure to be here in the paddock as we are taking a look at this Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day and checking in with the Chad Brown pair in here that bookend this field. We'll take a look at number 1, Good Sam, first here, as she is a little bit more of the sprinting type of physical from her stablemate. And you know, watching the workouts, we've seen them work with a horse that finished 3rd yesterday in that loaded maiden special weight with the boys, and Expected Value and Echo again winning impressively. He finished 3rd in there, and this one was going just as well at the end with him that day on the outside of that runner. And maybe a little bit, not as much on the gallop out. And that's what I've noticed with her in her workouts. And she does present herself as that quintessential sprinting type. And looking at the pedigree, the 2nd generation was included the 2nd Dam Twist of Fleet as a multiple graded stakes winning sprinter. So there is sprinting when you go back a generation, not much in the 1st generation, but still, she looks incredibly fit here. She just looks quick. She has those big hindquarters, which suggests that push away from the gate. We'll see if she displays that from the 1 hole today. Checking in with the other brown runner, that's number 9, Peak Popularity. There really isn't much pedigree to go on with this one, and it seems a little bit counterintuitive, though it always works out in the trainer's favor, obviously, as there is actually a little bit more turf pedigree with this filly, and she does have a massive turf hoof to her. She really looks like a turf horse, but she's been working very well on the dirt. Watching her workouts, last time she was on the inside of Expected Value. She's a big filly. She was niggled at the end, and she didn't gallop out quite as well as he did, which I often wonder, when they don't gallop out strongly and into the bridle, once they come off of it, does that hint at turf? But like I said, she's a big filly. There's a lot of scope to her. She's very physically mature. She's a very proud type of filly in her demeanor, too, walking around the paddock like she's the boss. And she comes in here incredibly well prepared from the fitness perspective. So I like what I'm seeing from Peak Popularity. We'll see how she does here on the main track. Number 2 is Grand Love, a gun runner daughter for trainer Steve Asmussen. This one's Dam Stakes winner going long. She's a half to valid, multiple graded stakes winner, as well as Malibu Prayer. Again, a multiple graded stakes winner going long on the dirt, though I'm okay with her actually sprinting here today for Steve Asmussen, as she was brought in with a training saddle. We do see assistant Scott Blasi on her head. She hasn't done anything wrong yet. You know, sometimes they do that, the Asmussen crew, because they school their horses a lot prior to the first starts, and maybe they show something to them during that schooling process, and they just want to, cover every base. I like what I've seen from her on her workouts, especially 2 back on the Oklahoma track. She was on the outside of Powerful, who was 2nd in his debut, and I thought ran well against a horse who had experience, and she was going along easier than him. She broke well, too, in her gate workouts. She has been a consummate professional, and despite having a pedigree that says longer, I think physically she can win here going short. And then let's check in with Rosie's Alibi, still holding strong as your favorite at 7-5. You obviously take the worst of it with the My Racehorse horses, because everybody likes to play their horse. Why not? You should be able to, but it does kill your price a little bit as well. I like what I'm seeing from her. She's a big filly. She's really well put together. She has handled herself with the utmost composure her first time out, getting a little bit keener as they make their way to the track since Louis Saez got up, but she broke very well in that last gate breeze. We do see back-to-back gate breezes. I don't know why. I don't love to see that, and what she's shown me in those gate breezes is that she does leave there running, so we'll see what she does, and I do think watching her finish up those breezes, I like the stamina that's put into her, and it's evident with her fitness levels that I've observed here in the paddock. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Post parade's coming up. We're 7 minutes from a start. And what should be a very lucrative pick 5. We begin with Good Sam, one of 2 in here for trainer Chad Brown, debuting.
Out of a mare that had 2 foals to race, both winners. Good Sam, small sampling. Good Samaritan, excuse me, the sire. Always had 1 for 21 with first-time starters.
Steve Asmussen, the Hall of Famer, with a gun runner filly, debuting Grand Love.
Steve Asmussen with another gun runner filly.
They usually get bet heavily if they're extremely precocious, so take what you will with 6-1 on the board. Miss McComber, Kenny McPeak.
Yeah, this horse hasn't been working as well, and you can tell from the price on the board.
Rarefy has a start at the track under the belt.
Yeah, good speed first time, a half to run happy.
Spun Special, 27-1.
Yeah, Leah Giramati, only 9% with first-time starters in her career, and when they run well, they're typically bet.
This one with a race under her belt as well. And she finished ahead of Chocolate Gelato, who came back and ran freakishly good for Pletcher.
I really liked the way she did it, too. Showed a lot of professionalism, took kickback, took dirt, and finished well.
3-2 favorite. And Rosie's Alibi from my racehorse, Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, Rosie's Alibi is the type of horse you'd use, include in multis if you're playing and you're spreading in this race. I have zero interest in betting her at 3-2. Like I said, I think she'll come down off of that or up.
And peak popularity, debuting outside Manny Franco rides.
Yeah, half to a horse named Imperial Creed. The mare has been a good producer, but board is kind of telling us that this horse hasn't dazzled anybody. That's very cold on the board at 19-1.
All right, so that's your field in our Spendthrift Farm. 2-year-old race of the day coming up. And as a result of this 8 getting heavily overbet, and you see some turf works as well for this Pletcher first-time starter. There's some good prices elsewhere, including Rarefy, who debuted here at Saratoga July 24th, showed very good speed and weakened late as an even money favorite.
Yeah, this is a horse that I'm interested in, Rarefy. And the reason is, we talked about it, I just felt like this was a deep racetrack. I think Wesley, the reason this horse was bet like this is because they liked what they saw in the morning. They knew there was talent there. They knew she was fast. But the problem is that they weren't quite prepared, I think, for this racetrack to be as deep and demanding as it was. She got something out of that. I think she's going to be much better today.
So start number 2. We'll see if that speed can last a little bit longer. And by post time, though, you think, will she be the favorite?
I believe the 5 will be the favorite by post time, based on doubles. Now, it's changed a little bit with some of the changes with the CAWs, but I just, if she's that short in the double will pays, and someone is going to find value in her being 3-1 or 2-1. Excuse me, yeah, 3-1 or 2-1. They're going to keep betting her until she gets to where she's supposed to be.
This kind of racetrack, we talked about it all meet long, being deep, having a start, so important. This is the other one who has a start under her belt for Hall of Famer Bill Mott.
Yeah, and I just really liked her debut. She was far back. She took kickback. Not easy for a young horse to do. You can see, look how covered in dirt she is. Her face, her chest. She's going to angle to the clear. When she angles out and gets out of that kickback, she levels off and finishes well. I thought this was a very promising debut and showed that she has quality because she had to overcome adversity. Some young horses won't do that, and she finished with very good energy.
And the way she's finishing, that was going 5.5. Today they're going 6.5. So she's meant to appreciate that added distance here, the extra furlong, the extra 1/8 of a mile. And she's going to have pace to close into because we know that Rarefy has blazing early speed. And so she'll go out there and clip along in honest fractions that Spelterini will be happy to close into.
So there she is, start number 2. She makes a nice appearance, 3-1. But you expect it. I mean, we don't know what we're going to get from some of these first-time starters. We know the 5 is very quick. It's Wesley Ward. That's what he does. Expect her to be alone in front?
I would expect her to be in front. And she set fast fractions going 6 last time. Look at the work she came back with out of that race, August 7th on the Oklahoma training track, 59-2. Wesley's not a guy that's looking for blazing fast work, so I'm assuming she did that pretty well within herself.
No, and look, she went so fast. Her pace figures were blistering fast early for a first-time starter in a loaded maiden race on a deep racetrack. And she's going to only get better, in my opinion. She is a half to Run Happy, and we've seen what Run Happy's done over this racetrack in his career.
Never lost in his career while sprinting. We say it all the time. And in one of his biggest moments, obviously had some huge wins, including a Breeders' Cup, but winning here.
The then King's Bishop, now Alan Jerkins.
Got 11-1 that day on him.
And the other thing about Rarefy, when we were talking about Wesley Ward runners, I think, I'm curious to see what Maggie says. I think that this filly might actually appreciate the added distance rather than the other way around, where some might think that the added distance could be a problem.
Let's go back to Maggie.
No, 5-7. Okay. Let's start with her. Wow, that was a quick throw, Greg, as number 5 is Rarefy. I noted that despite being a half-sister to Run Happy, who was kind of your quintessential sprinter frame, he was really built downhill, he's very broad. She's kind of the opposite. She's very upright, she's very leggy, very tall, and suggestive that, again, guys, quick change, talking about the 5 here, Rarefy, as she, I think, as JK said, I think will appreciate the extra ground. I know that often sounds counterintuitive when a horse has the lead and they lose it when they're going a shorter distance, but it allows her to find her pace, allows her to find her rhythm a bit more easy. Now, we do have a late scratch here of number 1. That is Good Sam, will be a late scratch upon advice of the attending veterinarian, as we will take a look now at the horse that you were looking at on your screen in number 7, Spelterini. She is ultimately going to be my pick here, Spelterini, number 7, in that she looks incredibly fit. Much more than what she did first time out. I noted that the longer she gets to go, the better she should become. And while she was very asleep in the paddock first time out, she came in today like, yep, I got this. I know what I'm doing. And I just think having that race, considering she finished in front of Chocolate Gelato, who came back and ran a 92 buyer, and as you guys were saying, took all that kickback, she had the right kind of prep race to step up and fire big here. Guys?
2-1, Spelterini's second choice. And behind the, as expected now, Rarefy, 8-5 favoritism on the one that likely everyone's going to be trying to catch. So late scratch of Good Sam from the inside. So Grand Love, first time starter for Steve Asmussen, who does have a big work on the tab from a barn that's as good as there is with debuting 2-year-olds. 5-1 on the board right now.
We saw yesterday what happened when Steve Asmussen debuted a gun runner who had a ton of talent. They bet the horse down to 4-5. Now, if this one has as much talent as that one, I don't think that they would be 5-1 here.
Word gets out here.
It does. And the other thing about it is I think that, to win these races, being forward actually helps these young horses. It's less for them to try to overcome. And I think her draw inside of Rarefy probably doesn't help either. Because if she pops away from there, she's going to have Rarefy either breathing down her neck, or Rarefy is going to clear her, kick dirt in her face, and then she's going to have to find a way to get out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good point. But there's a nice pedigree here. The mare, Grand Prayer, is a producer. A nice horse named Valid, Malibu Prayer. I mean, she's been a consistent producer, and I look for that. I like to see where the families have a history of winning.
There's another look at her. And as you see in the background, Rat Ortiz Jr. going to be going back to the jockey's room with a scratch of his mount, Good Sam the 1. So Rarefy, start number 2, should be in front. And nothing, like, he just works, cannot replicate what you get out of a race in the afternoon.
And also, if you're new to the game and you've had the 1 and you got scratched, you will get the post-time favorite, which at this point seems like it'll be the 5. So if you had the 1, you're now rooting for the 5. And if you had the 5 and the 1, well, you get the 5 twice now.
Oh, that's not a bad thing.
It almost kind of cancels itself out to a certain extent, but you don't want to see horses get scratched that are taking money, because then all of those people come to your horse, which then, depresses the payout.
Gotcha.
Miss McComber, little skittish here. Biggest price on the board at 34-1.
You want to be a gate guy and lock up your arms behind a 1,000-pound racehorse who...
So much respect for what they do.
A kick from a racehorse is like combining a punch from the 4 best heavyweight boxers of all time.
You
had
that. A horse actually bite you in the chest, right?
Aladar picked me up off the ground. I was a little kid. I was an Affirm fan after that. That was it.
I would be too. Here's the one to catch. Rarefy, 9-5 favorite for Wesley Ward. He's got the favorite in our feature as well, Love Reigns, in the Bolton Landing, sprinting on the turf later this afternoon in the 9th. We're set for the late pick 5, our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
Waiting now for Rosie's Alibi and Peak Popularity. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Peak Popularity and Rosie's Alibi, and there goes Grand Love from the inside. And Grand Love spurts away here to lead by 2 lengths. Rarify has moved up now and into second. And then it is Spelterini next in third. As they race up the backstretch, Rosie's Alibi is on the outside and in fourth. Down at the rail, moving up is Spun Special. And then farther back is Peak Popularity, and trailing the field is Mrs. McComber. The quarter went in 21 4/5 seconds. Grand Love the leader by a length. Rarify runs in second. 2.5 lengths to Spelterini, and a Spun Special, the gray, down at the rail. It's 4 lengths back to Peak Popularity in 5th. And farther back is Rosie's Alibi, and way out of it, Mrs. McComber, top of the stretch, the half. 44 4/5 seconds. It is Grand Love who has the lead into the lane here. Grand Love in front by 2 lengths. Rarifies all out in second. And then comes Spun Special and Spelterini. Grand Love looking to take this field wire to wire. The first-time starter is in front by 3 as they come on for the finish. And Grand Love has done it. Wire to wire. Rarify was second. Peak Popularity came on to get third over Spelterini.
Grand Love, first time out with the win. Not the prettiest stretch run we've ever seen. Ricardo Santana Jr. for Steve Asmussen, 3 chimneys.
Yeah, and another well-prepared first-timer from the Steve Asmussen stable. Joel Rosario off his mounts again. Ricardo Santana, nice to see him getting an opportunity back on Asmussen horses. They were a good combination all last year. You see everybody is a little bit leg weary, Jonathan. Both the winner jumped back to her left lead. The 5 Rarify, who winds up second, jumped back to her left lead. That's just horses fatigued, struggling, trying to hold on.
I thought Grand Love was really impressive. You know, to kind of pop away from there as a first-time starter and a deal with 2 horses chasing that had experience, that had runs over the track. The 5 Rarify, in my opinion, had no excuse. Broke a little bit slow, but still found a great position stalking a horse that hadn't run before. And then the 7 Spelterini, I thought was just a little bit too close. I thought that horse's angle would have been take back, make one run into that pace, but was a little bit close, kind of got sucked along.
This used to be the team. Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana Jr. Asmussen, of course, as we well know if you follow the sport closely, has gone to a lot of different riders. Joel Rosario is now his main man, but back-to-back days now where Ricardo's filled in for Joel for this barn and gotten wins.
Yeah, some debut runner yesterday, the gray horse that won. I mean, he was as
Echo
impressive.
again, yeah.
Echo again, as impressive a 2-year-old debut as you're going to see. And I'll tell you what, we've been treated to some really good 2-year-old performances here this summer.
Well, that's the most exciting part about Saratoga. I mean, we love the grade 1s, the Whitney and the Travers. Sure. But the 2-year-old races are fun because you get excited about what's to come.
Likely at this meet at some point, seeing the future stars of this sport. Had fun with you guys. This was a good early half of the card. Next half is coming up. Bolton Landing included in that, and the first leg of the Canadian Triple Crown, the Queen's Plate. From Woodbine, still ahead as well. It's a filly who was the favorite on the morning line in that race. Lafitte Pinkai and the rest of the crew coming up right after a short timeout.
It's difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare, He's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential Quality has won.
in the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York, winding down week 6. Can't wait to see what that filly does today. Love Reigns, exciting filly, back from the UK, 2-1 morning line favorite in the Bolton Landing, trained by Wesley Ward, seeking a 5th win in this event. It's only 7 years old. Brad Ortiz will pilot the favorite, Saratoga's leading rider. Big weekend so far because of the super filly he rode in yesterday's Alabama. Nast. Champion in the making? Sure feels like it. And north of the border in Toronto, Woodbine Racecourse, the Canadian Triple Crown begins today. 163rd running of the Queen's Plate. Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. Rounding the far turn, not a live shot. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Trackside, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. That Queen's Plate I just mentioned, consider it Canada's version of the Kentucky Derby, the start of the Triple Crown. And everybody loves this story when a filly is favored over the boys. And right here at Saratoga, late pick 4 about to get underway. Featured event, aforementioned 8th running of the Bolton Landing. There's the field, 2-year-old fillies, 9 deep, 5.5 furlongs, $150,000 purse. Number 2, Love Reigns, 2-1. Morning line favorite as I welcome in my co-host, champion jockey, Hall of Fame jockey, Gary Stevens. Tom Amos here on the set, guys. We look at this Bolton Landing, good stakes race for 2-year-olds. Tom, let's start with the favorite, Love Reigns. Like, why is she the favorite? Why is she the filly to beat?
Well, she made a debut back in April at Keeneland, and it was on the grass, same surface she's going to run on today. Sprinting, same thing she's going to do today. And she was a beginner. Didn't break all that well, but man, she took over in this 12-horse field and dominated towards the finish line. Look how quiet her rider, Irad Ortiz, is on her this day as she just keeps finding and creates all this separation between her and the rest of the field. Typically, the grass brings horses together. You don't win by a lot on the grass, right, Gary, typically. This is a monster performance. She did go overseas. She ran a respectable 4th over there. I look for her to come back and show that American form. A rifle favorite.
It ran well, flashing that speed at Royal Ascot. Trained by Wesley Ward, who has 2 in the race, Gary. How does he seemingly have this, like, stranglehold on the 2-year-old sprint division year in and year out?
Lafitte is obviously his method
of preparing and breaking these babies is tried and true, and he's stuck with it since he started training. He breaks them more like all-purpose type horses. They gain confidence in themselves, and he's got the sixth sense of seeming to know where they're at, what stage and what venue is going to suit them the best at what stage of their career.
Again, this will be the 7th or 8th running. Wesley Ward has won 4 of them. Ward with a strong 1-2 punch coming in with the favorite in the Bolton Landing. That's race 9 here at Saratoga. Moments ago, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Pickup mount, Ricardo Santana entering the winner's circle with Grand Love. 3 Chimney filly by Gun Runner for trainer Steve Asmussen. Top of the stretch, Tom. They're all dizzy trying to chase her.
Lafitte, there's a lot of ways to win a race, but when you, as a beginner, go out there, control the race from start to finish, go a half mile in less than 45 seconds, which is really, really fast racehorse time, it makes it difficult for everyone to catch up. She's on a wrong lead down here. She's getting a little late, too, but she's put this field away in the first half mile.
Yeah, Gary, she's tiring, but they're spent as well. Nobody's making up any ground late.
Yeah, they got tired chasing her, and that's what happens a lot of the time. I mean, she wasn't rolling too much the last 16th of a mile, but everybody was staggering in her wake.
Grand Love in the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, victorious on debut, 9-2. At post time, as we welcome in our handicappers, Andy Serling, Paul LaDuca, guys circling back to the Bolton Landing. So if the winner is not going to come from the Wesley Ward stable, who else should we be looking at?
Oh, I don't know about you, Paul, and by the way, it's nice to see you.
You
we don't
too.
Come not together enough on this show. I'm going to take the very grim name of Danse Macabre in this race, actually. A horse who's race at Colonial.
Yeah.
It's hard because there aren't buyer figures for a lot of these turf sprints, and I use the time form ratings. And looking up horses coming out of this race at Colonial, I think there's a strong argument. This horse comes out of a very, very solid race, and I think Danse Macabre is a very, very possible upsetter in here.
Well, she's a daughter of Army Mule who's gotten off to a tremendous start. Very precocious horses. And you know what? This horse ran very well first time out behind Summer Promise. And that was the Wayne Lucas horse that was so well regarded. Came back here, did not disgrace herself at all. Then she went on the turf and did this. And, wow, she took to it, Andy. And I agree. When sometimes you can't look at numbers, and sometimes you got to look visually. That was visually impressive.
Well, I mean, look at the gaps, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you look for. Obviously, Love Reigns gaps in that race as well. Haven't loved the horses behind them, and I know that Love Reigns Lafitte shows that she comes out of Ascot, but in looking up the horses out of that race at Ascot, that may not have been a very strong field in the Queen Mary.
Probably seen better historically, traditionally. An exciting addition with the 2-year-old fillies in the Bolton Landing. Will Wesley Ward win another? We'll find out in race number 9. Today's schedule brought to you by Claiborne Farm. As promised, race 7 started the late pick 4. Race 9 is that Bolton Landing. Main track fast, turf courses firm, temperature around 86 degrees. Up next, Saratoga race 7, the field. Marathon. 1.5 miles on grass, allowance, optional claimer means some are for sale, but not all. It's an option for the owners. Current favorite, number 3, Baltus, at 2-1. When we come back, yesterday's Alabama. Now, this race historically produces champions. 17 and counting, and you're probably looking at number 18. Nest, another devastating performance. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
State of Rest to win it here by a length. Domestic Spending to take the lead and win Ocean Road. McCulloch has taken the lead in deep stretch, and it will be McCulloch. The English-bred McCulloch is the winner. and the field is in the stretch, and it is Nest who has asked for more, and she is responding here. Nest has a 4-length lead. Secret Oath in second. Here is Nest, and she is pouring it on here in the stretch. She is at the top of her class. Nest wins the Alabama.
With the greatest of ease, Nest. Blowout in the CCA Oaks, crushes in the Alabama, Gary. How is she making it look so easy?
Well, Tom said it yesterday. She walks the walk. She walks with the swagger, a Michael Jordan sort of swagger. She's got confidence in herself. She's still improving. All the parts have come together. She's an athlete. She's still maturing. I can't wait to see her next year.
Tom, it's only August. The Embrace, they're the owners, Aaron Wellman, Mike Rapoli. Only too early to proclaim Nest the 3-year-old filly champion of 2022?
Not at all. And I think she sealed it up here at the Saratoga meet with her 2 starts. Now, let's not forget, she got beat by Secret Oath in the Kentucky Oaks previous to the Saratoga meet. But since then, a second in the Belmont, and then against the girls, she's been dominant. What's the difference? You know, horses mature. Gary just talked about it. She has matured. She has grown up. And she is a different horse than she was back in May. Look, as trainers, and I can say this with Serengeti Empress, who was in this division at one point, you're constantly looking to get to the Breeders' Cup in a certain fashion. There's not an older horse out there that doesn't have a trainer that's wondering where Nest is going to go, and they're looking to avoid her if they can.
So you can go the other way.
Exactly.
It's not just winning, it's dominating. First Alabama for Eclipse Thoroughbreds, second for Rapoli, fourth for Todd Pletcher, and second for Irad Ortiz, who will be riding Founder in the upcoming 7th race. WinStar jockey standings, Ortiz looking for a 4th Angel Cordero riding title with 2 weeks plus left, a 7-win cushion. We say hello to Maggie Wolfendale, standing by with this race 7 Paddock report to kick off the late pick 4. Maggie.
Hey, Lafitte. We'll start down on the inside with horses that are coming up from Churchill Downs, and Mud Pie is one of those. He was coming off of a layoff in that June 3rd effort, and he's a horse that going shorter than this 1.5-mile distance doesn't have any speed. So, therefore, drawing him into the race, going 1.5 miles should suit him more because it just allows him to find his rhythm. And obviously he's been successful at these distances, primarily at Kentucky Downs, but has shown proficiency at the 1.5 mile distance. He does return as a reported new gelding. Now, when you geld a horse that's older, such as a 5-year-old as he is, really doesn't change much of them physically, as he's still a big, good-looking horse that carries his weight and conditioning quite well. I want to watch him warm up. I want to see if it frees him up moving behind in the way that he moves, but again looks fit, strong, and back out to a distance that's much more suitable to him. Moving on to number 7, that's Reigning Spirit. He also comes off of that Churchill Downs turf course, which, you know, it's really hard to judge, and it just seems as though a lot of horses typically when they get off of it, they tend to run better, but he ran well in his start in the Louisville. I thought he was very wide throughout from the 14 hole that day. He followed the eventual winner, Cellist. He kept grinding away. He was swapping leads back and forth, but we see that a lot of times with turf horses. Obviously, it's easier for them to swap leads because they spring off the turf a bit easier, and 2, it shows that a horse is trying to find more energy and just kind of relieve themselves from one lead to another. But he does come in wearing front wraps for the first time, Reigning Spirit, and he looks incredibly fit, another horse that is proficient at these distances. But again, I'm a little bit cautious when they show up wearing those front wraps, and especially a horse that was swapping his leads back and forth as he was. Now, speaking of distance, the number 2, Founder, will be trying 1.5 miles for the first time as he makes his second start for trainer Bill Mott. He's a very elegant horse. There's a lot of kind of scope to him. I don't want to say a feminine quality to him, but it's kind of what he is. He's a very long body type. He looks sensational here, second off of a layoff too, incredibly fit. And just watching this horse move with race after subsequent race, the more positive I am about him stretching out. He just has that long, loping, fluid, bouncy type of stride to him where I think he should relish getting out to this distance as the blinkers do come off for his Hall of Fame trainer as we do head across the paddock to Andy and Polly.
Distance is always the great equalizer in these races, and it's kind of interesting. We run these 3-turn mile-and-a-half races here at Belmont. They're 2 turns. I still think that Balthus, and I'm not thrilled with taking him at a short price because the competition's getting steeper, but he just feels like a horse on the upswing for this barn.
Yeah, he's definitely the horse to beat on paper. When you've had back-to-back wins, the way he's done it in open lengths, he won by 6 to break his maiden from a tough spot in the 11 hole at the 1.25 miles. I know you get a kind of bit of a run-up, but then he franked his next effort. It's tough. The toughest thing in racing is to go from winners, from maiden to winners. It's just the bottom line because these other horses have won, and I just like the way he did it. He hit the front end. He didn't really get lost, Andy. He kept to his task. I thought this was a great effort.
And this was a horse when he first ran last year at Belmont for Chad Brown. He really was just nowhere. And it took him a while, and suddenly this year he turned it around. He ran a reasonable race at Aqueduct, and he just keeps improving. An extra furlong for him. He's the one to beat, but he's got some competition. I think Caneños is a very interesting horse for Tom Morley. Tom Morley scratched the 4 tie of the sea. It was the controlling speed to run him in our John's Call at 1 mile and 5/8 on Wednesday. I think this horse just ran against better horses last time, broke a little slow, and he fits in here to me.
Yeah, he's the kind of horse that he has to stay a little bit closer than he has in the past. But if you look back in his races in 2021, he ran some longer races. But the 1.25 mile race that he ran at Belmont, he was closer up to the pace. So if he can stay within tact of this field, he's probably got a wicked kick home.
I think he's a dangerous horse. Reigning Spirit, the 7, is a tough one for me to gauge. Because at 62 to 1, he sort of runs his career best effort at 1.5 miles today's distance for trainer Al Stahl. Now, Al's had a good week. He had a very nice performance yesterday. He's got a very live horse today. He got a horse winner range, 96 Buyer yesterday. If he runs this race, he could be the horse to beat. Do you trust it?
Yeah, he is. Chellis was the 13. He was the 14, so he kind of drafted off Chellis that day, and then he's on the wrong lead, but he keeps on trying. Like Maggie said, he was grinding away and grinding away. He just could not get there. Now, at this point, Albert Stahl was 1 for 4. He had a nightmare of a meet. He had so many seconds, so now they're turning into wins here at Saratoga. So maybe Reigning Spirit can turn that into another win.
This would have been that race they show is probably very good for Tom Amos because he boxed 12, 13, 14 in the triples every time they have it, and he finally won.
Yeah, I can tell we're going to go there today. Yeah, so I'm going to, open the silos, and I got my hand on the button. I'm going to shoot off a few nukes a little later in the show.
Now you've taken fire.
That's
Time to
right.
return fire. Horses coming out for this 7th race. Start of the late pick 4. And 2 to 1. Balthus, as Andy mentioned, rapidly improving. See him again in the post parade. We start with Mud Pie, just his 2nd start this year, proven at these distances.
Well, I'll get this one in the winner's circle. Both Paulie and I were sort of confused why this one's taking so much money. It's not that he's impossible, a new gelding. He just seems to be a bit of an underlay in this field at 3 to 1.
Number 2, Founder. He's never raced beyond 1 mile and 1/8.
Yeah, leads the Chad Brown barn, goes into the Belmont barn. You just got to run around the track. This horse had blinkers on for 5 starts. Now they take them off today.
Number 3, Balthus, favored, gelded, son of Galileo. That's hard to even say.
I picked Balthus in here because he keeps improving. I had picked the 4 who was scratched, but in a certain way, are you supposed to be taking a 2 to 1 shot on the upswing? But I guess for the Chad Brown barn, you can gamble.
Caneños, 8 to 1. Tom Morley trained runners would have been side by side in the gate.
Yeah, I think this horse is actually a dangerous horse at a price. And I fooled around with the 3 and 5 in the exacta.
Number 6, Journey to Freedom. He's been kind of spinning his wheels this year.
Yeah, he has. And, and I don't know if those last 2 races are muddied up or if he's backing up. So he's a really tough read, the 6.
Number 7, Reigning Spirit. John Velasquez pickup mount would have been ridden by Joel Rosario.
Al Stahl very quietly having an excellent meet with 3 wins with a limited number of starts. If he shows up with his last race, he could arguably be the horse to beat.
Contender. And then Sabolian, proven at these distances. Last pair just kind of dull.
Yeah, but this gelding's run some decent races here and there. First time at Saratoga, blinkers off. I would believe for the first time for Rudy Brisset.
On the outside, awfully naughty. Just needs to remember how to finish his races.
Yeah, you really feel like trainer Michael McCarthy sent this horse to New York, because he's primarily based in California, to run in these turf marathon races. At the end of the day, though, is he really good enough?
We'll find out in a few moments, Andy. Long distance turf runners in the 7th. Start of the late pick 4. You got the Travers next week. If you haven't signed up, do so today. Naira Bets. Use that promo code TOGA200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match. After your first deposit, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. And when you do so, you can just copy and paste and play Tom Amos's late pick 4 ticket.
Let's talk about that pick 4 ticket. So these first 2 legs, our race right now, a paceless race where I think it's going to be a sprint to the finish and wide open. And the next race as well, a wide open first level allowance race for the fillies and mares. I'm going to spread out in those 2 races. Hope I can get to race 9. Love Reigns that we watched on video just now. I look for her to get back to her North American form and run a big one. And then the last race, I'm only down to 2 horses. It is important to note that the 5-horse Empress Theodora in the last race has a change of equipment. She's going to have to wear a bar shoe today, and that's a disadvantage when you put a different kind of shoe on a horse like a bar shoe. So obviously it's there for a reason. It's not a trinket. She's still a very nice horse. I'm going to use Vagaries, the 8-horse, with it.
We're going to ask you to dive deeper on that a little bit later in the show with the bar shoe. Best of luck, Tom, and your late pick 4, and everyone getting ready for the late pick 4 at Saratoga. You're looking at Peter Brandt's Balthus, Irish Gelding. Not going to say he's nest sharp, but he is sharp. Back-to-back wins by a combined 9 lengths. Can he make it 3 straight? We'll see in the 7th next from Saratoga.
Wake up, today's the day. Gonna get things underway. Can you feel the greatness in this moment? What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?
Nest, much the best.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Prolumo is the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy top horsemen choose to reduce bleeding caused by strenuous exercise.
We use it for preventative, and also we start horses on it if after a race or after a workout they bleed. The success has been tremendous.
Prolumo's active ingredient, Noto ginseng, has proven hemostatic properties. Consult your veterinarian prior to administering. Go natural. Visit Prolumo.com to order today.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Speaking of which, here's Reigning Spirit by Claiborne Stallion Warfront. John Velasquez aboard, Gary, subbing for Joel Rosario, out for a 3rd straight day. You were in communication with Rosario's agent, Ron Anderson. What's going on?
Well, I just texted him this morning. Asking him if Joel was riding today. He texted back, no, he's off. And I said, I hope he feels better. I hope he gets well soon. He said, thank you very much. I do know that they drew races today for next Friday's card, and he is named on horses for Friday.
3 of his mounts won yesterday, including Hottie in the Lake Placid. John Velasquez, 2 shy of 1,000 at Saratoga. There is founder and Arad Ortiz. His day thus far, 1 victory, rides in the last 4, including Love Reigns in the Bolton Landing, trying to create that separation between he and Luis Saez, last year's riding champion at Saratoga.
Yeah, and for the two-horse founder, a recent acquisition of Bill Mott's. This will be the second time he's running. The first time he ran this horse, something must have happened to incline him to change equipment on the horse. Blinkers off today with founder, the two-horse. And important to note, as trainers, when you're making equipment changes on horses, that's telling your handicappers, I'm not satisfied with the performance. I've got to do something different to make for a better performance. So when I see a change of equipment, I'm always thinking to myself, wow, they're searching a little bit.
Tinkering, Maggie, with founder. Tinkering.
Yeah, and I kind of like this tinkering about, because we will often see this with horses stretching out to the furthest they've run in their starts and taking those blinkers off. And he only wore a shortcut cheater blinker prior as well. I'm going to pick number 2 founder in here, as I do like him. Now, your favorite, even money on number 8, Balthus. I have not seen him this year. I've not covered his races for whatever reason. And his last race was really good. I really liked it watching the replay. I can't say that I really liked him in the paddock. A horse that, at least when I'd seen him in the past, kind of got himself revved up, you know, strutted his stuff. He was very quiet, though. He did wake up once on the racetrack, which I appreciate. And 2, he just didn't look great in his coat. I mean, this is the middle of summer. You're supposed to shiny and hydrated and dappled out, and he's dull looking. So could mean absolutely nothing, could win here. He does have to step up a level, though. And, well, I hate talking about my husband's horses. I do have to mention Caneños. Always been a good-looking horse. Looks great once again. This guy has been so aggressive. I mean, when I was at the barn yesterday, he was biting us, and I had to yell at him a couple times, like, stop it! He was the same in the paddock, just much more aggressive than what I've seen from him in his recent start. So hopefully, with a bit more ground, he does put himself more in the game, because in his last 2, he has been out the back early. Lafitte.
Every good athlete, a mean streak. Live racing Saratoga today, live racing Woodbine later today. Fox Sports 2, first leg of the Canadian Triple Crown, the Queen's Plate, Canada's version of the Kentucky Derby. 3-year-olds, a mile and a quarter with $1 million purse. All set here at Saratoga for the 7th start of the late pick 4. Here's John Ambrial.
Gate. And they're off. And Balthus came away well, going out for the lead with a Journey to Freedom. It is a Journey to Freedom, and Balthus, a Journey to Freedom, goes on with it now to take the lead. And Balthus sits in second, followed by Sabolian, next in third. And Reigning Spirit is in mid-pack, running in fourth. Mud Pie is down at the hedge, and now moving up on the outside is Awfully Naughty. At the back of the pack are Founder, along with Caneños. Up front, it is a Journey to Freedom who has the lead after the first quarter in 24-3, and we still have a long way to go as they come past the fans and the stands for the first time. So it is a Journey to Freedom who has the lead. Balthus is down at the rail. Sabolian, and there goes Caneños, making a big move here to go up to challenge a Journey to Freedom for the lead. So it's Caneños and a Journey to Freedom through a half mile in 50-2, 1 lap remaining. Caneños is on the outside, and a Journey to Freedom is down at the hedge. Then comes Awfully Naughty, who's running in third just behind the front runners. Down at the hedge is Balthus, and alongside is Reigning Spirit. At the back are Mud Pie, along with Sabolian, and Founder trails the field in 8th. 3 quarters in 1:15-1 as they move up the back stretch now. And it is a Journey to Freedom leading by a neck over Caneños. A Journey to Freedom by a half length now. Caneños on the outside in second. The favorite Balthus is just in behind. In between horses is Reigning Spirit, and on the outside is Awfully Naughty. Then a length and a half to Mud Pie, who is in 6th, followed by Sabolian and Founder. The mile went in 1 minute 40 seconds. It is still a Journey to Freedom and Caneños, the two of them right together, going around the far turn the final time. Awfully Naughty and Balthus right together, 3rd and 4th. Reigning Spirit is forced 4 wide, and then widest of all there, Awfully Naughty and Mud Pie, who's putting in a late run here. The field is in the stretch. It is a Journey to Freedom. Balthus taking aim at a Journey to Freedom. Down on the inside is a Founder. Here is Reigning Spirit, who's coming on now on the outside. Here is Balthus now to grab the lead in deep stretch. And it will be Balthus who delivers as the even money favorite. A Journey to Freedom completes the exacta.
In an absolute groove, Balthus, 3 straight in the Peter Brandt two-tone green for trainer Chad Brown. Manny Franco, as Johnny I mentioned, the favorite, delivers in the 7th at the Spa.
Yeah, Manny got him a great trip. He rode him hard away from the starting gate to get position. He actually broke on top and just kind of a plotter, grinder, and he liked that pace. He was able to sit close in the pocket, found the room coming into the stretch, swings out, gets daylight, hit his best gear in the last 100 yards.
Yeah, for the horse that set all the pace, a Journey of Freedom to Freedom, I mean, the pace was a crawl here, and it looked like it was going to be a crawl on paper. So when they head down the lane, as you're watching right here, if you're going to plan on catching a horse that saved all that energy like the 6 horse did, you better be positioned close to that horse, because you're not going to make up a lot of ground in a pace scenario that's slow, and you let a pace setter go 115 to 3/4. Balthus ran a very, very good race, even better than it appears on paper, overcoming that slow pace.
Andy Paul, Manny Franco, another winning ride for Chad Brown.
I think Gary said it all, actually, and I absolutely agree. And that doesn't necessarily make him right, but I think it does. That Manny won this race when he was aggressive coming out of the gate, because he got that position and he was able to get into that perfect position in the pocket. And from there, it was just easy.
Yeah, and it's textbook, right? You push out of the gate, you make somebody else make the decision, and then you sort of just get the drafting part. I thought the 6 in here, Journey for Freedom, ran a great race because Julien Leproux had a ton of horse. Caninos was giving him a ton of problems, so kind of ran off on him and gave a Journey to Freedom something to think about. But then again, Manny just had the 3 placed in a perfect spot, and you even said it. The 3's going to jiggy jog if he gets out. And it was just a matter of time if he got any kind of room. And this 4-year-old son of gelded son of Galileo, he's improving more and more, now 3 in a row.
Yeah, and you have to think that Chad Brown, maybe he's even looking at a race like the Red Smith later in the fall to get him to a stake race, but he's obviously an improving horse as he keeps getting better and better with each start.
Even money. Balthus, as everyone is aware, Chad Brown dealing with legal matters over the last few days. Nothing has changed. Nothing has transpired. As soon as there is something to report or update, we will do so. Balthus, even money over a Journey to Freedom, 3-6-7-2 results. When we come back, plus first look at Woodbine Racecourse in Toronto. Queen's Plate Sunday, start of the Canadian Triple Crown. Flavien Prat is there. He'll ride Rondour. This mount, far beyond fame and glory. It means more. That story later in the show.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front, late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September yearling sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners, and champions across the page.
Echo Zillow parties. Life is good. Next go.
Go to the back. Good luck.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. It started at nairabets.com. Adelphi Hotel, downtown Broadway, a.k.a. Tom's Summer Home. How come you get put up there, Tom? How does that work?
Well, you know, you gotta be in that pay grade. You know, one day you'll be there.
You get paid?
Right.
This guy's getting paid. Manny Franco, the winning ride on Balthus. Razor sharp, 3 straight. Maggie Wolfendale standing by as you look at the prices. 430, 3, 6, 7. Maggie with the winning pilot. Manny Franco in the winner's circle.
They seem to be a match made in heaven, Balthus and Manny Franco. Lafitte, as you've won 3 in a row on this horse. And 2, I feel like with Chad Brown stretching him out gradually in distance each time, you get a better feel. He learns a lot. How much has this horse improved from start to start, Manny?
He improved a lot. He's a lot mature right now, and he always told me that he wanna run this horse distance. The more distance, the better. So he's right. So the horse is turning into a nice horse right now, and I think he belongs in a state race coming up.
He is passed every test with flying colors. Now, Manny, too, we watch these inner turf races, turf course races, and you had your horse, obviously an inside post help, but you had your horse settled behind, saving ground every inch of the way. How important is that?
I think it's a safe ground in the grass is a big advantage, you know. That's what I did today. I take advantage of my post. My horse break good. Chad told me, if you end up in the lead, I don't see much speed in the race, you go and take it. But I saw the 6 horse with the intention to go, and Morley horse, so I just decided to. I have a lot of confidence on my horse, and I decided to ride in the way I've been riding him, and work out great. I just improved my position every time the 7 came to me, so I don't want to lose my position there inside, and the horse held me the whole way.
Well, Manny, you helped that horse. I know he was a favorite, but it was a flawless ride by you. Congratulations, and you're really riding well this meet.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Manny Franco once again guiding a Chad Brown runner to the winner's circle as this duo has been lighting it up here at the Spa, Lafitte.
You can just sense and feel. Oh, that's a great shot. You can just sense the confidence, can't you?
Yes, absolutely. You can watch him. You can tell with all these riders when they're riding at a high level, when they're very confident in themselves and the mounts that they're riding. But Manny's still improving. We're just seeing the tip of the iceberg right now, I think.
It might have been Andy who brought it up. I can't remember who it was. Has ridden more winners for Chad Brown than any other jockey. Manny Franco will have that 8th race, as you see, field and updated odds. Lucrative allowance sprint in about 22 minutes. In the meantime, in 6 days, Saratoga's signature race, 153rd running of the Run Happy Travers. 3-year-olds running 1.25 miles. Here are the probables. It's big name after big name. One note, charge it off the list. Not running, charge it. Epicenter, division leader, not by much. It ain't gonna be easy. You're gonna have to deal with Zandon. Bluegrass Stakes winner, 3rd place finisher in the Kentucky Derby, defeated by Epicenter in the Jim Dandy. Gary, this was yesterday on the main track here at Saratoga, breezing a minute .65.
Yeah, and that is breezing right there. The rider not letting this horse out a notch at all. He's doing all of this under his own power, being restrained all the way through the stretch. Has a big, huge gallop out. I love what I'm seeing. His action is beautiful. Swaps leads perfectly right there. No effort at all. And just in a great rhythm, Tom.
He is in a great rhythm. This is how Zandon looked before the Kentucky Derby back in the beginning of May. What you're looking for in terms of how easy and how efficiently Zandon is doing it is the rider's hands. They're very, very quiet. Look at the exercise rider's head bobbing a little bit, and look at his leverage back in the saddle against the reins there. That is a sign of a horse that's wanting to do more, but respecting the rider on his back and not doing it. This is the kind of work you want when you're going into a race.
What needs to be different? What needs to change from the Jim Dandy when Epicenter was clearly best? How can Zandon win this Travers?
Quite frankly, it's a matter of whether Zandon can improve, because they faced twice. They faced in the Derby. Epicenter was better when he was second that day. And, of course, they faced in the Jim Dandy, and Epicenter put on a big big race that day and showed he is the best 3-year-old right now. Something could change next week in the Run Happy Travers, no question about it. We're going to put them all in a bowl and shake them up and see what happens, but Epicenter's the horse to beat.
6 days, Run Happy Travers. We'll have it for you right here on Fox. When we come back, the live racing continues on this Sunday program, and the Rodriguez brothers, from riding horses to parking cars to training winners and everything in between. They're funny, especially when you get them together. That story's next.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Maintaining a comfortable lead. Power Attack is second, but it is Sharp as Attack with another tremendous performance. He's much better than his debut today. Look at him roll in the Tyro by almost 10 lengths.
It's Sharp Azteca, and he was sharp as can be today.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
To have you with us on Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Saratoga Spa State Park, more than 2,300 acres, site of SPAC, Saratoga Performing Arts Center. Not sure how much time the Rodriguez brothers spend there. You should check it out. The Rodriguez brothers, Rudy and Gustavo, they're both trainers here in New York. For Rudy, it's not the summer he was hoping for here at Saratoga. For Gustavo, things are actually going quite well. But here's the thing. You get the brothers together, you'd never know who at the time was winning and who wasn't.
Trainers Rudy and Gustavo Rodriguez come from a family of 10 brothers, 5 of which have worked in the thoroughbred industry. But training wasn't their first job.
I was a jockey for almost close to 17 years.
And here's the wire, and Frost Giant, a huge upset.
I broke a lot of bones. So that was easy for me to change, I guess. You know, when you're riding bad horses and falling down a lot and being in the hospital a lot, you know, it's tough.
I had 2 jobs. I was working for Rick Dotro as an exercise rider, and I used to park cars, for Naira.
Over here in the back, it was in the preferred parking.
Yeah, over here. I did it for like a few years,
So
maybe more than 10
this
years.
little spot is still close.
Yeah.
Parking cars aside, the brothers decided to work together. Rudy would get his trainer's license, and Gustavo would come work for him. But that took some encouragement.
He didn't really want to do it, but I kind of was pushing him, to do it because he knew a lot of owners, and I thought maybe through him we wanted to do our own thing, but he didn't really want to do it. And I was.
I want to keep falling out on the horses still. I want to keep riding.
And little by little, he made it.
Vijack to win the Kelso Handicap. Dad's Caps has won the Carter.
Condo Commando
was splash-tastic.
Everything seemed to be going well. Well, most of the time.
Was okay. Couple of days, you know, like everything else, you know, some days good, some days bad, but
no, for like
we keep moving along.
For like most of the time, good. You know, we used to argue and this and that. 2 minutes go by, we everything good.
This continued until a partnership with Andrew Gurdon developed with Gustavo, and he decided to go out on his own. That would pit brother against brother on the track.
My wife, she don't like it when when we run against him. She don't like it. No, because Rudy beat us a lot. Right now, if I need anything, I ask him, and he's there for us. And if he needs something, I'm there for him.
We try to put it together, you know.
Even we fight sometimes, but we right there.
You gotta fight sometimes to make it work, no?
Well, brothers will be brothers, but through it all, there is still a lot of respect between them.
He's very unique, and it's tough to be like him. He's more laid back.
Rudy's like
I just go with the flow.
He don't stop. He don't stop. Rudy, he just keep going.
Yeah, I'm good. I gotta go take a shower and come back.
Should have like a reality show or a podcast or something. Live look, Gustavo Rodriguez. The Rodriguez brothers, they're too much.
That was gold. I want to see the unedited version.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Gustavo, only thing he's parking these days are his horses in the winner's circle. And for Rudy, he's represented with a pair of runners in this 8th race as well. The rare distinction, Rudy Rodriguez, Grade 1 winning jockey and Grade 1 winning trainer. Maggie, are we going to be talking to either of them after this race? What do you see in the paddock?
I don't know. I do like Rudy's horse, who I'll get to in a moment. Though dynamically, I'm not sure if it's going to work out for Baba. But let's talk about the one coming off of a layoff. That's number 5, Exultress. Here on numbers, she's pretty light. She's going to have to find a race that she didn't run in her only race that makes her semi-competitive in that maiden breaking performance. She's going to have to get faster. We haven't seen her since a disappointing 6, beaten 17 1/4 lengths in the Cicada. But she comes back here, and she looks incredibly fit. If anything, she's grown a bit, gotten a little longer, a little rangier in that frame. But I will say that when I saw her, which was for her maiden breaking performance, she was really forward, really striding out well on the muscle. She is really strong behind the saddle. I'm not picking that up today. She's very quiet, subdued here, not quite as strong across that top line as she was, but like I said, looks incredibly fit here, and we'll see. Maybe she does benefit from some proverbial hitting up front, as you have Awesome Indra, who is fast. You have the 2 in here, Repealing. She showed a lot of speed last time. Then you have Baba. Now, Baba does have the benefit of being towards the outside, so she can kind of play things at the break. And honestly, she was just the horse that caught my eye. Furthermore, this is one of the best times I have seen Baba appear prior to a race. I haven't, albeit, covered her races when she's been in Rudy's barn, and maybe it's a factor of Rudy just kind of changing her physicality around a bit. But I like what I'm seeing from her, and she has been on the steady improve, at least for this barn. We'll see if she can come up with another big performance, as she is accompanied by the pony Cotton in her ears, and she is nice and calm, which is a good sign for Baba. As Andy, are you calm over there?
I'm cool as a cucumber, Maggie. Thanks for asking. Paul is as well. Rudy Rodriguez is going to beat me at the meet he's having, and I hope that meet improves for him. I'm not betting any 2-to-1 shots that he's saddling, and I know Baba ran a big race last time, and there's no denying it. And she and November Rain, who's a very nice horse, a New York bred, they ran well together. I don't know where that race came from because it's nowhere in her PPs, and I'm certainly not betting her to repeat it at Saratoga given the meet that Rudy's having, Paul.
You're right. I mean, I can understand what you're saying. It was a giant race. These 2 fillies really were ding-donging it down to the wire, and she just lost a little bit of a head bob. At 3 back, you know, she wanted to start her allowance after Rudy claimed this filly for $20,000. She's obviously improved in his barn, but again, it's hard to ignore 1 for $55 on a 2-to-1 shot. Now, when you go to the other horse in here, the 2, Repealing, The question that you have with this horse is, okay, last race, July 23rd, Andy, one work since then, but again, that worries me. But the horse also only had 2 works going into his last wake, so I don't know what to do with the 2. This might be something like we saw with the other Al-Stall runner, got the race over the racetrack and then exploded. Is that going to happen today?
You know, what's good for me is that I don't even look at the workout, so I don't have that dilemma.
There you go.
I find that, you know, what you don't see can't hurt you. I'm thinking about Al-Stall, that horse who ran a huge race yesterday, got a 96 buyer. That horse ran, first start coming to Saratoga, and ran okay, but not great. And this horse who had run so big, 2 back, came back and ran okay. And I'm wondering if maybe after one start in the track, Repealing will run better, and I think if she does, she's a better horse and more reliable than the 8, and she's also faster. And we've seen Inside Speed do okay today. I've got a ridiculous horse that I have to use, and that's Firing Carol. This is a horse, Firing Carol. If you look at her PPs and the figures she's run at times, she's every bit as fast as just about anybody in this race, unless Reappealing runs her fastest race, and faster than most. She's 19-1, because nobody's going to bet these connections up in Saratoga. But are you going to tell me your last dry track race back in December, when she ran second with a 75 buyer behind Eloquent Speaker, who was in great form then, isn't good enough to at least get a piece of this?
No, I can agree with you there. And the horse seems like that she's run well fresh a couple times. And Jalen Samuel is a capable jockey, too. And this is a horse that's going to lay out of the gate. He never really, or she never really breaks well at all. She's going to sit back and make one run. And there is some pace in here. If Baba wants to go, if the 2 wants to go, if Chloe Rose wants to go, the 4.
Awesome Indra could go.
The 5 is fresh, could go too. So there could be some pace. If it's a meltdown, the 7 will be showing up late.
I'm going to be fooling around with Firing Carol in this race.
19-1 outsider. Riders up momentarily. Still have time to get involved, sign up. Join us at Naira Bets. You'll want to use that promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Riders up. Rudy Rodriguez, represented by number 1, Ruby's in Time. Tom and 8, Baba on the outside at the far back end of your screen there. Your top selection in this 8th race.
Yeah, Andy talked about her last race. I liked how she fought all the way to the line. Look, Rudy's been very patient with this horse since he's come to Saratoga. Twice he's entered Baba as a main track only on the grass.
There's
once
Rudy.
On the 24th of July and once on the 19th of August. The idea was if those races came off, the race would be 5.5 furlongs on the dirt, or 5/8 and another 110 yards. And so Rudy's telling us, with a horse he obviously knows well since he claimed him, I need shorter. He's going to get shorter today because this horse ran 6.5 furlongs last time. He gets 6/8 of a mile today, or 6 furlongs. And I think that outside post helps Baba a lot. I liked how game she was in a situation where there was a lot of speed, and I do believe there'll be a lot of speed today with the 2 Repealing, the 3 Awesome Indra, and then Baba on the outside, which Maggie said, and I completely agree with, it's a great post position for a speed horse to be outside like that.
You saw Rudy Rodriguez smiling. He looked like a guy that's lost.
No.
58 of 59 races, whatever it is, at Saratoga. He wins a lot of races. This happens from time. Last year, he saddled the winner of the Longines Test, the most prestigious race for 3-year-old filly sprinters at Saratoga. Rudy Rodriguez on your screen.
He never has a bad day, appearance-wise.
Yeah.
I mean, he said it on that piece. Good days, bad days. Well, good meets, bad meets. Everything comes full circle.
Slumps are hard to go through, and we all go through them. And you have to just keep telling yourself, I've been successful, and Rudy has certainly been successful, and I'm just going to keep doing the same thing, and I know it's a winning formula.
Maybe he gets a second win here. Grade 1 winning jockey and trainer, Rudy Rodriguez with Baba. And Ruby's in Time, who will kick off the post parade, calling this field to post. $115,000 purse. This allowance condition sprint fillies and mares. Ruby's in Time. Kendrick Carmouche looking for a second win this afternoon.
Well, this Rudy Rodriguez horse is almost 20-1. So if you like it, you should bet on her. And there was a time when Ruby's in Time made a lot of sense in this race. And a race 2 back is actually good enough to get a real piece of it.
Repealing, Tyler Gaffleone won yesterday's Del Mar Oaks with Spenderella.
I really feel that this is the filly to beat in here besides the 8. It's just the work pattern just confuses me a tiny bit.
Awesome Indra, very popular at the claim box.
Yeah, I mean, her race came up very fast, 2 back. I'm not sure I can rely on her to run it back. She has to bounce back, finishing well behind Real Appealing last time.
Chloe Rose for Gustavo Rodriguez.
Yeah, this one put blinkers on for the first time and got it done. I actually had blinkers on way back when, but Gustavo put them back on and resulted in a win.
Exaltress, Franco Brown looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, rare Chad Brown horse at a very big price, and there's a good reason for it if you look at her PPs.
To a T, make the rider, the red-hot Javier Castellano subbing for Joel Rosario.
Yeah, this is another horse that has some kind of gait issues and probably be launching from far back.
Firing Carroll and Andy trying to smoke out this long shot.
I just think she's a horse that has enough races that give her a chance to win, and with more high-profile connections, she'd probably be a third of the price that she is today.
15-1 currently. And then Baba on the outside, make the rider. Trevor McCarthy subbing for Jose Gomez, who did test positive for COVID.
Yeah, speed from the outside, and the horse has got a great chance. And every time I think of this horse, I just think of the Beastie Boys, Ali, Baba, and the 4D Thieves.
Baba, second choice, 5-2. Over to Maggie, standing by with trainer Al Stahl.
Here. You're ready to be. We were talking about children's names and how we have well, my one daughter's unique, and your daughter's name is unique, too.
Yep, Greta, she's the lone wolf on her classes all these years.
You like that unique, sense of individualization.
Right, if you name her Sophia and they call a name and 15 people raise their hands. So, yeah, no, it's nice.
Now, talking about repealing here, obviously, and we'll kind of see a repeat of what happened with your horse yesterday with that huge performance with her. Now, she was down on the inside, and as you mentioned to me, it seems as though this track at Saratoga has tightened up a bit.
Yeah, there's no question. You can tell by just the final times. But in the morning, the works are faster, too. So that ought to be a race over the track, and a tighter track should be to our benefit.
I'll have to ask you, as a trainer coming from Churchill and training on the tracks there, is there an adjustment period with your horses when you bring them up here and get them ready for races?
I think so. Besides the track surface, the climate and things like that, I prefer to maybe skip the first 4 days of racing when we start on a Thursday and just kind of wait and get a work over the track and try and hit races from going forward after that. But that's what I do, whether it's right or wrong. But there's all around water, air, track surface. There's a whole bunch of different things.
So many.
They do well when they get here, though.
So many variables as well, and it's always an adjustment. She was really calm in the paddock. Now, she did show speed last time out. What were if there were any instructions to Tyler? But there's other speed in here. Are you just going to play the brake?
Yeah, that's Tyler. Yeah, he knows her. He's worked her. He's ridden her a few times. Just have to see. Yeah, we don't want to get pinned in by an outside speed horse, but we'll just have to see. She should leave there on her toes, and they might have to do some running to kind of get to her from the outside. So we'll see what happens.
Well, Al, wishing you the best of luck. Thank you so much for your time, too.
Okay, my pleasure.
All right, Al Stahl, as he looks to have another one bounce back and run big for their second start here at Saratoga, Lafitte.
Your college roommate going to get one here?
Trainer speak. He is sending from the gate, and he is going to be up front. And I'm not saying there'll be nobody alongside of him because that depends on what the other guys are going to do on their horses, but Al's sending in here.
Yeah, look,
go ahead.
Tyler won that race, won the Del Mar Oaks yesterday, flew home, took Red Eye home, won the first race today. I'm home watching the race and was interviewed after his win, and the horse he rode said really needed an out first time out. He said it's very helpful for these horses to get one out under their belt over this track. We heard it from Al right there. He said, this track is tightened up, and she's had that one out. I think she's going to be mighty tough to beat here today.
I have a question, Tom.
Andy,
how
go ahead.
How big is your bet with Al Stahl that you would win more races than him this meet? Because I believe right now you're losing.
Well, Andy, first of all, as trainers and good friends, we don't make bets like that. Now, if you and I were going to make bets on how many races we
I would have bet on
as
Al.
winners,
if you could have let me bet Al, I would have gladly taken that.
If you and
bet.
I were going to bet on how many races we handicap as winners, that would be a bet because, as I said, Al and I wouldn't make that bet. We're friends.
Okay, can I ask you a question, Tom? Because I tried to call you this morning.
I called you back, Paul.
I know, but you know what? Listen, you only can get me one time in there in a day. I'm very popular, Tom. I don't know if you know that.
Look,
okay.
when you're quoting Beastie Boys songs,
it's like a
I know
love
what you're doing
out
at
here
night.
for Paul.
I know what's going on tonight if you're quoting Beastie Boy.
Yeah, here's the thing. Repealing. Are you worried with that work pattern?
Yes. I'm not only worried with that work pattern. I actually thought if you were going to call the track fair, which maybe you couldn't last time, I wanted to see her finish a little bit better than what she finished.
Okay.
Okay. Paulie's singing "O Canada" later, by the way. That's why he was getting that Beastie Boys thing going. He's getting ready for the "O Canada" version for the Queen's Plate.
It's the land of the free, Andy.
That you know all the lyrics. You've already. That's like the second lyric you've given me. He's ready, guys. It's gonna be monumental.
Get it in the rundown. Paulie singing "O Canada." First leg of the Canadian Triple Crown. You'll see that on Fox Sports 2, the Queen's Plate. Great story as always with the filly trying to defeat the boys and so many fillies who have captured the Queen's Plate. That's later. Still have the Bolton Landing here at Saratoga, race 9. They are at the gate. Gary repealing 7-5 at post time.
Yeah, it's. I think it's a fair bet. 7-5. I don't know. I thought it'd get better. 6-5 now. Dropping.
And he said, look out for that long shot. Firing Carol, number 7, 17-1 for trainer Ricardo Ligo on the outside. They're moving in. 6-5. Repealing. John Ambrial standing by. It is post time for the 8th, live from Saratoga.
They're all in. And they're off. Number 6 to a T. Walked out of the gate, trails the field. Going for the lead here is Repealing. Repealing has the early lead. And right alongside there is Awesome Indra. And then 3 wide as they move up the backstretch is Chloe Rose. And widest of all there is Exaltrist, who's racing in 4th. Baba is next in 5th. Then comes Ruby's in Time in 6th, followed by Firing Carol and the slow starting to a T in 8th. The quarter went in 22-1. It's the favorite Repealing, who leads here by 3/4 of a length. Awesome Indra runs in 2nd as they go around the far turn. And then it is Chloe Rose next in 3rd. Now 3 lengths back to Exaltrist, who has tailed off in 4th. Now moving on through there is a Firing Carol, who's gaining some ground. Far outside it is Baba, then to a T, and Ruby's in Time down at the rail. The half in 45 and 3/5 seconds. It is Repealing, who has built a 5-length lead now. It's Repealing in front. And to a T has moved into 2nd and continues to gain ground. It is Repealing trying to repel to a T as they come down for the finish. Repealing in front. To a T, one last chance. Repealing holds on. To a T off slow, came on to run 2nd.
Desperate finish. Repealing. 2nd win on the afternoon. Tyler Gaffleone. 6-5 holds off a late charging to a T who was left at the start.
Yeah, bad break for 2 a T. Saw her throw her head a couple times before they opened the starting gate, and she happened to do it a 3rd time as it opened and got herself left. Whether she was best, I would have to say probably so. But
phone ringing, dude.
Yeah, we got that covered. Call 911. This filly was wanting to call 911 right before the finish line. Tyler had it well measured. He didn't panic. I think, he didn't go to the stick. Little tap on the shoulder. Good enough to get.
What happened at the start?
Yeah, let's watch the 6 horse here, you guys. To a T that ends up running 2nd in this race. I mean, really, there you see him hop at the start is what the form will say. Sometimes horses aren't prepared. The sudden movement at the gate opening, the bell ringing at the same time can make them jump. That's what you saw here with To a T, and look, that's To a T in last, having to make up all that ground. Ran a really, really big race for Repealing. You know, it's a race where she kind of ran him off her feet and was able to kind of coast home because she was getting late right here. And, as trainers, we love to win, but we're always evaluating races. And with Repealing, you've got to ask yourself, how can I get her to finish up that last 8th mile? She ran him off their feet, but it wasn't so fast that she shouldn't have had a little bit more finish than she had. No. Nonetheless, congratulations.
Hey, look, and a lot of people would say, oh, man, he went to sleep on this. He didn't go to sleep on her. He had done all he could do, all the encouragement. When a horse is tiring underneath you, the best thing you can do is gather them up and give them confidence, help them to the finish line, not get sloppy on them and throw their head away, especially if a track is on a little bit of the tiring side.
Andy felt like a measured half length in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting conversation, and I don't disagree with what Gary was saying, that To a T because she got left.
Yeah.
But to be fair, you guys alluded to it as well, the winner did all the dirty work.
Yeah.
I mean, she put away about 4 horses that were going at her, and that was a legit pace. So I think it's a combination of both. And the winner ran very well. To a T was unlucky. Firing Carol, my long shot, not good enough to get there. And Tom, I think it's now 5-2 stall for Amos.
Yeah, give Tyler Gaffleone credit. I don't know if this horse really likes this racetrack. Before the last race, Lafitte, this horse came in as the favorite, got a C- workout over this racetrack, then came back, and I think that Al said, you know what, let's just give this horse a maintenance drill, got the race over the racetrack. And I wonder what Tyler is going to say. I hope that question gets asked. If this horse really does like this contract, this racetrack right now, or did he just win? She just win just on pure ability.
I wonder if she just may have needed a race over the surface. What do you think, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, look, she ran great today, and I think Andy brings a good point about, I mean, there were 4 horses that were chasing on the lead. Today, having that inside post was a benefit. He wasn't hung out wide, was able to get very good position at the start, and when she put those horses away, she's able to take a little bit of a breather, as any rider will do, Gary, on a horse, and it helped her a great deal in the end of the race.
Will you do me a favor and just like empty the barn, flood the entries, class drop, run everything you got the last couple of weeks?
I think, like a lot of our viewers, when Andy speaks, you just press the mute button on. You can't really pay attention to it, can you?
Repealing 6 to 5. We'll have much more here from Saratoga. Coming up, the main events on this Sunday afternoon. The Bolton Landing here and this story. Trainer Katerina Vasilyeva today, hoping to win Canada's most prestigious race, the Queen's Plate. Perspective is far from a priority, given what her family has faced the last few months, forced to flee their home in Ukraine.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Leading by 3, Gibberish and Dylan Davis.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual-surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to the Sunday edition of Saratoga Live. Well, today's 8th race, an allowance race, won by your favorite, repealing her second start over this Saratoga main track and ridden to victory by Tyler Gaffalione. And Tyler, you've been aboard her for pretty much all of her efforts, and Paul LaDuca was saying that it looked as though she was more comfortable 2 starts back in her Churchill Downs victory than what she's shown us in these 2 efforts here at the spot. Do you think that's true, or is it just 2 she needed to start over this track?
I definitely think she needed to start over the track. The way the course was playing early in the meet, it was a little more tiring, heavier, so definitely got a lot out of that race. You can see she came back a little bit better today, but she's still young, she's still immature, and she's still learning, so she still has a little bit of tendency to look around, kind of wander, and just haven't really got to the bottom of her yet.
When you're riding these inexperienced horses like herself, what are you trying to teach them during a race?
Just kind of teach them to remain calm, keep their focus. You don't want to do too much and get ahead of yourself and send them kind of in a frenzy. But yeah, you just kind of coax them around there.
Speaking of young horses, you'll be on a second-time starter for Wesley Ward, No K Never. I know you haven't ridden her, but Wesley, in the write-ups at least, has said that, well, she's fast. He does believe that Love Reigns is faster than her. What kind of trip are you looking for with this filly today?
We're going to try something a little different with her today. There's so much speed in there, and the way Wesley's been training her, he's been teaching her to kind of sit off of horses and finish up, so we're going to try that out.
Well, best of luck. Go get changed. Wishing you best of luck there. Congrats here.
Thanks so much.
All right, Tyler Gaffalione picking up his second winner of the day aboard Repealing the Feet.
Jet Set Jockey. Maggie, yesterday winning the Del Mar Oaks out in Southern California. Del Mar, a couple of wins today. We'll try for a third No K Never. Next in the Bolton Landing. Late pick 5, follow along 1.2 million plus. Repealing delivers. Turning the page. Bolton Landing is next. 2-year-old fillies, 5.5 furlong Mad Dash on grass. No surprise here. Love Reigns, odds-on favorite at 3-5. Guys, on Friday we watched Oxymore win the Skidmore, the male equivalent of the Bolton Landing. That's super impressive. What do you make of the talent, like, collectively in this Bolton Landing?
Well, Oxymore did it on the lead, used the speed to get there. No different than what Love Reigns is going to try to do today. And just like the field, the boys' version of this race that Oxymore won, we have a race today where 5 of the 9 participants are 1-for-1 on the grass. They are undefeated on the grass. And you've got to respect those connections. These are young fillies, are going to improve from race to race. There's a lot we'll know after the race, but as far as raw talent goes, this is right up there with the other race.
How good do you think Love Reigns is, Gary?
I think she's very good, but I like what Tyler just said about No K Never. Going to take her off the pace today. And listen, Wesley does this with a lot of his horses. They show good speed, but they're rateable. In other words, you can sit behind. He doesn't want these two getting in each other's way. She went 21-1 when she broke her maiden first time out for the first quarter mile, so she's quick. But if she has the ability to come from behind and use that speed at the end, she may be a factor as well.
Bolton Landing, 22 minutes out. Sunday feature Saratoga and north of the border. A little more than half an hour. The Queen's Plate. First leg of Canada's Triple Crown 3-year-olds, 1.25 synthetic track. Current favorite, 5-2 Moira on the morning line. The second choice, take a look at number 6, Rondor at 3-1. In this sport, there are so many different reasons to root for a thoroughbred. It could be just a bet. Maybe there's a personal connection. Maybe it's just a good story. This one is a little different. Katerina Vasilyeva wasn't born into the sport. Her family has absolutely nothing to do with thoroughbred racing. They were peacefully living their lives in Ukraine when one morning, a few months ago, everything changed.
I've always had a love for horses ever since I was a little girl. Nobody in my family ever had anything to do with horses of any kind, so I think it's just, you could say, my destiny. There were 5 of us that came to Canada. My husband stayed behind in Ukraine because he's a priest of a church and he had to stay to comfort his people. There were bombs going off all around the city. My husband insisted that I take the kids and go to Canada where Dimitri and Katerina were going to help us. It's very scary. I can't even describe in words what it's like to close your door for the last time and not know when you're going to be returning home. We didn't know when the conflict was going to be over, and I didn't want my children to be around any of that. What helps my children get through these times is their hobbies and their interests. Ilya, he's really good with his hands. He's just trying to color the world with the beauty of the things that he can make with his hands.
I started doing these crafts when I was 8 years old. My mother works in a beauty salon, and I tried to see what would happen if I sold one through her salon. And I sold it, and that's how I started selling my crafts.
I'm so grateful to Katerina for taking Tihan to the stable with her. He's just such a hard worker. He doesn't tire. My other staff notice how hard he works and how enthusiastic he is, and it sort of boosts everyone else's morale.
You do everything.
Try. In Ukraine, I used to see pictures of horses running and how their manes and tails would be flowing, and I imagine one day working with them. I love that they have a kind soul.
I think for a young child like Tihan to experience this journey now to the Queen's Plate and to win it would be super exhilarating. And I'm so glad that we have Ronder to help him focus on something good and hope for something great. At this very moment, that's our greatest hope, that Ronder wins the Queen's Plate. This is our goal right now. We all want to be there together to see this big win. We're very grateful for Dmitry and Katerina for helping us to get here and for supporting us. We're Ukrainian, they're Russian, and we live together as a family. If there's anything I want people to take away from our story, it's that we can all get along. This war has affected so many people. I'm just so glad that my family was able to get out unscathed and to be able to start a new life here.
Wow. It's one thing to know what's happening in the world, Tom. It's another to see the faces of those affected, and in this case, actually displaced in what's happening in Ukraine.
Yeah, it's easy to look at something that is far away and not recognize that these are people just like us. And this unprovoked invasion, and I'm just going to give you my opinion and my opinion only, it's a threat not only to democracy, but it's a threat to our democracy here in the United States. If you don't realize the threat to our democracy is at our shores right now, as far as I'm concerned, you're just not paying enough attention. And I'm not making a political statement. I hate politics, and I'm not happy with either party. I'm talking about democracy and freedom here, and I really think that everyone needs to pay attention. And I, for one, the moment that Russia, unprovoked, went into Ukraine, I took my horses, every single one of them, and they always run in back bandages, they always run in white bandages, and I changed the color of my bandages to blue and gold. Those are the colors of the Ukraine flag, and I want Ukraine to know that I support them, and I support their democracy.
Well said, and a beautiful, beautiful gesture. Unfortunately, we get a little desensitized the more time passes, and then a story like that puts things right back into perspective as they should be. Much more here on Saratoga Live, and kind of a clumsy return back to the live racing here. We do have the Sunday feature coming up, the Bolton Landing. Horses are in the paddock. 15 minutes out until the Bolton Landing as Saratoga Live continues.
Capacity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run. Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner.
It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's Improbable to win the Whitney.
The November sale has become literally a Star of Stars sale.
Horse for horse, it's probably incomparable with any other sale in the world.
Whether you're a consignor, you're a buyer, or you're just a fan of the sport, it's the one you want to be watching. The best mares foaled to the best stallions. I think it's really one of the highlights in the industry.
All of the top broodmare prospects will be converging on a stage that you will literally have buyers from all over the world fighting it out while those horses are standing in the auction ring.
You can barely move inside the pavilion. There's so many people here, and the buzz is electric. You can't replicate that anywhere in the world, in my opinion.
To have horses in this phasing tipped in November sale is what all owners dream of. It means that your mare was one of the best racing on the racetrack. It's the night of the stars.
9-5, give me 10 minutes. 9-5, now to 9-5, 9-7, give me 2.5.
Standing at Gainesway.
Just 45 minutes north of Saratoga Springs, one can find Bolton Landing. It's situated on beautiful Lake George. Friendly community has long drawn travelers from all over New York. For those seeking solitude, their hiking trails, parks, historic hotels have provided refuge from the busy city. Water activities galore. Renting a boat to cruise the lake is an absolute must. Bolton Landing. Fillies in the paddock, Tom. We're looking at the favorite here for the upcoming Bolton Landing, Love Reigns. We'll hear from Maggie in a moment, but when you're training a 2-year-old, specifically, what are you looking from your 2-year-olds in the paddock pre-race?
So keeping in mind that many of these horses have run maybe once or twice, and as Gary pointed out to me once when I ran a horse that he won on, sometimes when those horses come back the second time after they've experienced a race, everything that they know is going to happen can make them fret a little bit. So to keep them from fretting, you want to see that your horse is doing fine, doing well in the paddock, acting normal. We're allowed to practice in the paddock on days that we're not running with the other horses that are running. We school with them, and we're just getting the horse used to being around other animals and being calm, cool, and collected, as you see our big favorite, Love Reigns, is right there.
They're kids, Maggie. How are the children behaving for the Bolton Landing?
A lot better than my children who are in the paddock right now. But as Tom was saying, especially with the young 2-year-old fillies, they think a lot and they will worry at times. But this group as a whole, everybody has been calm, cool, and collected. As we'll take a look, yes, that's your favorite, Love Reigns. She does project to be the main speed from the more inside draw in here for trainer Wesley Ward. Now, after her impressive debut, Wesley said that she did get sick and he wasn't able to train her quite as hard into that Royal Ascot race, and nor was she doing as well. And he feels now subsequently, and not that she ran poorly over there. I mean, it's a tough adjustment, and I know Wesley has mastered it, so to speak, but I still think she ran well enough, finishing 4th that day, beating the 3 lengths, stayed on at least. And he said that she has been training better heading into this race than over in England, and she's just a true athlete. There's just everything is where it needs to be on her, and she's well composed, but it's a forward energy that you like to see. Now, I do want to talk about number 4, Carrie, who's a big price in here for Strike Clement. Last time out in the Colleen, as you can see the fractions, the internal fractions, they went a full second faster, and she was just completely run off her feet. She was like, I just can't do this. And so she backed up through the field down the lane. Now, she gets 5.5 here. I don't know how fast they're going to run, but she is a horse that speaks to me in saying that she wants to run further than 5/8. And I think even further than 5.5, though she is one that certainly caught my eye in the paddock. She keeps improving with each start. I know that's not necessarily what it looks like on paper, but I just think maybe with a little bit of slower fractions up front, she could be dangerous. Here is number 8. That's Dan's Macabre for Kelsey Danner. She easily disposed of maiden special weight fillies at Colonial, in which there were 3 next time out winners, albeit they ran on the slower side. She's a good-looking daughter of Army Mule, actually, weirdly, 2 of which progeny are in here. I like the way this filly ships in here. She is strong. She's on the muscle, just all about her business. Great walk in here. She has impressed me as well. Also take a look at one that's undefeated. That's number 9, Sweet Harmony. Won on the dirt first time, switched to the turf in that Colleen, and was able to prevail. For such a quick filly, and not that she needs the lead by any means, she is a very laid-back type in here. And it's interesting, despite having run twice, she still doesn't look maybe quite as fit as what you would would expect. And so for me, that still says that there's some room for improvement. We'll see if she can take that step forward here in this Bolton Landing as we'll head on over to the paddock set with Polly and Andy.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I think that 3-5 on Love Reigns is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I understand that she won her last race by a city block. I don't think there was anybody behind her, and the third-place finisher had a preposterously bad trip or would have been much closer. And that field at Ascot, I understand it's Royal Ascot, and they wear the hats, and everybody's all excited about it. But the reality is, if you looked at Racing Post and look up the horse that ran the Queen Mary, it was an unusually weak version of that race. So I'm not sure that she's all that. Is she the horse to beat? Probably.
Yeah.
But 3-5?
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. The 4 is an overlay, the 8's over. There's a lot of horses here that you can bet.
Maybe Sicilian Grandma, great name at a long big price, 17-1. And the filly you were just discussing, odds-on favorite, Love Reigns.
Yeah, listen, I mean, she's obviously the one to beat. Can she bring that same form from her debut?
No K Never, like Love Reigns, Irish filly trained by Wesley Ward.
Yeah, I guess this horse maybe could be okay. She's going to have to improve, though. She's very fast. I'm interested to see which horse is in front, the 2 or 3.
Something to watch for early on. Who emerges with the lead? There's Carrie, the disappointed in the Colleen at Monmouth as a favorite.
Yeah, I think you draw a line through that. They went so fast up front, and she kind of collapsed. The race before that, I didn't think it was that bad. 15-1 is too big of a price.
Aztec Knights, debut winner right here 16 days ago.
Very impressive. Came from way off the pace. Not way off the pace. It got a good setup, but I thought came home pretty nice. It's filly by Sharp Azteca.
Redefined, impressive debut winner at Belmont.
Yeah, and listen, Redefine's not impossible. Pace gets hot. The debut wasn't terrible.
And number 8, Dance Macabre, who graduated at Colonial, her first turf race.
Yeah, she was impressive in her first start over the dirt at Churchill Downs against the Summer Promise, who's obviously D. Wayne Lucas, very highly regarded filly, and then she came back on the turf and was very good.
Undefeated, Sweet Harmony.
Yeah, now, we'll get back to this race at the Colleen. I think she had the run of the race, it being stalking on the front end, the pace held together.
We'll let you do that as we look at Motown Mischief, who was third behind Sweet Harmony in the Colleen.
Yeah, it brings a lot of speed to the party, but you draw an outside post, and now you might have to change your tactics here at 26-1.
So sit tight with that Colleen. You have 6 days to build this Travers bankroll builder, and here's your opportunity to earn a $20 bonus for the Travers. To qualify, you bet $50 to win on one horse in this race. Score a $20 bonus, win or lose. Play the bankroll builder each Saturday and Sunday through August 21st. Earn up to $160. Visit NairoBets.com. Opt in to get the full bankroll builder schedule. All right, guys, let's take a look at that Colleen.
Yeah, I think it's important to note the rails had just come down at Monmouth, and that made the inside path, or maybe 2 paths, very much fresh ground. And I think that helped particularly Motown Mischief, but also Sweet Harmony. But it really worked against the 4 Carrie, who was 3 wide around the track chasing. And perhaps if you want to find an excuse for the effort in Carrie last time out, it may be this was in the wrong part of the track, because her race 2 back when she broke her maiden makes her a major player in this race, Paulie, and an absurd overlay.
I mean, they went 21-1. I mean, they were absolutely flying on the front end, and she just sort of bottomed out a little bit, and that's just, I mean, understandable. I mean, they were just flying on the front end. I mean, she's in there within about 50 yards left, and she's just going to give it up a tiny bit, but it was not a bad effort at all.
Yeah, I think this race is much more wide open than the board looks, and we're going to talk about Dance Macabre in just a moment. We continue here on Saratoga Live on an absolutely gorgeous Sunday as we close out week 6 at Saratoga and an extremely competitive running of the Bolton Landing, a town up in Lake George that I'm sure many are familiar with. And right now there's a heavy favorite in the 3-5 Love Reigns, but we're discussing, Paula Duke and I in the set, the fact that we think she may be a little bit too short, and because she's such a big favorite and a big field, Paul, you've got overlays galore, and I think that includes Dance Macabre, who I thought was very impressive, breaking her maiden at Colonial. You look at this race, and it's hard. There aren't a lot of speed figures for it, though. Timeform US has this race faster than the race run by Love's Reigns down at Keeneland. And Dance Macabre, there's big gaps in there, you know, and big gaps often suggest a pretty good race, and especially because I looked up the races that the horses Dance Macabre faced that day. and a number of them came back and improved their buyer figures. So I think we might be looking at a strong race.
I think this is a strong runner, first of all, and Kelsey Danner does such a great job at filly by Army Mule. And like I said, you know, to the early audience that was joining us, this horse lost to a D. Wayne Lucas filly, Summer Promise, that was very well meant first time out. And the third place finisher, Key of Life, has come back to win. So not arguing at all with the 8 here. I think the 8's got a big shot. That was a very stylish win. But is the 2 a different kind of horse? And you can see both, you know, everybody here at Saratoga Live is between the 2 and the 8. Is there anybody else in here, Andy, that can beat maybe the 2 or the 8?
Well, I think Carrie is not impossible, and I used her in the exact, and I thought you were a little interested in Aztec Knights, who did at least have the benefit of running up here in Saratoga, broke her maiden at this distance. She got a very good trip that day, though.
No, she did. I just like the way she finished home. And there's one of those restricted races. When you ever see the form, it says fillies restricted. She was in a race that was in for horses that were sold at sale for $50,000 or less. So she was in a lesser race, but I like the way she did it. You're getting 13-1, but you're going to have to step up big time to beat the 2 or the 8 in here.
Well, I'm going to try to beat her with Dance Macabre. I don't think Love Reigns is as good as she looks on paper, but it feels like most people on the set over there at least disagree.
She's 3-5, Andy, here with Tom Amos, Gary Stevens. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Love Reigns. Gary, this is the 8th running of the Bolton Landing. Wesley Ward has won 4 of the first 7. He brings in Love Reigns, odds on 3-5. What are you expecting from her?
I'm expecting her to pop the gate and go straight to the lead and get the money. I think that No K Never, her uncoupled stablemate, both Stone Street owned. This filly's fast too, but Tyler said in that interview with Maggie that they were going to try something different with her today. Sit her behind horses and try and make a late run. And she's wickedly fast as well. She went 21 and changed when she broke her maiden. 21-1. Track was fast in Horseshoe, Indiana that day, but I think she's interesting at 16-1.
Big price. Maggie, what are you observing from the other Wesley Ward trainee, No K Never?
Yeah, it's an interesting race, and the way that they're betting this is that we're going to see another Golden Pal-esque performance from Love Reigns, and that might be true, but I thought this race was a bit more interesting than that, as yes, Wesley does send out his other horse in here, number 3, No K Never, and Wesley said it in a DRF article to Dave Grenig, and Tyler said it to me that they're going to take this filly back. We'll see if that actually happens, but Tyler did give her a very quiet warm-up, and you know, she is a bit of a smaller filly, which Wesley said also in that write-up too for this race. She's getting very excited as they get onto the turf course there, and she doesn't quite stack up to some of the other fillies in here, but she's well prepared. She's fit, she's ready to go, and we'll see if she can rate and pounce today. Number 7, Redefine, one that I like Carrie. Sorry, Andy, just correct me. It was Mike Welch who wrote that article. I'm just so used to Dave writing all of the articles about the NYRA racetracks on DRF. My apologies, Mike. As Redefined goes out for Tony Dutrow. I like this horse first time. I like her here this time. She has had the benefit of working over the Saratoga or the Oklahoma turf course. She looks ready, and again, she's another one that's a big price at 11-1, Lafitte.
At the gate, Maggie. Tom, final thoughts? All set for this Bolton Landing?
Yeah, look, if Love Reigns doesn't break sharp and go to the front and take him from gate to wire, the 6 and the 7 really interest me. I think it's curious that Johnny Velasquez gets off the 6 Aztec Knights to ride the 7 Redefined in here. Makes me slant a little bit more to that long shot, the 7 horse, over the 6 horse, who I thought ran a very good race.
He had
in her
options.
debut.
Had options. Johnny Velasquez, 998 victories at Saratoga. Stick around after this one. First leg of the Canadian Triple Crown coming up next. The Queen's Plate, Canada's version of the Kentucky Derby from Woodbine. We'll have that for you live. First things first, the Sunday feature, 2-year-olds in the Bolton Landing. Here's Johnny I.
And they're off in the Bolton Landing Stakes, and Love Reigns away well and going out for the lead, but challenged here by Sweet Harmony. And Sweet Harmony gets away here to lead by 2 lengths. Love Reigns runs in second. No K Never down at the rail, running in third. On the outside is Motown Mischief next in fourth. Dance Macabre is running in fifth. And then it is Aztec Knights next in sixth as the field goes into the turn. Redefined is in seventh. On the inside is Kerry, who's in eighth. Farther back is Sicilian Grandma, who trails the field. The quarter went in 22-1. Sweet Harmony on the inside, challenged by the favorite. Love Reigns on the outside. No K Never just in behind and in third. And the field is in the stretch now. It is Sweet Harmony and Love Reigns, and Love Reigns is now taking the lead. Sweet Harmony down at the rail, running in second. Farther back it is Redefined, No K Never, Dance Macabre on the outside. It is Love Reigns, and she reigns supreme here, winning by 3 lengths at the end, and the final time was 1 minute and 2 seconds.
Just too quick, just too classy. Love Reigns in those Stone Streak colors, Irad Ortiz, and a 5th Bolton Landing for trainer Wesley Ward.
Yeah, I loved her race, the way she did it today. She's not one-dimensional. She showed she can sit just off of one. She was not ranked. She listened to her rider from the word go. When Sweet Harmony made the lead, they were rolling up front. She didn't mind it. She fired when she had to.
I really thought it was interesting and important if you were betting on this horse. Love Reigns at the beginning of the race. She broke super sharp, and Irad purposely could have gone with Sweet Harmony, the 9-horse right outside her. He purposely took her back off that horse and moved her to the outside. That's a big sign of confidence in your horse, where you don't feel like she's one-dimensional, where you feel like you can sit off the pace. Irad was totally comfortable doing that, giving the lead to Sweet Harmony early in the race, the 9, coming around and being a very, very dominant horse in this race.
Perfect stateside. Now a stakes winner stateside, Love Reigns, and an Alabama winning jockey, Irad Ortiz. Meantime, the first leg of the Canadian Triple Crown riders up. The Queen's Plate, so much history, so much tradition. Canada's version of the Kentucky Derby. That's next on Saratoga Live.
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Fire up that Naira Bets account. Play the Queen's Plate in a moment. Any track, anywhere, anytime. With Naira Bets, get started at nairabets.com today.
Winner Circle lead-in, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event to be held on November 6th after the Breeders' Cup. Nominate your star today. I don't think Love Reign's going anywhere. Stone Street holding on to this filly. Odds on 3 to 5. Wins by daylight. Makes it look easy. Second win in 3 starts. Wesley Ward, a 5th win in the Bolton Landing Stakes. And as we mentioned, Irad Ortiz yesterday, the big filly Nest in the Alabama. 3rd grade 1 for him this summer. And a victory in the Bolton Landing Stakes. North of the border, Queen's Plate, first jewel of the Canadian Triple Crown, field of 11, 1.25 miles on a synthetic track. Post parade, we start with Hall of Dreams, first of 2 for Mark Casse, and look out for him to make a late run.
Yeah, I just think there are better closers in this race, and he just doesn't seem good enough.
A lot of pace, a lot of speed on paper. Hall of Dreams and Patrick Husbands in the saddle. The filly is favored. Moira 6 to 5. Next in line will be another long shot eventually. There he is. And Shamateur arrives having lost 6 straight.
Yeah, this is the son of Shaman Ghost, who actually won 2/3 of the Canadian Triple Crown when he was a racehorse. Big long shot.
Ironstone, and how far can he carry his speed?
Well, that's really the question, right? He figures to get involved in pretty fast pace, perhaps the horse breaking on the far outside, but it just doesn't feel like he can finish at 1.25 miles.
The Minkster, I think he'll be ridden more aggressively this afternoon.
You know, he's lightly raced too. David Moran usually as a jockey is on the scent, so I think the 4 might go towards the front end here.
Duke of Love, who's talented, but so much to learn, just goofy.
Yeah, I don't think he's impossible, because it feels like on his good day he could probably handle the distance. A little disappointed in his last effort, but he did have a bit of an excuse.
Rondor, you saw her story, trained by Katerina Vasilyeva.
Wow. Tremendous. Looking like J-Lo out there. This horse won the Marine by a pole last time and is dangerous. The son of Oxbow, I know who Gary's rooting for.
Dancing in Denial, legendary Samson Farm. Then the favorite, Moira, trying to become another filly to win the Queen's Plate.
Well, the fillies have had so much success, Lafitte, because it's later in the year, more time to mature, and this is even later. The 8's going to be really tough here, the 6 and the 8.
37 fillies have won. Hunt Master at 45 to 1.
Simply not good enough.
Would be a big surprise, sure, for sure. 2nd of 2 for Mark Casse, the plate trial winner.
Would you agree, Andy, this is maybe the other horse in here, the 10?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I know the 6 and 8 like the public. Does the 10, sir, for sure feel dangerous? Perhaps. Did win the trial last time, so possible. Big upsetter last time.
Casse Mayhem expected to do just that with his speed from the outside.
I mean, listen, this is a horse you only like out of absolute respect for Todd Pletcher. And listen, it's a big, big race. Why not take a shot for the money and for the prestige? But he figures to be involved in other speeds, and I just don't know if he's good enough, especially at 1.25 miles.
Pletcher, the win yesterday in the 1.25 miles Alabama with Nest. She was an odds-on favorite. Caused Mayhem is not 13 to 1. We've reached post time. Live look from Woodbine, 1.25 miles on a synthetic track. First jewel of the Canadian Triple Crown. And Tom, the filly is favored. Moira, number 8 at 7 to 5, coming off of a 10-length victory against the girls in the Woodbine Oaks.
In a restricted race at that. But, you know, nonetheless, I can understand that favoritism. But looking for price here, when you take a look at Rondor, the 6 horse, a horse that Flavian Pratt's gone up there to ride, and a horse that won his last start, the Grade 3 Marine, and did it in a fashion that suggests more distance is going to benefit this horse. We're going 1.25 miles today, so I really feel like that's the horse that could maybe take it to our favorite, the 7 to 5 shot in our 8 horse Moira.
Gary, you won a Kentucky Derby with a filly, winning colors. Fillies have very commonly won the Queen's Plate. You mentioned 37 all-time. Is it Mora, or are you looking elsewhere?
No, I got to go with the Oxbow, Rondor. Are you kidding me? It's a no-brainer.
Katerina Vasilyeva at 2 to 1. Strong second choice. What about the synthetic track, Tom, and the impact that figures to have in this 1.25 mile event?
Well, you know, I've trained and run over a few of those in my career. For a few years, Keeneland was a synthetic surface. I was at Press Isle for a couple of meets, so I know how that can work. And it does create a result all its own. And so, you know, a lot of people like to compare it to turf. But again, I think there are horses that like the grass better than the dirt. And I think there are other horses that like the artificial better than the turf or the dirt. So when I'm handicapping a race like this, I'm going to look to family to see if they like the surface as well as what these horses have done over this surface. Another reason to maybe like a horse like Rondor, the 6 horse.
Rondor, Flavien Prat, currently 2-1, Gary.
Well, it should be noted that Rafael Hernandez rode both Rondor and Moya in the last race that they've run. He chose to ride Moya Raw, but you know, you can read what you want into it. I don't know if he'd already given a call away to Kevin Attard, quite what the situation was, but it should be noted that he did ride the filly and Rondor in their last race.
Aboard Moira at 3-2. And Tom Pace, on paper, it looks like there's a lot of it. In Ironstone, number 3. And the Minkster, again, he was taken back to an extent in the plate trial. And previously, he'd been closer to the pace. I think he's more aggressively ridden today. From the outside, causing mayhem, is very quick. The pace seems to be, again, on paper, if it unfolds, it's such pretty quick early on for this 1.25 miles.
For sure. And at the 1.25 mile distance, or any race that Woodbine runs on their artificial surface, it's remarkable how long it takes them to get from the head of the lane to the finish line. It's a very, very long stretch. A lot of horses change places in that period of time. So it'll be interesting. When they turn for home, you know, it's not like, well, my horse is positioned great, we should be fine from here. There's a lot still happening in this kind of a race.
You saw the Barber colors, shades of Wonder Gadot, perhaps, the last filly to win the Queen's Plate for trainer Mark Casse. He has 2 Hall of Dreams is in. Ironstone steps forward quick, as is the Minkster. But the favorite is the filly, Moira. And the story of Katerina Vasilyeva with Rondor, everything she has endured, her family displaced from Ukraine, some of them here at Woodbine today. What a moment that would be to celebrate a victory in Canada's biggest race, Canada's version of the Kentucky Derby, the Grade 1 Queen's Plate with a $1 million purse. Rondor with Flavien Prat dancing in denial. Robert Geller standing by with the remainder of the load and call. It is post time for the Queen's Plate live from Woodbine.
Almost right for Samson Farm. The filly will be next. Dancing in Denial goes up. Now it is the turn of Moira. She's the favorite. She goes in. They're almost right. Humpmaster, gate number 10. And the last is Cause and Mayhem for the running of the 163rd Queen's Plate. The first leg of the OLG Canadian Triple Crown. Surface Shore has gone up. Cause and Mayhem to the outside. Surface Shore. Cause and Mayhem completes it. Waiting for Cause and Mayhem. Stand by for a start. They're all in. Locked up. And they're off. And one of the best into stride is Dancing in Denial and Surface Shore. Away well the Minkster and Rondor and Ironstone on the inside. Right behind them in the early part is Cause and Mayhem. Deep on the track from Huntmaster. Duke of Love the rail. Moira's back third last from Hall of Dreams and Chamateur. The Minkster's in front. Ironstone on the inside second. Racing third, Surface Shore. Caught wide here, Cause and Mayhem. In the centre, Rondor has a perfect spot for Flavien Prat. On the outside, Huntmaster, and climbing up the rails there is Duke of Love as they're bunched up. Right behind them is the filly Moira from Dancing in Denial. Hall of Dreams is second last, and last is Chamateur. There's only about 5 lengths first to last, and showing the way in the Queen's Plate, the Minkster races out in front nicely for David Moran. Got away by 2 lengths. Ironstone second, 3/4 Surface Shore as they go into the backstretch. On the inside, Duke of Love, still a bit wide, Cause and Mayhem, but running into fourth. Rondor is right there in the centre. A length away came Moira coming up on the inside of Huntmaster. Dancing in Denial is back third last. Hall of Dreams is second last, and the trailer is Chamateur. The Minkster started to make them run. The Minkster racing out by a length. Ironstone tagging in second. They've broken away 4 lengths. Surface Shore in third, Cause and Mayhem on the outside. Here comes Rondor splitting horses, and Duke of Love the inside. And now the filly hooks to the outside in Moira, and she's 6 off the lead. A gap to Hall of Dreams, Humpmaster, Dancing in Denial, and Chamateur. Kazushi Kimura on Ironstone, racing to the Minkster as they come down to the final quarter in the Queen's Plate. The Minkster, Ironstone, and here comes the filly, Moira, and she's exploding down the outside, and in the blink of an eye has raced to the front, and it's Moira. Out in the lead, 2 lengths. Racing home is Hall of Dreams down the outside. But the mighty filly has devastated them. And the 163rd Queen's Plate is a big win for Moira. She is stunning. Wins 6 lengths. Hall of Dreams second, Surfer Shore third, Ironstone fourth, Dancing to Nail fifth, then Rondeau, Huntmaster, Duke of Love, the Minkster, Cause and Mayhem, and Chamateur was last. 2:1:48.
Dazzling effort from the filly. Finds her best stride, does Moira. Turns it on. Hernandez asked for the question. The response devastating, Gary, as she accelerates here and puts this field away in the 2022 Queen's Plate.
Yeah, Ruben Hernandez rode her with so much confidence. He was right behind Rondor throughout the race, using her as his stalker, and he wheeled her out going into the turn. She made that big move coming off of the bend, and lights were out from there.
Yeah, that was great information you gave before the race, Gary, about Ruben deciding to pick one horse over another, and looks like he knew what he was talking about when he did that.
And I see why.
Yeah, right.
Nice to start celebrating a classic win 75 yards from the wire.
Looked like John Cruget, Seattle Sioux.
You could hear it from Geller trying to pick up who's advancing, who's finding their best, and just in an instant, Moira, she is electric. This is what she's been doing, that 10-length win over the girls, and she handled the boys essentially with similar ease in the Queen's Plate, Canada's biggest race.
Yeah, this is a good filly. She's got a beautiful stride on her, long reach to her, and the acceleration she showed coming off of the bend. She's got a couple different good angles to her, stamina and that turn of foot.
The acceleration, Moira by several. There it is, saying she's number one. She's the best 3-year-old, either sex. And it's fascinating in that we've seen 3 fillies win the Kentucky Derby all time. 38th filly, and recent 6 of the last make it, 7 of the last 22, 5 of the last 12 fillies. That celebration is awesome. Have simply dominated this first jewel of Canada's Triple Crown.
She looked like her daddy winning the Breeders' Cup Classic. Go Zapper.
And it's so European.
There is some brilliance there.
It's so European over there. You know, they're not afraid to run the girls against the boys. Here, we don't see that nearly as much.
Good segue, Tom. What point? At what point might we see her against the boys? For the time being, in the Alabama, and what feels like a sewn-up 3-year-old filly championship nest. Brilliant in yesterday's Alabama.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
It will be McCulloch, domestic spending to take the lead and win Ocean Road. State of Rest to win it here by a length. And in Italian, here at Saratoga, wins the Diana in front-running fashion.
Introducing Gift Box, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes-winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Gift Box, only at Lane's End.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential Quality has won.
in the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Exciting 15 minutes of racing we just saw. As always, coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The best in Canada this afternoon, without any doubt whatsoever, Tom Moira. Yet another filly to capture the Queen's Plate.
$1 million Queen's Plate. Rafael Hernandez up today. I didn't give him credit as I should. My apologies.
I don't think
Let's
he cares
make sure
at this point.
the 10% goes in the right bank account, the right Hernandez.
He is fired up. Rafael Hernandez, X-Men Racing LLC, Salcumin Madacat Stable, co-owner, trained by Kevin Attard. That was one of those, it's a competitive race. Oh, wait, Gary, no, it's not. In a blink, she was gone. That brilliance, maybe a touch of that Ghost Zapper pedigree, that blood you were talking about.
Yeah, the part I liked about it was she was just gliding up there on her own power around the turn. She was listening to her rider early on in the race. And then when she switched into her right lead, it was game over in 2 strides.
Lights out. Paulie, Andy, Moira by many in the Queen's Plate.
Yeah, this was really impressive. Andy and I were both wondering, okay, what's going to happen here? And then when Rafael just pushed the button, she went. And I was talking to Andy. You know, she's a Ghost Zapper and an Unbridled Song Mare. I'm not worried about the last leg of this Triple Crown. For a lot of people that you don't know the Canadian Triple Crown, they run here at Woodbine. Then they go over to Fort Erie for the second Triple Crown on the dirt. And then they go in 1.5 miles on turf. I think that might be her toughest thing because she's going to be tough to beat in the second.
I mean, she certainly has a pedigree to handle dirt. And, of course, Woodbine has that train track that's a dirt course. They can train her over it. And I think one of the most exciting moments this Queen Plate is seeing Salcumin's Madacat Stable Silks in the winner's circle.
Can't get
I mean,
I mean, Toronto, everywhere.
I got to think the Queen's annoyed she didn't show up for this after seeing this.
Salcumin, part of the ownership, Moira, and that's the challenge that's different from the Triple Crown, where all the races here on dirt for Moira and 3-year-olds that run in this series of races, synthetic, dirt, and grass. You better be versatile. Wow, what a filly.
Gotta admire her beauty. I mean, this is a really good-looking filly right here. I mean, she's long, scopy, and very strongly made.
We've said a lot of what a filly over the last couple of days. 3-year-old fillies. Moira here, which leads us to the Duncan Dash of the week. And this was yesterday's Alabama and all about Nest. Duncan Dash of the week brought to you by Duncan as summer's heating up. Cool down with Duncan's full lineup of refreshing and delicious iced beverages. Saratoga Racehorse runs on Duncan. She's running, Gary, on a completely different level and another incredible performance at the Grade 1 level at the Saratoga.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier in the show. She's running with a lot of confidence. She believes in herself and the acceleration she showed coming off of the turn there. I mean, she was in the perfect position. She stumbled a little bit once again, not as badly as she did in the Belmont Stakes, but she recovered quickly and was in the perfect spot, just stalking the whole way.
Yeah, she has gone to the head of the class. She went to the head of the class in the CCA Oaks, but this race here, I mean, all I can think to myself is if you're scared, say you're scared. If you've got a top older mare, you don't want to run against this horse.
The older mare division is very deep. We'll have a chance to see Malathot, last year's Alabama winner, Clariere in the personal instant on the undercard of the Travers. But there are some very good older mares. Based on what you're seeing now, is she ready for that come Breeders' Cup Distaff time in November?
It's that time of year. You know, when you get to late summertime with the maturity level of these 3-year-olds, they're starting to get to a point where they can compete against the older horses. And so, yeah, you know, her next start will be probably sometime in September, and I don't think there's any fear at all about going against any of those mares.
I'm going to make a comparison real quick. Beholder's 3-year-old year, what'd she do to Royal Delta, the defending Breeders' Cup Distaff champion?
Handled her pretty easily, if memory serves.
Yep.
She was unbelievable. Those silks that we saw in the Alabama winner's circle, Mike Rapoli, that was a second for him. Eclipse Thoroughbreds, a first in the Alabama. And Red Ortiz, a second. Fourth, as you saw for trainer Todd Pletcher. Horses in the paddock. Vagaries pictured 2-1, the 10th and final in 7 minutes.
Speightstown. running. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away. And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Prolumo is the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy top horsemen choose to reduce bleeding caused by strenuous exercise.
We use it for preventative, and also we start horses on it if after a race or after a workout they bleed. The success has been tremendous.
Prolumo's active ingredient, Nodo ginseng, has proven hemostatic properties. Consult your veterinarian prior to administering. Go natural. Visit Prolumo.com to order today.
One left on the Sunday program at Saratoga. Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Nice, one of those easy $40,000 maiden claimers to close the show, handicappers. Mile and 16th on grass. We start with Ironic Lady at 9-1.
How is this horse 9-1? Do they think because John Velasquez is sticking around to ride for his brother-in-law? Yeah. This is either they weird or there's something going on.
Omar Hernandez picks up the mount on Bayou Wind.
Yeah, Philly by Dominus that actually didn't run that bad. The last two races with blinkers have been improvement.
Manny Franco picks up the mount on Belshaza.
Yeah, Belshaza's had her chance. I just think this is a little bit tougher than some of the races she's been in.
Geometrique, 44-1.
Yeah, really hasn't shown much. The start two back wasn't that bad, but has to really improve.
Empress Theodora, contender.
I like her. Her one turf race makes her, in some ways, the horse to beat. I do worry about the bar shoe on.
Miscreant for Jimmy Ryerson.
I thought a really good race. 2 sprints on the dirt to a route on turf, and she made up some ground. Now you get Jose Ortiz aboard. That's why you're getting the action right now at 5-1 from a 10-1 morning line.
Hope over Fear, 6-race maiden off the board in each of those.
Yeah, she seems like she's up against it.
Does have Javier Castellano in the saddle. Then the favorite, Vagaries, 2-1.
I mean, listen, tough filly to gauge in here at 2-1 because you're thinking she should be 4-5 in here, but she really hasn't shown that much. I think 2-1's probably where she should be.
Tattersall's purchased by Luke de Vega, a candlestick maker on the engine.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is that her last race is fast enough to compete with these. Those were much better horseshoes running against. Second place finisher won here the other day.
Aptly named, Lord, hear my prayer.
Many times I said that before I went up to face Randy Johnson? A lot. About 32 times, 32-1.
And then you wound up wearing one, 97 miles an hour. Russell on the outside at 45-1.
Yeah, she's just way overmatched on paper. Yeah, you know, Vagaries is the horse to beat.
But you're not in love with this horse, Andy. You told me. I mean,
Chad Brown is 7 for 16. Maiden special weight to maiden claimer, turf routes at Saratoga. This is her debut, where she lost to Jonathan Kinchin. It is proven that
not Kitchen, Jonathan.
This is proven to be. I'm just glad I wasn't here that day to witness the scene taking place. Anyhow, this is proven to be a very weak race, and I mean her return at Belmont was just atrocious. She didn't do any running, and she's got a great pedigree. Horse bought over at Tattersall's, and it just seems she's dropping to win because she's dropping as where she belongs. She's just running in her races.
No, I can understand what you're saying. Now the 5, you and I both liked the 5, and then it came out this horse had a bar shoe on. Now we can go to Tom and explain that, but this is a horse that has been lugging out a little bit in the works, right, Randy?
Yeah, I'm concerned about the bar shoe. I'm going to bet a few dollars because 5-1 seems good. This horse ran against Killers and chased a fast pace that day and actually ran. If you knew she was going to run the race she ran the turf, I would take 5-2 on her, not 5-1. But obviously the drop down the bar shoe concerns. But 5-1 fair. Candlestick Maker, a very fair price in this race. And you can see everybody else seems to like her. And we'll let Maggie talk about her. But I just think she makes a lot of sense.
Oh, you're tossing to me, Andy. As we'll take a look at number 8, Vagaries here for Chad Brown, the drop down 5-2 favorite. As you see, none of us very interested in Vagaries. Taking heed of the fact that she can win just because of the drop alone, but she's second off the layoff here. She is acting better than when I saw her in both of her 2-year-old performances, and she's grown up a bit. But has she filled out? No. She looks not very well in her coat whatsoever. Again, it's just there's nothing to really get excited about her by looking at her, and too, especially her last effort, which she was done midway through the far turn. Let's check in with number 5, Empress Theodora. Now, she has that bar shoe on her right front. As you see, she's gotten a little hot out there, and watching her in the paddock, she wasn't quite putting her right foot down all the way, into her heel. Now she has very flat, shelly feet. And what I mean by that is that there isn't much wall, there isn't much sole to her foot. So therefore, those feet are compromised. They're not as strong. So I think that's why we see this bar shoe on her. But obviously, having that kind of foot lends itself well to the turf. So her getting back to this surface makes a whole lot of sense. And she is coming off a bit of a layoff, but she looks ultra fit in here. I'm scared of Empress Theodora if she can run with that bar shoe on. But I'm going to default to number 9, Candlestick Maker. She was coming off a little bit of a freshening, and she was really fresh last time in the paddock, really revved up. Today, she's not Lafitte. She looks superb. This is the best she's ever appeared physically prior to a race, and is a bit more calm. So we'll see. Did she just need to knock off a little ring rust, as she did run very well in her last start?
Looking the part, says Maggie. Tyler Gaffleon looking for a 3rd win on the afternoon. The bar shoe, Tom, what's this all about?
So it's a full shoe. It goes all the way around the foot where the heel is normally open on a horseshoe, and it makes it a little harder to grip for a horse. It's a better shoe to have on when you're on the turf. But when you watch Empress Theodora going to the gate, you can see how hot she is right there, and the others are not. She's not signaling to me, both in her jog, warm-up on the dirt, albeit, as well as what we're looking at right there, that she's at her most comfortable today. I think what I'm looking at are negative signs that she's telling us.
Trevor McCarthy trying to win the nightcap for a 3rd time this week. One final time closing out week 6. John Embrial with the call. It's post time.
And they're off. And there is Belshazzar, who's going out for the lead, along with Bayou Wind. Bayou Wind now challenged here as Empress Theodora moves up. And then on the outside, it is Hope Over Fear along with Russell. So it's 4 of them stacked across the track for the early lead as they go into the clubhouse turn. And then it is Vagaries. Down on the inside is Belshazzar. They are right together, 5th and 6th. Farther back is Ironic Lady, who's running in 7th. On the outside, Candlestick Maker in 8th. Geometrique is 9th. And then comes Lord Hear My Prayer in 10th. And at the back is Miscreant in 11th. The quarter went in 23 seconds. And Bayou Wind has the lead here over Hope Over Fear, who's running in 2nd. And then big long shot Russell is next in third, a gap of a half dozen lengths. Back to Empress Theodora, who's racing in fourth. On the outside, Vagaries in fifth, followed by Belshazzar in sixth as they head for the far turn. It is Bayou Wind, Hope Over Fear there, 1-2. Russell starts to retreat as Vagaries begins to pick it up now and is moving up into third position. And then comes a Belshazzar, and the field is at the top of the stretch. It is Bayou Wind, Hope Over Fear, Belshazzar, Vagaries on the outside with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. It is still Bayou Wind with the lead. Belshazzar now comes on through to take second as Vagaries moves up on the outside. Bayou Wind trying to hold off Belshazzar and Vagaries. Late move from Miscreant. They come for the finish, and it is Bayou Wind to upset the field at 23-1.
Long shot and the pickup mount. Omar Moreno Hernandez, Bayou Win in an upset to close out the week.
Yeah, he rode a great race, put her on the lead. And what price were we here?
23.
23-1. Wow.
How'd she do it, Tom?
You got to catch me, you know. I mean, look, they have to go where she's already been, and Bayou Win ran very, very good today. It dropped down from the last start where she was third in the maiden allowance race, albeit that was at Indiana, Horseshoe, Indiana, which is, that's my backyard.
She made Saratoga her backyard.
Yes, she did. I mean, you got to give credit to Omar Moreno. Like Gary said, he put her on the front end, and, you know, her best effort was 2 back for the maiden 25 on the front end. And we mentioned it before the race, Andy, blinkers has completely helped this horse.
Yeah, obviously it seemed like they were going too fast. Vagaries looked like gin when she was moving on the turn, and she was brutal hanging down the stretch. I mean, if she couldn't win under these circumstances, and for those people that are a little bit tired of seeing these inner turf races where horses are wiring and they're on the rail and nobody can pass outside, I got great news for you. The rails are going out 9 feet next Wednesday, so no more gold rail on the inner turf.
I'm going to give you credit. And I don't love giving Andy credit, but he called it on Wednesday. If you would have played 1, 2, 3, 4 on these turf courses, he'd be rich this whole week, no?
It's been 2 weeks of a gold rail here on the inner.
It is unbelievable.
And it mitigated a little bit, but nice win for the Connections.
Yeah.
And getting the job done. A nice way to end the week. And the pick six was hit, so congrats to whoever had that.
Andy, can you, could you Monday morning quarterback this one?
No. Actually, I can do it. Abel Ezcano off.
Ouch.
Man. That stung. Supposed to be ridden by Jose Gomez. Did test positive for COVID. The pickup mount, Omar Moreno Hernandez. Gary, when your number is called, you better be ready. He was ready, and he delivered.
One less member of the Andy Sterling fan club.
He was the one. Abel was the one. 23-1 upset. 2-3-8-6. Does it really? It's incredible the impact, Gary, that it can have on the outcome of races, where the rails are set and how that affects race flow and essentially these results.
Yeah, and the turf course is very firm right now, so it's going to play more towards speed, and we've noticed that. And Andy talked about the golden rail. I hate talking about the golden rail, but it has been all week long.
Got loose. Bayou Win, 11 race maiden coming in, graduates in her 12th career start at a big price. If it seems like everybody's a little bit shocked, it's because they are. Will we be shocked after the Unhappy Travers? Next Saturday, $1.25 million purse. You see the probables. Artorias coming off that big win in the Curlin Epicenter Division leader, having won the Jim Dandy, Rich Strike Derby winner. And that's the fun part, Tom, because you go back to that first Saturday in May. Rich Strike, Epicenter, Zandon. The first time they will be on the racetrack in the same race, in the same starting gate, since that massive upset, the second biggest upset in the history of the Kentucky Derby by Rich Strike.
An incredible race that day. I watched it live from up above, and I'm like, who is this horse down on the rail? And I'd been watching him train all week, and Rich Strike's kind of horse goes out there, gets a little hot every morning. He's kind of ordinary going. He was anything but ordinary that first Saturday of May.
Wasn't in the race the day before the race.
I know.
Also eligible, a late scratch, Ethereal Road. Dwayne Lucas still affecting outcomes of derbies. The pick six, 18,000 plus. Bayou Wind in the nightcap. Been a great week. Alabama week at Saratoga. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. What a performance by Moira
Yet another filly to capture the Queen's Plate. First leg of the Canadian Triple Crown. The ride from Rafael Hernandez, the leap up over the hedge. What an effort. And this filly, onward and upward, love reigns supreme. In the Bolton Landing with the Rat Ortiz for Wesley Ward. Nest, a championship captured. Sure looks like it. Have a great night, everyone. We'll see you next time.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York-bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading third crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2022 and over $4 million in progeny earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire.
There are lots of ways to support our brave first responders. Drinking a rich and smooth proper Irish whiskey is one of them. For every bottle of proper number 12 we sell, a donation is made to first responders. Here's to the proper heroes. Shlonda.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front. Late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Snap Decision goes right by them and takes over in the very early stages of the Jonathan Shepherd. As Snap Decision goes over and leads by about 1.5 lengths. Snap Decision in the Grade 1 Jonathan Shepherd, winning by the length of the stretch. Congratulations, Snap Decision, hearing it from the crowd. And the favorite Dakota Gold is up and on the pace too. It's Dakota Gold bounding along with a 1.5 length advantage. Dakota Gold, 3-length lead. Marinara Sauce, the final try. Dakota Gold wins. It's another 3 back to Golden Rocket, followed by Dream Central. Another 2 behind them to Dream Central and Golden Rocket right together. And from the back, here's Golden Rocket. Golden Rocket is flying at them in the final stages, and Golden Rocket gets up.
It is En Voutante down at the rail with a narrow lead over first to act. Leader of the band is next in third. Then comes leader of the band next in third. And here is leader of the band to take over here. Leader of the band in front. First to act is second. It's leader of the band. And they're off. There is Oxymore going out for the early lead. It is Oxymore and No Nay Hudson on the outside. It is Oxymore who's got something left here in deep stretch. And Oxymore will win the Skidmore Stakes. Dolce Zell and Haughty. Those two go out for the early lead. Haughty stepping away here to lead by 3. They're trying to get to Haughty. It is Haughty still there with the moonlight on the outside. They're coming on for the finish, and it is Haughty. Caravel from the extreme outside is a close-up third. Caravel's on the outside. Caravel and Robin Sparkles. They come on for the finish, and it is Caravel to win it. And they're off. In the 142nd Alabama, and it was a bit of a bobble there at the start for the favorite Nest. She's Keen, the leader here by a length. Nest tracking in second, and it is Nest who has asked for more, and she is responding here. Nest wins the Alabama by 5 lengths.
She's such a special filly, and you know, Aaron and I have really enjoyed this partnership and watching her race together and making decisions together. You know, we've had horses before. Nothing is close to this. When you get a special filly like this, it's really, really special. It's great sharing it with Aaron and Eclipse. It's awesome.
Terrific post-race reaction. Aaron Wellman, Mike Rapoli. Nest, week 6. The winners, Skidmore. Blazingly fast. Oxymore, Lake Placid, Hottie, just too fast to catch. Nest, clearly the standout, so I'm not going to ask you guys who was the highlight of week 6. That's rather obvious. So aside from Nest, who comes to mind?
Loved her race yesterday. She broke slowly in her last race, didn't get a good trip, had a horrible trip. Outside yesterday, was able to sit the trip and got a perfect ride, perfect run.
I have a tough time, you know, going beyond Caravel because I was very impressed. But I'll take our Skidmore winner, Oxymore. I thought Oxymore showed the ability to show speed and sustain it after taking a challenge early in the race. I think Oxymore is a horse like Caravel that's going to be heard from later in the year.
Yeah, you don't want to get too prisoner of the moment and too caught up and make comparisons, but Golden Pal, that's where it started. That was his first career win in the Skidmore. Now a 2-time Breeders' Cup winner, Oxymore. I'm not saying he's Golden Pal, but he was exciting. He was flashy, he's fast, and has a big, big future in front of him. We have a big, big week in front of us. Run Happy Travers week, highlighted by the 153rd running of the Travers. Andy and Paul, this is this is where everything comes to a head at Saratoga, with the best day of the meet at the most prestigious individual race meet in North America.
It's a great day of races. Obviously, a lot to look forward to on that day. We were talking off camera about the Alan Jerkins.
Yeah.
Obviously, Jack Christopher is the way the horse to beat. I mean, some may think the bloom is off the rose because he lost the Haskell.
Yeah.
They might want to look at his Woody Stevens to remind themselves what he looks like around one turn going 7 furlongs. But I do think the likes of Gunite, Accretive, and some others, they're improved. He's going to have to run the best race of his life, but he might.
Yeah, he might. And Gunite, like you said, is improving, got a little bit of confidence. Gosh, you got to love that white blaze. And listen, you just got to draw a line through the Haskell. He did not want to go the distance to ground. And I also think he needs a target. I don't think he wanted to be on the front end. He wants a target where he can maybe just sit and relax, like most of Chad's horses, and then unleash his rally. So I just think he's going to rebound, and he's going to have to rebound in a big way, because sometimes when you have a disappointing effort like the Haskell, some horses don't throw it aside. He just needs to throw it aside.
I think Conager's going to be interesting in there as well. 100%. He's coming here, and I'm looking forward to see him coming. And Chad Brown won the Alan Jerkins with Practical Joke. He was cutting back after a loss in the Haskell, so it's worked before. We'll see. But as you said, Lafitte, it's going to be an amazing day of racing.
Superstar after superstar, and in the Run Happy Travers, the probables here. Top 3 from the Kentucky Derby. Rich Strike, what will he do? Can he recapture the lightning strike again? And then the Jim Dandy, the prep a month ago, where Epicenter, when everybody was expecting Joel Rosario to ride him more aggressively, Gary had him well off the pace. Early voting, where he likes to be up front. Zandon a little bit closer to the pace, and Rosario simply biding his time with the Derby runner-up.
Yeah, and I think it, he wound up getting a great trip back there. It was unexpected. I thought that he was going to lay closer to the pace. His instructions from Steve were to just sit on him the early part, make sure that he's finishing. This is a prep for the long-range goal, which is the Travers, and he just put on the performance of his career right here. It was super impressive, and I think he'll go off favored.
So Epicenter's style has been changed by Steve Asmussen, his trainer. He's a horse now that wants to lay back and finish on the end. He's been trained that way, a lot of hard, long works, and it's served him well. So this distance coming up in the Run Happy Travers of a 1.25 miles should suit him.
How about early voting? Preakness winner, defeated in the Jim Dandy after making the lead. On the outside, breezing on the main track here at Saratoga. 5 furlongs in 101, Tom. What are you seeing?
So I want to know what Gary thinks as well, because it's not just my opinion, but I subtly see a horse that's not really working that well here, Gary. When you compare the 2 riders on these horses, and that's early voting on the outside, yes, they're both being quiet on their horse, but early voting's rider is much more forward in the saddle, and the other horse, his work part on the inside, is definitely angled back against his horse more than that. I think it's an average work for early voting.
I want to know who the horse is inside.
Maybe that's a good point.
Is it Accretive? Was that Accretive? It was Accretive. Working with early voting.
Had the better work between the 2, in my opinion.
I have to agree with that.
This was a great work out
About
here.
8 Life Brand. What are we seeing?
So this is an unknown horse, really, right? I mean, he comes from Iowa and has run some of the smaller races, so a big step forward for this horse. A horse that sits off the pace. Boy, that sure looks a lot like Tammy Fox sitting on top of him right there. But a really good work, not being asked, and very, very fast by the standards of this racetrack in the morning.
Kelly Von Hemel on the breeze of Ain't Life Grand.
Well, ever since we've got him, we were very high on him, you know, and we went some races in Iowa last year, and we thought maybe that he was going to be a really nice horse, but Mr. Shaddy was not really interested in trying to beat him up to see if he was a Triple Crown horse. He said, let's just take our time and let him develop, and so the spring we were pretty patient with him, and we know our resume's not there, but we think he's this kind of horse, and he's an up-and-comer, and we'll see if he's good enough to run here. After his Iowa Derby win, it was really, really good race, and his numbers all come back strong. And through this whole process, we really believe that he's a horse that can run that far, a mile and a quarter. And I think, you know, not many of them anymore can, so that's been enticing. So finding a mile and a quarter race, unfortunately, it's a Grade 1 Travers, but we're going to try.
They have to be in it to win it. To the big leagues now from the Iowa Derby victory and progressing the right way. He doesn't think the distance will be a problem, as you saw there, training well for the Travers.
Yeah, and Von Hemel's a very good horseman. He's been around for a long time. If he says the horse will get a mile and a quarter, look, he worked under 46. He worked 45 and 4. That's a lightning workout over this racetrack, and if he thinks he can get a mile and a quarter, the unknown factor might have something to say with the early pace.
Look, Kelly's all in. I mean, not only is he training a horse like this, but he's wearing the baseball cap NTT, which is stands for Eight Life Grand Sire, not this time. So he's all in for this one.
Terrific. Stallion, not this time. And yeah, when you're talking about upsets, maybe it's that kind of year. We go back to the first Saturday in May. Rich Strike, this is the breeze actually, when he just absolutely blazed 5 furlongs here. He arrived with a ton of energy. Rich Strike, and that's pay-per-view. You're going to have to pay for that work if you want to.
That's how fast he worked. We missed it.
Just like it bleeds. It's at XBTV if you want to see it. I think that's one of the biggest questions, and it'll be a focal point of the broadcast on Fox, is look, here's this Derby winner who won it 80-1. Second biggest upset Derby history, was not in the race the day before. Dull Belmont. Like, what will he do this time in the track? Like, what will he do? Was that a fluke? Can he reproduce it?
Look, the workout that he had was pretty much the same kind of workout he had 9 days before the Kentucky Derby. It was unexpected, this workout, how fast he worked. Eric Reed said he wanted to go in like 101, 102, nothing fancy. Well, it wound up being pretty fancy. He worked 59 and 4 here.
Somebody put a quarter in the machine. This is a fast work, Tom.
It is, and it reminds me a lot of his work that he had in the afternoon during the races at Churchill Downs as he was preparing for the Belmont Stakes. A very, very good work that day. I'm seeing the same thing here for Eric Reed and his crew. And by that, I mean everybody associated with this horse. They've got something to prove. They've got a chip on their shoulder. They're coming in here to the Run Happy Travers next week, and they want to tell everybody, I told you so. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out, but this work is a very, very good work.
How odd for a closer to work that fast, Gary?
It's not odd. I mean, look, these horses, you can get them to work as fast as you want from, you know, up to 5/8 of a mile most of the time. It's all about how they finish and they gallop out.
Fluke or not, we will find out in 6 days. 153rd running of the Run Happy Travers. As for today, well, the Canadian Triple Crown underway and another filly dominant. The Ghost Sapper filly, Moira, Rafael Hernandez, Kevin Attard. Hernandez leaping the hedge. Big victory in the Queen's Plate. Love Reigns, just too fast, just too classy. In the Bolton Landing, a 5th for trainer Wesley Ward. And yesterday, the march and assault on a 3-year-old filly championship continues for Nest. Another blowout Grade 1 victory at Saratoga in the Alabama. Have a great night, everyone.